What's up, y'all? Today I'm gonna be working on my Puyo Puyo-like game. There is only 2 weeks left in the Puyo Puyo game-like jam. If you don't know about it, let me make sure I drop a link for you in the chat so you can join, look into it. There's still, now I say there's only 2 weeks left, but for some of you who haven't gotten started yet, there's still 2 weeks left. It just kind of depends on your perspective there. But yeah, I'm gonna say there's still 2 weeks left. I like that positivity. So yeah, that is 15 days, so a little more than 2 weeks. Basically, what this game jam is about is making a game in 1 month that is based on another game. Now, the actual theme game is included here on the jam page, and it is from 1992. It is Puyo Puyo, and you may know it as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. You might know it as Kirby's Avalanche or Kirby's Ghost Trap, but it is a game about matching these Puyos. There's kind of a cute little story here with some characters who are like fighting each other, and then you match these things. It's kind of like Dr. Mario meets Tetris. If you're familiar with Dr. Mario, you're probably familiar with Tetris. So you're trying to match 4 colors in a row, and when you do that, you send some garbage to the opponent's side depending on how many combos you get. That is to say, if you match one set, will that cascade down into matching another set? I probably am not about to manage to do a real thing like that here. Yeah, I find it quite difficult. Actually, maybe I will. Maybe I will be able to do a combo here. Hold on. Let's see. Will I make a combo? That was not a combo, but that's okay. Here we go. Combo. You ready? I'm going to do the green, and then that's going to break down into the yellow, which is going to break down into the red, which is going to break down into the blue. That's the best combo I've ever done in my life. And we're going to get a bunch of garbage over there. So when that garbage falls down, now the opponent has a worse time, and they're definitely going to lose. So that's kind of a little bit about Puyo Puyo, and they got like some worried face, right? So the character that you're fighting against like has some different like modes and stuff. So I started working on this a few weeks ago, and let me show you where it's at. So on Monday, I did some extra work on it. Mondays are member streams. There's a join button below this video and on the channel page. If you're curious about those member streams, they're exclusive, long live streams, just like this one is gonna be, except generally during the game jam, I focus on visual components during those member streams. But they're kind of like a more, you know, I'm more willing to be distracted too if you guys are working on stuff or whatever. It's a nice environment. I love the member streams. And so I added some art. Those are the characters that you're fighting against. My pieces are set up really well. Thankfully, after last week and the week before that, I was having some problems getting my pieces working right. They were not. But I finally got a decent system. Shout out to Camwin for helping me get that system set up nice and good. We'll have a credit in the game for you for that. But yeah, so there's not actually matching, as you can tell. So that is 100%, most definitely what I'm gonna work on today. I'm gonna get the matching going so we can actually see what happens when we score some points. Now you'll notice that unlike the original Puyo Puyo game that is our theme game in the game jam, I don't actually have 2 sections, right? I only have the 1 section, and that's just kind of the way I want to do it. Again, it's my Puyo Puyo-likes, not an identical copycat. So my plan is to have 2 modes. We'll see how far I get on that. That's a stretch goal at this point. 2 modes. The mode where you're playing against the CPU, which is this squirrel, and I want the squirrel to be like throwing garbage at you, and you throw garbage at it. If you hit it with garbage, it gets like dizzy and it doesn't throw garbage at you for a while, stuff like that. And then your goal is to actually clear everything. So I want some like pieces in there by default, and then you have to clear all those pieces before you can move on to the next level. And you keep like digging deeper in the ground. There we got another character there. That's a jerboa, technically, is what that is supposed to be. and then there will be pieces again already there. So actually, I'd probably love to even set up having pieces already there. So anyways, that's one mode, right? I want two modes in my game. One mode is what I just described, where there's pieces already there, and you're trying to clear them all till you move on to the next one. You're versusing the AI component. It's not really an AI opponent, but it kind of is. Then there will be an idle mode. It's a stretch goal. There'll be an idle mode where you're actually just sitting there, kind of watching the game happen. Maybe there could be some way to interact. I don't know. I kind of didn't plan all that out. But, you know, it's really just an excuse to, like, learn how to set up the AI stuff. Because I think that that's interesting to, like, make a game and then set up a way for, like, the game to play itself. So stretch goal, I would like to get that set up. So there'll be two modes, idle mode, and you can, like, earn different rewards in one versus the other. I made one more monster on Monday, and that was this, kind of like a sandworm sort of vibe. And so as you get deeper and deeper in theory, there's going to be more and more, you know, fantastical monsters. This one is not the most fantastical of them, to be sure. And I wouldn't want this one to, like, show up too early, but these are, I just wanted to get a breadth of them, or, like, you know, work on some of the early ones, work on some of the later ones, and then start filling in those gaps as I go. You know, in case I only get 5 characters done, I hope I get more than that. Whoa, what is that bug? Whoa, I wonder what happened. Whoa, we got something to puzzle out right there. Hold on, stop the presses. What's that? All right, so great. Let's go. Let's start the bug fixing. So anyway, so I'd like to get the matching done today. I'm really proud of how it's turning out, although I have a lot of work to do. That's for sure. And hopefully, it can kind of come together at some point soon. Welcome, Ponix Pawn. My normal chat not working, so we'll just pull this up here. Dig a tunnel. Dig a tunnel. We aren't digging it. That's exactly what's happening. We're digging a tunnel. Precisely. That is absolutely correct. Yeah, I don't know. It just kind of, to me, made sense. Like, it lent itself to that. I don't know where my other one is at, but it's like, okay, good. It's still here. So, like, in this one, you know, you'll see, well, you're underground. You can see the grass up here, and then there's like where the characters are, and then it, like, the camera pans underground, and I don't know, to me, it just kind of, I just was like, what about, okay, so here you're gonna see, so that was the end of that match, and then we're gonna go against the next opponent after this. And you see it just kind of like moves to the next one, and we're back above ground, right? So I guess we're kind of like walking like this way in the main game. We're going doot 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 doot, and then we go underground to fight, and then we go doot 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 doot, and we go underground to fight. I don't know. So I was just kind of thinking, like, yeah, what if we're digging a tunnel, going deeper and deeper and deeper? Yeah, exactly. I thought it'd be kind of a fun other way to approach it. We shall certainly see how that works out. Okay, let me make sure my chat is working. It's okay if it's not, but would be great if it was. Cool. Great. So that's interesting. That's very interesting. Okay. All right. Oh, I see why it's not working. Oh. Okay. I have to load it. Don't mind me, guys. What do we got? Who do we got? Welcome, Patrick Hoer. Good to see you. Thanks for coming on through. Hope you're doing well today. I do. I love the narrative in deep to the ground. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know. It just seemed to like fit and it like made sense to me. It makes you wonder the lore a bit more in this game. I know, right? Well, it was based on like an RPG game. There was an RPG game, an original RPG game that this was based on. Puyo Puyo, that is. That's where the characters come from. I think that's where the Puyos come from. That's where like the random like cat-looking character Carbuncle comes from. I don't really know much about that original version. You'll see him just like booping around. There he is, right there, just doing goofy stuff over here. That's from some original version of the game. Okay, let me test my chat again. Come on now. Come on now, regular chat. Let me see you work. There we go. Okay, regular chat is working. Thank you. Goodness. All right, anyway. Welcome, Dormouse. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. And yeah, it's okay. You did great. I knew what you meant, Petrichor. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. So I want to keep working on it. Yeah, we got the fire, we got the emotes. Emotes are a members only feature on the screen, by the way, just in case you're wondering. So wait, why did I get an error? What happened? What did I do? So by the way, this whole stream, like 98.99% of the stream is going to be, welcome Frank, is going to be, welcoming Frank, me just like making my game. I'm gonna be here for like 12 hours or something, like jamming out my game. So buckle up, pop in when you can. I'd love to hear about how your Puyo Puyo game is going. There is a spot on the Discord where you can share updates on your Puyo Puyo-like, and people have been sharing those updates, which is really cool to see. So yeah, if you're submitting to the game jam, again, I'll put the link in the chat if you want to join up. There is still 2 weeks left. If you have already been planning on joining, there is only 2 weeks left. So do make sure you get like your pre-submission in and stuff like that. There's this great one by Bartz. So again, this is on the Discord in the Game Like Jam section. And Bartz has been making some awesome progress on like a beetle fighting version. Now this isn't mine, right? This is somebody else's who's joining in on the jam. But he's got these like awesome beetles. Look at this. Look at these. I love it. I actually really like the contrast with the 3D characters and the like 2D gameplay. The color, I think the colors really bring a lot of that together too, and sort of make that work so well. Isn't that beetle so good? It's got so much personality, right? So you know, there's a lot. Let me make sure the chat's not covering up the message. Probably would be good. So there's a lot of like experimentation you can do with, whoa, with the way that the game is set up. Dude, look at that. We got a scarab beetle. Wow. I definitely feel, whoa, why am I zoomed in? Why did I get huge? Hello, everybody. My name is Giant Lees. Oh, the computer has a mind of its own today. Chat not working, camera zooming. It definitely makes me want to see the desert on the border a bit, but I'm sure you were gonna do that. Dude, look at it, standing up and stuff. So and this would be like your, I don't know if it's your opponent. I think the idea, oh no, they send trash. I thought originally you were like building the beetle, but no, I guess you're fighting the beetle. What a creative idea. I just love it. Super fun, really delightful. So there's a lot of other ideas people are coming up with. So if you shared something in there, just let me know. Just come through the stream and say, hey, I posted something on the Discord about my Puyo Puyo-like, and I'll be happy to show it off. All right, so wait, now what? I don't even understand. What has occurred here? How did a piece land floating in the air? I might have a theory as to what happened. I think what I'm most curious about here is what is the status of that piece? Like, what is its story? I mean, I don't know that I'm gonna really learn much, if I'm being honest. Okay, so I'm trying to find which piece that is. I think what'll be most important is reproducing that bug and seeing if I can find a reliable way to do it. Okay, so this is that piece. I mean, it looks normal in every way that I can think of. So I'm not sure exactly what would have happened. Wow. Let me see if I can reproduce it. And this time I'm going to do it with collisions on. I wonder if what happened is if the corner of the collision like saw something else and somehow that came up. I am not going to spend too much time debugging. I do want to get the matching going. So the way I plan on doing the matching is I want to have raycasts coming from the pieces after they get placed. So they won't have those raycasts normally, I don't think, but once the piece is placed, I would love to see some raycasts be shooting out, and they're just going to look to see what's near them. Dude, I don't even know how to reproduce this bug. I mean, it just might have to be okay that there's such a bug. I don't know. I don't really know what to do about that. And it was weird because it was like if I were to guess what might have happened, dear, I don't even, oh dear. Okay, now that's, that's a whole other bug. That's not really a bug. So in Puyo Puyo, traditionally, when your piece hits right there, that's supposed to be game over. You're supposed to lose as soon as that happens. So I want to, you know, I think I'll just hang out. I'll just like keep working on my game, and then if that bug happens again, it'll be interesting, and we can deal with it when that time comes. Like if I were to guess, I would just say like maybe the corner of the collision detected it somehow, but I'm not exactly sure how. Interesting. All right. Well, let's proceed. Let's set up some stuff that makes the matching happen. I like matching. It's good for a game. I also like live streams. So if you are here hanging out and you haven't liked the stream, I hope you'll thumb it up. Yeah, just hyper smash that thumbs up button. It means more people find out about the game jam, about the stream, and hopefully by the showcase we'll have a nice bunch of folks to come see everyone's work. So hit that thumbs up button. It helps a lot, guys. Thanks so much. I just got to do my YouTube thing. You know, only do it if you want to, obviously. You can wait. We're going to be here for another 11 and a half hours, so probably. So, you know, you got time. You got time to decide if you really like it. All right, so for the matching, I have, in my scripts, I have... Hey, Bartz, welcome. Welcome. Just took a look at your latest update. Looking good. It's looking so good, Bartz. Love the scarab beetle. Let me actually, yeah, this is the place to be. So when a pair of pieces spawn, when two pieces are appeared and descending down, what it does is it finds the scene. You're most welcome. You're most welcome. Thanks for like sharing where you're at. It is going to find the scene for the pair on the globals script, which is just a script that I have that's accessible everywhere. Ocean! Hey, Ocean renewing that membership. All right, that's a member song right there. Renews, highlighted messages, donos, gifts, all of that stuff. That's gonna get you a member song right there. All right, let's do it. Can I sing to this one? I can probably try. I don't know that this is an approved member song, but we're gonna have to do it. We gotta do what we gotta do. We gotta do what we gotta do. Oh, ocean, oh, ocean, you have the notion to make a motion. I'm not a good singer, but I'm gonna do it anyway because I'm so thankful to you. Oh, ocean, you had the notion to make a motion to support hyper game dev, and I appreciate you for having the notion, ocean. All right, there we go. I haven't done that in a while. Thank you, Ocean. I appreciate you so very much. I will do that. I will do what I have to do to show my appreciation. All right, so I hope you're doing well too, Ocean. So, I want to, oh, I was just showing off the global scene, the pair scene. I had some other scene, I don't care, it's in the trash. We just preload the piece pair, that's it, that's all that does. Okay, and then, so what I'm showing you is what happens when the game begins, so I can figure out where I want to put the raycasts that check to see a match. So when the game begins, it spawns a pair scene, it adds it to a grid, which is really just a node that has technically like a grid-like aspect. That is to say, its X and Y axis are very carefully set up. And then we make sure to set its position to the third column at the top of the box. If we spawn a pair and there already is a current pair controller, then we clear the old one. So what that means, the current pair controller, you'll actually see, I'm gonna say when it spawns, so let's look. When a pair spawns, it actually sets itself up to be the current pair controller. And what this lets me do is destroy it when it's time for a new piece to happen. It just gives me that flexibility to do that. We also assign what the top piece is and the bottom piece is, so that way I can separate them once they hit the ground. So that's going to be important here as well. Okay, so we spawn, we make sure there's not already one. If there is already one, we clear the old one, which involves separating the top piece and the bottom piece. We delete the current pair controller and set it to null, and then we run spawn pair again. So it's a little recursive. And then it is going to create a new pair and so on and so forth. So that's how the pieces like keep coming. And then something I do want to set up here is like a bit of a delay, so there's a little bit of time after it hits the ground, but I'll deal with that later. So here, when the current top piece and the current bottom piece are separated from their pair, this is pretty important. So let's find where separate from pair happens. So current top piece equals top piece. So top piece is, it's actually looking for within here, like the name. So let me zoom this in a little bit, get a little zoomy. So we've got collision pair top, collision pair bottom here. Character top piece, character bottom piece. So these are present in every piece pair. Are a character top piece and a character bottom piece. So that's what ultimately gets set up right here. And then that's what gets assigned to the current top piece and the current bottom piece, are these two. Now, when separation happens, so you'll see there's two scripts on here. These should actually be the same script, and that is piece single. So they share the same script. It's a single piece kind of deal. And they can potentially rotate. Yeah. So let me look at this one. Hold on. Bottom piece. Yeah, so actually, you know, this is not totally true. They actually don't have the same script. They extend from the same script. Misspoke there. They extend from the same script. Piece single. So they're actually two different scripts. This is the top piece script. This is the bottom piece script. Both of them extend from piece single. So piece single, so the reason why this is important is because the top piece allows for rotation to happen. Because the top piece is what rotates around the bottom piece, right? It's not the other way around. It's very specifically the top piece and the bottom piece. Roger is de-spaghettifying their code. Nice. That's kind of a fun, if not potentially stressful thing. So yeah, you can see there's like a bottom piece and then the top piece rotates around it. So all the rotation stuff is just in the top piece. So the bottom piece actually doesn't need any code on it whatsoever, as you can see, but they share piece single. So this is like a parent class script, and this is where you find separate from pair. So back over here on like the main game scene, when we clear the old pair and it separates the top piece and the bottom piece, that's what's running, is that piece single function, separate from pair. Now separate from pair is going to change the piece type to piece types placed. So those are listed here in this enum. Currently these types don't really do anything, but yeah, they will. We'll make that matter today. We also adjust the position a bit. So I do wonder if somehow this didn't have something to do with that bug we saw earlier where it got floated in the air. We'll see. But what this is doing is it's saying that when the separation moment happens, snap its X position to the nearest ones place, or make sure that it's not a floating point error or something like that. And you can actually observe this, why this is necessary. I actually am using physics and velocity to move them around. So even though it looks like it's moving like by position, like on the grid, so you'll see I have some numbers there. So right now it's at, on the grid, it's at position 3, position 2, position 4. That looks good, right? Well, as soon as I start bumping against the wall, you can see these little errors start getting added in, right? And it's like a little bit off, 0.001, 0.999, right? And so what happens is that position correction actually makes sure that it fixes any of that issue by snapping it or rounding it to the nearest ones place. So that's what that's doing there. So we also reparent it. So remember I was showing you that these, as part of the piece pair, they're here, they're actually currently children of this piece pair. This is sort of a controller, the thing that controls the pieces, where all the movement behavior is at. And so this reparenting actually is saying, no, don't be children of the piece pair anymore. Get removed and get added to that grid node. So we're removing them from their controller and just adding them to the scene. So this is going to be a key place for me to insert, hey, now you need to have your raycasts that are checking for matches. So probably right around here is where I'll do that. We also changed the collision on it. So this collision allows it to actually be dropped on top of, right? So if a piece is falling and it lands on another piece, that's only going to work if we make sure that that collision gets enabled. It's also possible that somewhere in here is where that issue came in. I wonder if I don't even need to defer it. I had done that before, when I was troubleshooting why my collision wasn't working, and that wasn't necessarily like something that fixed that problem. So I do wonder if that could be part of the issue, where it was unnecessarily deferring that collision change. And then we turn separated to true, which is just a Boolean that is useful for something, probably. So that's what happens when they separate. And this is where I need them to truly change from a pair type, that is to say they're matched or together, they're stuck together and rotating around and stuff like that, where we actually make it matter that we're switching from a pair type to a place type, which is where I'm going to want to insert those raycasts. Bartz asks, how do you make the line to split? I haven't done that yet. Today we're gonna find out how I'm gonna do that. Like the thing after equals is in the next line. The thing after equals is in the next line. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? The thing. Oh, when you say line to split, what do you mean? Do you mean? Maybe I don't know what you mean by line to split. Oh, you mean in code? I thought you meant like when you match like multiple colors and then it like breaks the pieces and then they tumble down. You mean in code? Okay, I don't know. How did I do that? The line to split. In the thing after the equals, there's an equals, there's an equals, there's an equals, there's an equals. Oh, you mean like when it was, I think that was, that was wrapping. Oh, that's what you're talking about. So, yes, I don't like for my code to go off the side. Even though it's a bit chaotic sometimes to have the wrapping, I can't not see things. I can't deal with not being able to know what's all happening. So that's actually, it's either an editor or a project setting. I don't remember which it is. It is an editor setting. So if you come up to the editor bar up here and you go to editor settings, then you can search for wrap, and in text editor appearance, there's word wrap. So by default, it's on none, and I have mine set to boundary. I now think that that would be a great YouTube short. So thank you for that question. That was a very helpful thing to realize. I will now add it to my list of YouTube shorts. Roger says, I would avoid collision because it's more expensive than a lot of other options. I know. And so here's the thing. I did do that for my Bloons-like game. So our last game-like jam was Bloons, the original Bloons tower defense game. And I did that very thing. I avoided collision. I actually didn't use any collision for my Bloons games. And here, we gotta go in here to get to it. I didn't submit mine for entry, so mine's in here. It's called Hungry Baby Rescue. And I did that very thing because there's up to 250 things. Yeah, you're welcome. There's up to 250 units on screen at once. And I didn't want that to be a performance issue. In this game, there's not gonna be that many at once, so I'm just not as concerned about it, you know, and to me, that's just like over optimizing. For this, I think it was important because I really didn't want that slowdown. So these like units that come in here on Bloons, right? So in my game, it was about sweet treats that you're trying to destroy before they get to a baby, because baby shouldn't be eating brownies en masse. And so, yeah, so I made sure to be careful about those collisions, because I knew that it would add up. I'm actually using an object pooling method, so they're not even instantiating in. They all kind of exist off screen and get moved into the scene. And then the way that it's detecting it is each tower is there's a big array of every unit's distance from, well, just every unit's position. And then each tower calculates its distance from every unit in that array. And then depending on how close it is determines if it's going to try to attack it or not. So that was how I did the Bloons-like, for sure. I agree that that can save a lot on optimization. I just don't think that it's necessary in this game because there's not going to be 250 pieces on screen at once. And they don't need to like move around. There's just not as much going on. So I just don't think it's as necessary. But I agree that that is a really good approach depending on the circumstance, for sure. All right, I'm gonna just add this real quick. That was such a great little thing to slap into a short. So we're gonna, oh yeah, his editor settings bundle. I don't know if I do want to bundle things, you know? I feel like bundling is a wasted opportunity to just have a bunch of little shorts, you know? So we're gonna say this is wrap mode for code text in editor's settings. Your logic is, if I know it's an option, I'm using it because the rabbit hole of ignoring optimization is horrible for modern games. Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on circumstance, but yeah, I totally understand you wanting to do that. That's a fair thing to want. My calculation is that's super not necessary for this at all. Again, I think that there's a careful balance to find. Welcome, Dungeon. There's a careful balance to find between optimizing too much before there's any kind of performance issue, or optimizing too little before it's too late to make any changes. And I think it becomes important to make and game jams are a great place to avoid the optimizations. I think it's a personal choice and a skill to develop to decide when you want to pursue those optimizations, early or not. You know, and if I get to the end of this and I find out, wow, I really wish I had done that, then that'll be a good learning experience for me, you know? But here's what I learned from making my Bloons-like game was it added a lot more work, like a lot more work to not use built-in collisions. It was super time consuming for me, right? And like there was just, because there's so many convenient bits of information that come from that. And I also was kind of doing a pseudo physics myself before, but that ran into a lot of issues. It just didn't seem appropriate for this project. It would take too long, and you know, I just didn't think it was the trade-off didn't make sense. But I definitely hear you that it's desirable to if you know there's an optimization, to just do it. But again, like modern games, like, is this a modern game, or is it just me trying to learn how to make games and slapping something together? You know what I mean? Like, this isn't like a Steam release that has thousands of dollars of marketing going into it and people's paychecks depend on it succeeding. You know what I mean? So it's like, but I hear you. I think that's a skill to learn for sure, is making that decision. You can do them as a bunch of shorts, but I really love those 23 things you didn't know. Yeah, me too. I think I'll pick and choose. I think like some things I'll do in the bundle and some things I'll do here and there. I mean, at the end of the day, there's always going to be something that didn't end up in the last bundle that I'm going to want to say later. I guess that could be in the second bundle. Appreciate that note though, Dungeon. It's helpful. A nice 10-minute video with so much knowledge. Oh yeah. And so here's the other thing with that. You know, that's one advantage of making shorts, is that I can take a lot of those and combine them into one video. And I don't mean just editing the shorts into a video, but making a video that has all the same advice from the shorts. So in a way, it's kind of like practice. So if I release like 10 shorts with 10 tips, I could make that video later, especially for the people who don't watch shorts. I can make that video later that actually aggregates them all together. So it can always be both. I love those videos too, though. I learned a lot from those videos. Unless you know how to do the optimizations already, it does take time. That's right. They say don't pre-optimize, but it's more if you don't know how to do it already, wait until you actually need it to learn it. Yeah, I think that's part of it. I still think there are situations where it depends. You know, like even if you know how to do an optimization, I don't think, and this is just my opinion, right? I'm not an expert by any means, but in my opinion, there are circumstances where using built-in collisions is possibly advisable, and there are some situations where it is highly inadvisable. Now, I know that there are some folks who are very, very strict about that. I've seen them, I've met them, I don't agree with them. Where it's like, you should never, ever, ever use built-in collisions, right? That is, I have heard that opinion, and I think it is not something I agree with whatsoever. But I do think there's a lot of value to it, and I do it as much as I can. Finger sucks, thank you. I'm very affirmed to hear that. Because I was like, I think this person might be a jerk. Oh, this bug is back where these reappear? I thought I fixed that bug. Oh geez. I thought I fixed that bug where these show it. Whoops! I think I might know why that bug isn't fixed, actually. I bet I updated an old version. Oh well. You will end up in a loop, and the game will feel like the game is never improving. Lowers morale. That's true. That's right. The normal collision is better as a base and queries for special checks. Yeah. Very true, very true. Alright. So... when this piece gets placed, so what I want to do is I want to attach something sort of like a component to these pieces. So let me just look at what these look like, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to instantiate a placed piece scene onto a placed piece after it gets separated. So if we put this down, I'm just going to pause it, come over here. And so we can see now, there's this here, right? This is the new piece that just spawned in. right there. And it's kind of hard to see. Let's see if I can show you. So if I hide that, you'll see that's the piece I'm currently in control of that's falling down. The ones that are on the ground are these two separated top piece and bottom piece. They're their own individuals. Now, before, I would think I'd want to do this right before the new piece spawns, so I can easily find them. Before the new piece spawns, what I'd want to do is inject a node onto each of these that gives it raycasts. Now, one thing I'm not sure of is if I want a raycast coming from every direction or not. I don't know. I think I'm going to start with that, and I'm just going to feel it out. I'm going to see what I think about it, make mistakes, probably have to make changes. So this stream is going to go from an explaining stream to a problem-solving stream really fast. But that's what I love, so I'm going to get into it. So yeah, I think I'll instantiate a scene that injects into both of these as the raycasts, and then obviously I'll need to figure out scripts and how we detect stuff and what we think about pieces that are near it and stuff like that. Yeah. Alright, so that means that let's get rid of some of this debug stuff for now. That means that... Now here's the... Wait, if I go back to here... Separate from pair. Okay, so it doesn't... Okay, got it. So the actual... We have to make sure that it happens before the reparenting. I guess technically the globals... I didn't even think about that, but like... Technically the globals current top piece and current bottom piece don't get removed. But I guess I'm wondering... if they're still even like able to be referenced anymore. Okay, so pause this. I'm curious if these two, because I wonder if, well, okay, so go to globals, current top piece. Oh, it still finds it. Okay, cool, good. I was worried that maybe that, oh no, because it sets a new current top piece. So, and that, right, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let me try something. Let's make a new scene, a fresh scene from scratch, 3D, node 3D, and I'm gonna call this, what? Placed piece. Or piece placed is what I'll call it. We can attach a piece placed script to it. Sure, why not? And then I'm gonna save this. Component? No. Objects? Probably. Pieces. Yeah. Okay, piece placed. Now, I'm gonna go to globals. Sorry, you couldn't see a lot of that. I'm gonna go to, I just saved it. I'm gonna go to globals, and we're going to say constant placed scene, back scene, preload, and then just find it in here. It's this one. That was an old one. Okay, so now I've got my piece place scene added in, and I'm just gonna try instantiating it and inserting it in and just see if it appears. I guess it would be nice if there was some like visual component to it, just for the sake of like test, you know? So I'm just gonna add like a label 3D in here or something. Test. Make it nice and large. Make sure we can see it. Okay. And then back in the separated script, which is on piece single, it's called piece placed. We set its position as long as it's before the reparent. I don't know. I'm a little worried that it might be too soon, or it might be too late by this point. So we'll see. But it should be itself. No, you don't need the current bottom and top piece, because it is itself. So I'm going to create a variable for placed piece node. That is going to be a node 3D, and it is going to equal our globals placed scene instantiate. Then I'm going to onto itself add the child placed piece node. What is that like? What happens? Does it work good? So I'm going to be looking for that test to appear once it lands on both of these separated pieces. Whoops. As soon as they hit the ground. That's what I would want. Bam! Perfect. Great. Easy. You can see them like getting separated there. Dope. Kind of a nice opportunity as well, like to think about like effects, like particles shooting out or something, right? Like right there, instead of saying the word test, it could shoot out particles, which could be nice. The positions are a little funny, right? I think you can kind of see that. I mean, that looks fine. If I make it upside down, you can see that that looks a little strange. Let me see what that's like, because I want to make sure those raycasts are in the right position. That's very important. Derek started making simple Tetris cube prefabs for your Puyo Puyo. Whoa. When you say Tetris cube, like Tetraminos kind of thing, that's, or as you said, Tetris cube. Interesting. Sounds like an interesting take on Puyo Puyo. I like that. Got spawning grid-like movement, landing, and game over set. Nice! Yo, that's... I mean, for me, that has taken me weeks to get all that stuff. So, like, nice job. Like, that's... Man, that's good progress. Let's go. Yeah, Derek was helping me set this up from the very beginning. Or plan it out, anyway. Glad to hear it's coming along. I do only... That's true. That's true. That's right. That's right. Whereas... But, you know, I think it's a healthy way to approach a game jam as opposed to, like, working on it every day. You know? I mean, it depends. It depends. It depends on the person, obviously. But... I've definitely engaged more toxically in game jams, like, where I've just, like, foregone sleep and chores and meals. Take a bite right now. In favor of working. But yeah, that's true. I technically only have 24 more public hours scheduled to work on. 48 more public hours scheduled to work on this. 48 hours. Yes, it's the jam rat. We jam ran. We got a jam rat. There's little rat fingers typing. It's a lifestyle, man. So on this top piece, I can't tell which one's which. Interesting. Why? I guess because when it rotates, wow, it's actually moved from its origin. How is that possible? Oh, I see. So actually, if we look at the character top piece node here, that is to say, the entire top piece, which is now the bottom piece, incidentally. If we look at its transform, it is at 3.3. Okay. All right. Sure. It's at 3.3. So 3.3 would mean 1, 2, 3. This is 1, 2, 3. So its X and Y position is right where that test word is. That's where that purple block is at, is where the word test is. And if I look down at the node piece, that's the mesh itself, just the mesh. Its position is -2. So that is to say, from that top test text, it is 2 steps down. And that's same for the collision. From the center, or that word test, it is 2 steps down. That's interesting. Maybe that's fine. It's good to know. But it means that the test word, or the raycasts, if I were to drop them in, are not going to be centered on the block itself. So there's a couple different things I could do. I could horrifically try to recalibrate everything so that way the actual top piece node character body is at that position right there where the purple block is, thus meaning I need to move node piece and collision shape back to the center. I hate that idea. I don't want to do that. The other alternatives are that when I add the test or the raycast placed piece node on there, that's that word test, I either check to see where the node piece and or collision position are and make sure that it gets moved to that spot. I think that probably makes the most sense. The other alternative is that I actually parent, or I make it a child of the collision or the mesh. That way it just automatically goes to that right spot. So any of those are options. I'm thinking, because so what when we rotate it, what happens? Because perhaps I could like store that position that it goes to when it rotates around. That's why it's different, because when we do the rotation, it moves it there. When we do the rotation, it moves it, right? And so that's why it's in a different place than its origin. And unfortunately, I think that kind of has to be that way. So what I could do is store that information of what its current position is in like a variable or something, and then use that for when I add the piece place to it and just say, go to the position that is the piece position right now, or whatever. I don't know why I like that. I just feel like that is nicer somehow, even though it's like a couple more steps to add in. I just feel like I'd like to have that information like recorded somewhere. Now that's only going to be true for the top piece. The bottom piece doesn't actually change from the origin. So in that sense, that makes me think, well, you could just make sure the bottom piece always has... Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we go to... Let's see. Work from home is a great career. Yeah. Oh, that's the wrong. That's the old one. Yeah. If you can make it work for you, I agree. Oh, it's still called static. That's not true anymore. They're character bodies. Can we just call them bottom and top piece? Is that acceptable? Don't freak out on me, godot. Yeah, my partner works from home. It's awesome. It's awesome. Your ADHD butt gets to enjoy like 7 screens around me so I can efficiently tune it all out and actually do things. Nice. Nice. Wait, having 7 screens around you helps you tune it all. Oh, tune like the world out. Yeah. Yeah, working from home is like the best thing that came out of COVID. People were working home before that, but when COVID was at its worst, and most of us were working from home, I mean, it's stuck in a lot of places. Like, it turns out that's awesome. ADHD requires overstimulation for me to be concentrated for God knows what. That makes sense. I mean, that makes sense. Like, stimulants help us, right? Oh, yeah, yeah. Thanks for taking those ads. It helps me. I appreciate it. But yeah, that makes sense what you say, Roger, because like caffeine, speaking of which, helps us, and it's a stimulant. I totally get that. Like sometimes like having like music, like that's why I'm always playing music. It helps me like focus. I get that. Like streaming, right? Like I'm here looking at chat. I'm here making sure the stream looks okay, right? I'm doing this, I'm doing that. That it helps me concentrate. If I don't have all those distractions that are known and predictable, then I'm just floating my brain all over. I'm looking up stuff online. I'm like, oh, what's this band doing right now? I wonder if my favorite YouTube channel released a new short. You know, all that kind of crap pops up. So, like, I get being, like, overwhelmed as a way to help you. Being a gremlin isn't a consequence. It's a benefit. Hell yeah. Preach, preach. I don't know if I like the variable storing idea anymore. I have read every manga. How many? Yes. I think I've read a manga. I think I've read a manga. I've read a couple. That's a lot of manga. There are so many. Like a lot. Makes me want to go like go upstairs and get some and be like, have you read this one? You'll be like, you'll explain the whole plot like right away. You had to purge a list cap 3 times. Zang. I've only read them like physical books. But I guess a lot of people do read them online. It's probably better that way anyway. But I actually want this top piece here. So when I do the rotation, do. Oh, okay. So we have all these values, the rotation offsets determined here. So when it's on the bottom, you can see it's at -2. So that makes sense why it was at y -2. So whenever the rotation offset bottom right top applies, which is right here, I could have this be set to like a global variable. Doo-doo is an anime. Nice. I could have this set to some global variable, current position equals new position or whatever, or collision dot position as it were. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do that. And then what I'm gonna do is on piece single, I'm gonna make a current position variable, which is going to be a vector 3, and by default it is just gonna be zeros, right? I always do that. I always start typing the vector 3. Hid your other message? Yeah, that makes sense. It didn't even, no, it just, yeah, it murdered it. What a shame. Oh, there it is. We got there. Oh, because I need to set it to live chat instead of top chat. Stupid YouTube. Bo 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 boom. It's a great name for something. I love that. So it'll be, I think 000 is correct. Let me just make sure. I think that it is. Oops. Oh, okay. All right. I'm pretty sure that that's the spot, but I just want to see it to believe it. I don't think that's true. No, it is. No, it will be true. It will be true. But let's just double check. So that would be the bottom piece, right? So the bottom piece won't update its position. Oh, dude, why is Godot embed video or games so buggy? Yeah. Well, you're not on global, kiddo. So hold on a second. Hold on before you celebrate. Bottom piece. So bottom piece is going to be at wherever it actually is in the world. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. We got there. We got there. Which is at 3. Interestingly, 2.002. Oh, that's interesting. Look at that. We got a little float error going on there. So I actually need to not only be snapping it on the x-axis, I need to be snapping it on the y-axis as well. I did not know that. All right. Wow. Whoops. That's crazy. Okay, good to know. However, the node piece and the collision are going to be at 0, 0, 0. So I might want to even say like mesh position instead of current position. It's kind of confusing. Let's say actual position. I don't know. I like that. It implies that there is an inactual position. Okay, so I just need to rename that on the top piece here to actual position. That will now exist on the piece single. And so then I'll say add the child place piece node, and I want to say place piece node position equals actual position. I am going to also do, I'm a little afraid of what's going to happen, but I'm going to also do, can we do a snapped float? Probably not. Like a snapped vector. Does that exist? That'd be kind of nice. Whatever, it's fine. I guess I could do like a vector and then like have each one be snapped. Nah, I'd rather do this. Okay. This is more readable to me. So I don't know if that's gonna cause problems. Like, was it 0.002 because of the way it actually landed? Because it could potentially clip through and then we'd have chaos. All right, it seems okay. I'm not going to say that that did cause the bug from before, but it certainly could cause some kind of bug. Bo, 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 bo. Test, 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 test. Okay. Oh, I didn't even realize it was correct now. So the test, when I flip it upside down, now that top piece, so if I, okay, spawn this, flip it upside down, now test is on both actual piece positions instead of, well, not. Good. Fixed. Great. So now that that's better, I don't actually want that test stuff. Oops. Instead, what I want is these raycasts. So I'm going to go back to my new scene, piece placed, and instead of having a label 3D, I am going to have some raycasts. So let's see. I guess I will want 4. Are you sure? You sure you don't want to code these raycasts yourself? Can we... Oh, I don't think we saved it yet. So I'm gonna say piece placement improved, prepped for raycasts. Just doing a quick GitHub commit, so that way I have this enshrined. Okay. I don't know if I do want to use built-in raycasts. So the length is going to have to be vertically, potentially very long. I guess 12 or 13 is the max height. Probably would want to overshoot that a little bit just to be safe. That could be weird though. It needs to make sure it's ignoring, this is important, it has to make sure it's ignoring, when it's looking for stuff, pieces that are not yet placed. So it doesn't try to match with those. That would be bad. That's probably where that piece placed type will come in. And then on the left and right, the max that it can be is 6. So we can set that to be, all right, I guess I'll use these raycasts for now. So I'm gonna say ray down. That's going to need to be, I'm gonna make it 15. We're gonna overshoot it a little. I don't know if I don't want to overshoot it. I want to find exactly what it's supposed to be. I just like can't remember. I feel like it's 12, or is it 13? I just don't remember. Cause I don't want to have to be imprecise here. We have a grid, let's use it. So like if I were to just add a little meshy mesh in here and make sure our transform is at 1 per. I'm just gonna track the position here. So right now we're at 0, 0 on our grid, which you can just see is like a graph here, imagine that. So there it's at x1, y1, and then 13. Now I think technically they do spawn up here, but by the time you're up there, I think you're dead. Technically, I think this is the, if there's a piece placed right here, you're dead. Actually, there could be pieces up there. Oh, but do they I guess they don't match up there was something that we had talked about. So I think the maximum match is gonna be 13. Is that true? I forget. I think I wrote it down somewhere. Let me see. I'm gonna open up my... I actually haven't referenced this very often, but this was from the first jam day when I just sort of was looking at the game and how it was put together. Okay, so I didn't number them. That's cool. It looks like 12 to me. That 12-3 is the losing place. Right? Because there's 13 rows here. We're saying the 13th row is hidden. So yes, we're only gonna make it 12 long. And I think that that's correct. Okay. So -12 maximum length. Now it's gonna be weird because it's gonna be like relative to itself, right? It kind of makes me want to make this adjust, you know? Like whatever its position is on the grid, the raycast is only as long as it reaches the grid. That way I can get like exact grid positions from each raycast. And then like if it sees a piece at a certain place, the other way to deal with this is to not use raycasts, right? Another way to do this would be to have dictionaries or an array or something that kept track of, okay, so at X1, Y3, there's a purple piece. At X2, Y3, there's another purple piece. And just like store that information and then check for all the collisions there. The collisions or the matches there. I don't know that there's really an advantage to doing the raycast thing, if I'm being honest. I might not be able to run from using the dictionary of the dead. Right, I might need it anyway. So if I just start making it, now I'll have it. I mean, because almost like what I'm talking about is just creating another dictionary. But instead, reading it on the fly from data when we can already know that, it's kind of ridiculous. Yeah. I think this raycast idea is bumpkiss. That is to say, I don't like it anymore. I don't want to do it. Nope. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. So, I'm still going to use the piece place node because I think what this ends up being most valuable for is like animations, effects, so we can have, instead of the word test appear, an explosion or something like that, right? So I'm still glad that we lined up this new piece. I think that's going to be valuable. I just don't actually think it's going to be necessary for what I'm doing for matching. I just don't. I think we're going to dig into the dang code here. Sometimes you just gotta, that's why I like to just like start doing it, you know, and to see what it feels like and be like, you know, this doesn't feel right. Let's not. Hey, Timeless, welcome back. How you doing? How you been? I'm setting up some matching stuff on my Puyo-like. I'm figuring out how I want to do it. I think I know how I want to do it now. I think I do. Okay. So now to decide, where do I want to put this? I'm thinking on globals. I could put it on the grid. Put it on globals. Just put it on globals. Keep it stupid simple. Timeless's game is currently functional. Let's go. Yes. You need to make the UI more pleasing. Nice. That is a good problem to have. You know, of all the problems, I'd prefer aesthetic ones. To like, my game doesn't work. Sounds kind of fun even. Maybe. Depends how you feel about UI. Decide. Now I guess my next curiosity is, do I want a dictionary or an array? I think a dictionary, and this is just an idea, a dictionary that has, where am I gonna put this? I guess at the top. That's pretty horrific. These components are actually trash at this point, if I'm being honest. I'm gonna call it Piece Grid. Is gonna be a dictionary of, okay, if I remember how to do dictionary, I think it's like the key and then what's in it. Technically, I think I might want like an integer in it. Okay, hold on. Let me see what is returned. Can we check like the type of something that something returns like through a print message? Maybe through the stack I can do that. Because what I want is to check the piece color, which I know it has to be getting set. I know it's getting set. I want to know the piece color. Okay, so looking at the old bottom piece that got stamped down, for example. Its piece type is 2. Oh, that's gonna be on the node piece. That's where that's gonna be stored. Piece color, bedrock. That doesn't look like a number to me. That does not look like a number, because it's an enum. But the piece colors does have this dictionary 0, 1, 2, 3. So what I'd want to do is check to see if these match, basically. So that's the data that I'd want to keep. The idea is that the key would be the position. And the color would be the data being held by the key. So we could like iterate through. Oh God, I don't know. Wow, this is kind of complex to think about. Like what I want to iterate through, I don't even know. I wonder if it would be easier to have the color be the key of the dictionary. So let me just try to draw out. I was gonna like start typing it, but I'm actually just gonna draw it. Because we could just say like, okay, so now what's a 2D array? Is that just 2 arrays that are like managed together? What is a 2D array technically? Because I don't know that is that like an actual like type, or is it just like a theoretical, like a pattern? So like if I had, whatever, these aren't my colors, but assuming I did have these colors, red, blue, green. Anyway, you get the idea. We're not going to do all the colors. You get the idea. Array value. Oh. Interesting. I'm intrigued. Let me circle back to that. So then red would have, let's say, now it's vector 2. You kind of want it to be, it technically should be vector 3, if I'm being honest. So we'll be kind of constructing these vector 2s, which is also kind of miserable. Hey, Rorik's back! Welcome! Hope your vacation was as relaxing as it needed to be. Good to see you. Same idea as a nested dictionary, but easier to access stuff. Oh yeah, it is hard to access things in a dictionary. Interesting. It may be worth Googling flood fill algorithm for handling the matching. Ooh, okay, Dormouse. Heard. Just try to finish it, and pivot if you have to. Scope down if you must. I believe you can get something in. There's 2 weeks left. There's still 2 weeks left. There's still 2 weeks left. But scope it down, shrink it down, make it smaller, you know? What can you live without? So I'll just finish this thought, but I'm gonna look into that door mouse for sure. What's up, Gabisson? I think using shape can be easy to see. I agree. I agree, Gabisson. I'm right there with you. And my visual design might change. It's possible. Yeah. A lot can change in 2 weeks. Yeah, exactly. You got this. You don't have to make everything you want to in 1 month. Yes, 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 yes. Timeless advice from Timeless. So like then it would say, okay, there's a piece at 1.3. There's a piece at 2.3, whatever, and then I guess it would just be iterating through these all the time to see, you know, whatever, if any of these would be next to each other. So I'd have to write like some kind of algorithm that checks for that. Alright, so this is assuming we have 3 pieces down, or 3 pairs of pieces down, or something. You know, whatever. This doesn't make any sense, but it's okay. The idea. But perhaps like a 2D array. So I need to look into a 2D array, but this was kind of my first idea. So we would just look at these, and if in any of these there are ones that are close together, it considers that a match. And then the other thing it would need to do is be able to find those ones. So it would need to look through the grid and find the piece that exists at those positions. So we'd have to have a function that iterates through all of the current grid pieces, trying to match up the positions. Wow. All right, that is something. All right, what is this flood fill algorithm you speak of? Geeks for geeks. Let's go. You were given a 2D grid image where each image stop it, represents the color of a pixel in the image. Also provided is a coordinate SRSC representing the starting pixel, row and column, and a new color value, new color. That's a lot of information from my little brain. Your task is to perform a flood fill starting from the pixel SRSC, changing its color and the color of all connected pixels that have the same original color. I did not follow that. 2 pixels are considered connected if they are adjacent horizontally or vertically, but not diagonally. Oh, that does sound like what I need. And have the same original color. So I would need to adapt this to 4 pixels. Well, this doesn't make any sense to me. Nope, that was confusing. Alright, against better judgment, we're gonna look at a video of it. Oh god. This is stressing me out. This is stressing me out. Oh god. Dear God.
How would you solve this problem?
Your 3-gem puzzle lecture comes to you. It's confusing. I know, and that's kind of why I want to like sort of just wing it. Like this, man, this and I accept that like this is a weakness of mine. Okay? Like learning, like being taught like this, man, my ADHD is allergic to it. You know, like spending a lot of time trying to understand a complex thing, reading or watching in any way, listening is really hard. Why? Oh, the stream glitched. I saw that. I saw that the stream glitched. We do have some storms rolling through soon. So it's possible that that is coming. Hopefully it'll be okay. That's literally just the internet. we got some wobbly internet right now. Oh my goodness. The internet do be wobbling. So we'll keep an eye on that. If the stream goes down, it will come back. So don't you worry, but it's gonna be a little rough for a minute here, it seems, unfortunately. Oh my goodness, we're gonna get all those kind of gray blocks everywhere just smearing the stream. Internet is wobbly right now. Shouldn't last long. So up in the top left there, I've got the kilobits per second. That should be at around 9 to 10,000, plus or minus 1,000 or so. And so that crushed down quite a bit. Oh, it's dropping. It's wavering. And once that dips down, it's not YouTube. It's my internet. That's why that would happen. Totally 100% my internet. Sometimes it happens. Ideally, it doesn't happen, but sometimes it does. We'll keep an eye on it. Again, that number in the top left, ideally it stays around 9-10,000. But it's doing some dancing there. Worst case scenario, I restart my router. I've got a second internet we can always fall back on, so there's options. All right, so this is stressing me out. But I'm going to keep that in mind, and I bet it's, like, really good. So I'm definitely going to give you a credit, Dormouse, for pointing me in a good direction. Okay, but let me see a 2D array. Let me see if I can just... I definitely think I can wrap my head around this one. I think that's possible. If nothing else. I'm in the process of creating a tactical game like Fire Emblem. My old codes are... I don't care. I have my grid set up as a 2D array with all the cell data inside this array. Do you have a question, or are you just telling us? Okay, they're asking. They are asking how to do it. It's clumsier than using a 2D array in most other languages. Instantiate an array like normal, then loop to create arrays inside that array to form your grid. Whoa. That's not what Dungeon was saying at all. Now, that's 6 years ago. So I wonder if this has improved. Oh, the storm's coming. Oh, it's the weather. Okay, hold on a second. We are supposed to have a pretty serious storm blowing through here, guys. So it's not going to last long. But I'm going to try to keep an eye on that. I'm gonna try and keep an eye on that here. I just heard the wind outside. That's why the internet's bad. So this is quite old. Wait, what is this? You kept an instance of your game overnight, and it got to level 1520 on auto mode. What? That's so cool. Wait, you're doing like an idle kind of AI thing? That's awesome. No, I'm curious what Dungeon was talking about. There's gotta be a way to do that. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. We're gonna figure this out. 2020, 2024. That's Game Dev Academy. They're gonna charge me for it. See, this is the same kind of thing where it's iterating through. Okay, let me just try typing what Dungeon was saying, because none of this is quite lining up with what she said. And I like what she's saying sounds much easier than all of this. Alright, we gotta experiment a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna go back to globals. Instead of making a dictionary, make an array that is typed as an array, that contains an array and some value. I think you should just do vector 3. I think it's going to be easier. Okay, but I do need to check the weather real quick. So bear with me while I do that. Just gotta make sure everything's gonna be okay. It's supposed to be quick and like pass over us pretty fast. It could come with tornadoes. I would prefer if it didn't, myself. That's just like a personal preference, right? Oh my goodness. Look at that. Let me show you what that's looking like. Oh my goodness. I think that's over here. Just a second. Here it is. Wait, that's not it. I'm just gonna drag it over. What is the zoom situation? Oh, I know what it is. This situation right now. Okay, you know what? We alright. Look at that. We alright. Look at that. And it's over there. It's over there. But there could be something coming. There could be something coming. You gotta be a little careful here. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Nested type collections are not supported. Wait, did you make this up, Dungeon? Is this real? Or I must be typing it wrong. Surely I'm typing it wrong. Array. This must not be what you meant. Maybe like, but that's just like what's in the array normally. But it sounds like you're saying an array that contains what if I did it like this? Okay, so I could say we have an array of arrays or something. And so this can have whatever, my color. If it's, let's just say red. Well, I don't even know if I understand. I'm confused. I'm just gonna do a dictionary. I feel like I'm just gonna do a dictionary. But like I might regret it and I might realize something else is better. I don't know. Bart has a dictionary and you check the neighbors with the tile map property and you check if the neighbor is the same color, and if it is, you add it to the array. Ooh, that's a good idea. I like that idea. Nice. Very interesting. And when all the neighbors are visited, I mark them as checked, so I don't go over the same cell twice. Then from the array with the same colors, I pull up the next cell to check, so I check the groups. Oh, it's like almost just gonna go right around us. Look at that. Oh, except for that. So maybe in the next 15 minutes we'll have a little something something to contend with. But I think we might be kind of okay. Maybe. Okay. Variable array. Whoa, okay, that's helpful. That's very interesting, Bartz. Oh, I forgot to give Dormouse a credit because I was worried about the weather. I had to think about that. Why is it always on Fridays? The weather's always on Fridays. Like, that's when I stream. Come on now. Let's say for Dormouse, a coding consultant. Dungeon Godot. Bartz. Let's just say matching. Let's just say matching. Okay. Variable array. It's just like, it's like very confusing. Okay, so yeah, so indeed, an array of nested arrays. Type that as an array. And then I could put my like value in here or whatever. Invalid index type vector 3 for a base type array. Nice. Okay. All right. So I could have these correspond to colors, right? Potentially. I'd love to see your code. It depends how you share it. Like if you... No, it's okay. It's really helpful. I feel like a screenshot would be helpful, or if you paste it in the Discord, like with the -- Swift, if you know what I'm talking about, that can be really helpful. Or if you just share like a GitHub link to the page itself, that can also be helpful. But whatever, honestly, I would love to take a look at it. But if you're wondering about the Swift thing, if you're in live text and you go to pin messages, it's right here. So, okay, so on the P single, or not P single, apparently. Where do we do that? I thought it was on piece single, where the colors lived. It's so confusing right now. Hold on a second. You could add some comments so it's easier to read. Okay. You'd want each line in the array to representative of your board. Oh, so like the first number would be like X, and then the second number would be like Y or whatever. Oh. I still need some extra data though. Like what kind of piece is it, right? Unless I guess I could have, I see. So I could have, okay, actually that kind of makes some sense to me, right? Because I could say, this is, whatever, red grid, or blue grid, or yellow grid, right? And then have all of the positions of the red pieces, the blue pieces, and the yellow pieces all like laid out like that. Okay. That's intriguing. Bard's Dictionary looks like vector 2 xy, number of color. Even easier would be 0, blue, yellow, blue, red, null. Huh? I'm actually a bit confused about that. What does that mean? The inside of your nested array is naturally the XY position on the board. Right. So then what are the other numbers that you have in there? I see what you're saying, where it would be like, that's x0, that's x1. Oh no, you're saying that for the color. Whoa, why is this so confusing? Oh, I see. So we'd probably want to look at it like this. That makes more sense. Okay. I think I see. So if I have 5 colors, this would be red, blue, green, yellow, purple. This would be X 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I wouldn't even need the vector. We could just say, does it have to be the height? Because it's going to be so, I'm going to have to do 12. Oh, this would be the height. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense to me. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense to me. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Your X is number of nested arrays. And the number of values in each array is the width. I see. That makes a lot of sense. Thanks for like breaking it down for me. I really appreciate it. Okay, so then what I would want to say, 12 Oh, I guess I do 6. So 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's the width of the array. And then within here, if I say at that, so at 1, but then it's like, how do I even fill that up? How do I even add stuff into there at those positions? I guess that's what I'm most confused about. I mean, I guess by default, we could just say there's no color in there. If 0 is set to no color. Welcome, Cam. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. I am desperately trying to wrap my head around a matching thing, and people in chat are giving me some ideas about how to do that. And so this is a 2D array that's being constructed. So if this is X, then I could have 12 in here. Cam made an enum for the colors. Yeah, I do have an enum for the colors. I'm gonna have to change around my color enum if I want to make this make sense. But yeah, same. I was trying to find it a second ago, but I didn't find it, but I'll find it. That's why the tutorials recommend creating them with loops. I noticed that, right. But like, gonna have to figure out like how to set up that loop. Yeah, I did notice that. And I was like, look, first of all, let me figure out, before you start telling me to, like, for me, like, trying to look at the loop and understand what the array looks like is very backwards. To me, I want to understand what the array looks like, then I can understand why the loop is interfacing with the array the way that it is. But yeah, that makes sense. All right, so 6 wide are all of these, and then 12 in here. So that's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then that's like the grid. Personally, I have to design, I have to design the data structure. I can't wrap my head around otherwise. Personally. I don't do well at creating images in my mind. I don't have that ability very well. So I need to like have something to look at, and then I can make sense of it. Okay, so in theory, this would be the grid, right? And like this would be row X or whatever. You have piece clearing, but no points yet. Oh yeah, points. That's gonna need to be a thing. Oh, there's a cat. I forgot to mention. There's a cat. The cat is here. There she is. Being cute in front of the fire. Keep my internet check company. So then if this is all 0, that could be just like or it could be empty, the default value. And so this would just literally change. I don't even know that I would need multiple, because there's not going to be multiple pieces in one spot, right? So you can actually look at it. It's like a rotated version of the normal play area, right? So this would be the bottom left, this would be the bottom right, this would be the top left, this would be the top right. Doing some dishes. This is a fun test to see if I remember how 2D arrays work. That's awesome. Also, yes, doing dishes. Let's go, ADHD chore doing. And also, right, like remembering like how to code when you're not coding. That's a good like skill training opportunity. Love that. Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna flip it. I don't know. Do I want to flip it? I guess I could. Yeah, maybe I should. But then I don't know. But then it's gonna like take up so much vertical space. I kind of don't care. I think I'd rather do it this way, personally. Because then X is first and Y is second. Once for a different game I made where I had a score grid of blocks in groups of 4. Instead of maintaining an array side by side with the physics objects, I generated it on the fly. So that was gonna be my original approach, and I don't know if it's like exactly what you're talking about, but I was going to add raycasts to each block, and they were gonna check blocks around them to see if they have matches. But as I started doing that, I don't know, just in my brain I was like, I think it's gonna be actually easier to do this. Not necessarily though, because I guess I figured like at some point I'm probably gonna want this data, and so by creating this now I can use it for other things, especially if I want to like make my AI be kind of smart or whatever. It would be helpful if it had a game board to look at and make decisions about. Get nodes in group blocks, and I use that array of blocks to get the coordinates of the blocks. Oh, smart. And place them in the 2D array. I like that. That sounds kind of similar to what we're doing here. I think just as they get placed, they're gonna send their information out to the array. And then there's just gonna be code that checks every time you place a piece. It's gonna run through this and see if there's any matches. Kim didn't like that method because you had to do an expensive array operation every time the blocks moved. Yeah, right. Right, you had to like reconfigure it every time. Check all of the state of the pieces, send it out, reconstruct the array. Yeah. That makes sense. Wow. X equals array position. Y equals array index. Really, this is array index. Y equals array index. Color equals array integer. Keeping up on a ledger over time is complicated but cheap. Yeah. Put it in GLJ updates. Gotcha. Okay, so to try to make sense of this, I think what I'll do is paste it into a script. I think that's gonna be easiest for me. Personally. Make a little temp folder. Make a little temp script. Oh dear. Yeah, it's helpful if you can get that Swift on there. Or a screenshot can be helpful too. I think what makes it hard is the way that you've shared it. Because I just have to, like, you know, add in all the indentation and stuff. This is a crazy function. Holy crap. Yeah, upload the GD file. That'd be so much easier. Just upload the GD file. This is like, cause I gotta, you know, I don't know. Just upload it. Just drag and drop it. Drop it in. Drop it in. Drop it in. Yeah, if you want to change color, you have to do it like this. There's a certain way to do it. So, like for example, if I've got, oh, that's where the colors are. Maybe. If I want to, here's how you do it in Discord. There's actually a pinned message on live text about how to do it. It's this. So you would do these, it's like by the squiggly line on your keyboard. It's like the shift key of it. So if you do these three, yeah, it's up to you. It's up to you. I mean, you can just tell me which function it is. I can find it. I don't know. It's like I can find it, but I know I see you don't want to share it. It's tough, you know. It's tough. I know. But if you put it in here like this, so now I'm gonna put these three, and then we said Swift. Okay, I did that incorrectly. I did that wrong. We get rid of the space. There we go. So you have to make sure there's no space between the little whatever those are and the word Swift. And then we'll do it with colors. And then we also get the indentations too if you paste it in a certain way, which can be helpful. So then I can copy it a little easier and then paste it in, and it'll just be the same thing. And it just makes it easier to read in here too. So if you did want to keep it that way, try editing it with that Swift and like copying and pasting it more directly. Text file, yeah, potentially. I think you might, yeah. Almost, it's so close. Oh, just enter right there. But I see what you're saying too. It's like Discord might not even be letting you do it because it's uploading as a TXT file. And we're also still not getting the indentations there. So it's not really that it's like, the hard part is just figuring out how to share it. It's tough. It's tough. I know. But you know, sometimes it tries to change it into this message. You can also do it in like parts, right? So you could share just like some of it, have that be in Swift, half of it, and do the other half. You know, you could also copy that function into its own GD script and then export that. If I click the arrows, it has tabs. Oh, nice. Let's go. Okay, this is looking more possible. Okay, let's see. It's looking a little bit more possible. Nice. Now we're cooking. Okay, beautiful. Thank you. All right, so what we got here? Function merge. A variable change true. Sorry, the cat's in the way. Function merge. Variable change true. You're scoring out them as 5 steps on paper by moving coins around the boxes. Alright. Checking the whites separately so it won't connect all the whites like connects colors. Oh, the garbage pieces? Gotcha. An array of things to pop. An array of things to pop that are garbage. Oops. Cells that have all the neighbors checked. Visited array for scoring. A color counter. Dictionary. Player character, PC? I don't know. Base score, multiplier, temp white dictionary while change equals false. So if changed is true, set change to false for x in range, map size x, for y in range, map size y minus 1, current cell, vector 2 equals vector 2 xy. Interesting. Got it. The cell is occupied and not visited, so it's iterating through map size. I don't know what map size is. I guess that's like a vector. I don't know what that is. That's something. That is definitely something. Yeah, it's tough because there's a lot of context that's missing. The cell is occupied, not visited. It's slot data current cell. This is hard. You were right. This is hard to look through. You weren't kidding. I'm really bad at this. Sometimes it's not. It depends. Some things are more readable than others. Just a vector 2 that says it's 6 by 12. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So it's iterating through 6, and then it iterates through y minus 1. That's a really interesting way to do that. I like that. That's a cool idea. Might need to do something like that. We'll see. If slot data current cell is not set to null and current cell not in visited, so that's another array. Whoa, I didn't know you could do that. Not in? That's awesome. Whoa. So if it is the current cell, if the current cell is not if it is, but if the current cell that it is not set to null, and it isn't already checked, it's gonna assign the current cell. It's gonna create a temporary dictionary. If the length of toCheck is greater than 0, pops front, removes it from this is very confusing. Code style curiosity. Do you stick the colon to the type? That's interesting. I never thought of it like that before. Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? There's so many different ways to do that, right? You can do one of these. I've seen one of these, but I actually have never seen that before. If the current cell to temporary current cell equals true, jelly main is the main tile map. You always do it like that. Neighbor and jelly main get surrounding cells. That's some function that you created, I'm guessing, that just isn't in this code. If the neighbor exists within the grid, and the neighbor is the same color, and the neighbor hasn't been visited, and the current cell is not trash, the white Puyo. Colon is a unarray operator to the type name. Bart's just likes the Bart's like, I just like the look of it. That's fair. Oh, it's a tile map built in. Okay. I've never used tile maps. If slot data has neighbor, and slot data neighbor is set to slot data current cell and neighbor now. Oh, that's this. I'm confused. If I have items in toCheck, I go there first. This is stressing me out. I'm not enjoying myself. It's cool to see, but like, man, it's just like, this is like doing homework right now. You are storing data in a tile map, but like other people are getting it, so that's worth showing off then. in a dictionary, yeah. But like, I guess they're reading data from the tile map, and then based on that data, storing stuff in a dictionary. What is this? Oh, it's just running a function that you have called _connect. Gotcha. And that probably makes them like stick together. Wow. Yeah, you know, it's hard. This is definitely hard for me to follow because I just forget like what some of these different things are referring to. Like what we're popping out of and stuff. But it's cool. I think I've exhausted my ability to enjoy and appreciate being able to do that. But if there's things you want to reference, I'll keep this up and we can go back and look at it and stuff. Get surrounding cell isn't a static function. Where does the instance live and what is it set up like? Good question for you, Bartz. It's a good question. Cam is like, I understand this. Me, I'm just like, okay. So, I'm just gonna keep building this the best I can. So color, okay, so I do need to find, where is the piece color situation? Where does that live? I don't know how I got so lost about that. Where do we do assign color? I think it depends on the code. Sometimes I'm able to read code and understand it very easily. Sometimes I look at it and I'm not able to understand it. I think it depends on a lot of things, you know. How familiar is the way that it's written to what I can easily understand? You know, often we write code for ourselves, or per some syntax that a team has determined is good for them, but not necessarily outside of that context. It's easy to understand. Sometimes I write code and have to get rid of it because I don't understand what it does anymore, and it doesn't work. I generally find that I can understand my own code. I tend to write it in a way that I know I'll be able to come back and figure it out. Oh, piece mesh. Bartz doesn't understand Cam's question. That's fair. Okay, so this is where I have the piece colors at. So right now 0 is bedrock. I'd kind of like 0 to be like nothing. I mean, actually it doesn't matter what 0 is. Oh yeah, it's just in the documentation. Get overlapping. I mean, I believe you. What was it called? Nearby, get neighbor cell. That's what they were using. What's this? Returns a vector 2i. What's a vector 2i? 2D vector using integer coordinates. Maybe that's not the right one. I forgot the variable name, but I saw something get surrounding cells. Cam wants to know a little bit about the object you made so you can call that function. I'm guessing it's a, oh here, this gets surrounding, this is the one. It returns an array of vector 2i's. So my guess is that they have a tile map layer or something. I can't speak to any of that because I have never really used 2D anything. So I just don't know. It sounds useful. I hear a lot of mixed things about tile maps in Godot, but I have no specific experience. So the only ones that actually matter are between 3 and 7. 0, 1, 2, 3. Sand, dirt, mossy, stone, obsidian. These are the actual color ones. So that's what would go in there. Would be 3 if it's a sand piece, 4 if it's dirt, 5 if it's mossy, 6 if it's stone, obsidian would be 7. Tile maps are great and terrible. Yeah, that squares with what I've heard. Cam agrees. If they weren't bumpy, they'd be significantly nicer to use. Bumpy? Like the texture of them is bumpy? Or like the experience of using them is bumpy. Cam uses vector 2i as an index for my board so I can do vector math easily. Dude, what is the difference between a vector 2i and a vector I? I don't understand. Is it like just like a number, a single number that represents both the x and the y? Oh, it makes it, it's the same thing. It's just an integer instead of a float. Gotcha. Understood. That makes more sense. Okay. I thought it just like would, if it was like x2, y4, it would return 24, which is insane. I've never even considered using one as a data for an algorithm. Parse checks the neighbors in the dictionary with a tile map function. Vector 2i or the integer written out. Yeah, I get it, you know, yeah. Vector 2 holds 2 floats, 2i has 2 ints. Got it. It's interesting. I mean, will it, like if I want to convert into it, will it just like round automatically? I wonder. 3i and 4i? Whoa. Hey, traumatized, welcome. Okay, so that's on the piece mesh, which means when we do the separate, we need to actually check the piece mesh. Now if I go to piece mesh extends node 3D, piece single is where the separate from pair exists. Now technically this doesn't know anything about its piece mesh. So this would be on the character top piece. Round it. Edgeworth is in a tough spot with their Puyo-like, and you're just kind of burnt out. You don't want to work on anything right now. Don't stop. Take a break. Take a break. Do it. You've got 2 weeks left still. That's time. That's time. You could take a week off, come back, and start working on it somewhere. You know? Take a break. Maybe you'll think about ways you can scope it down. Maybe you'll realize how you can get to the end. You take that break. Thanks for letting us know. I'm sorry that that's happening. That sucks. That's no fun. So these exist in a child of, so this is piece single. This extends from piece single. This extends, both of these extend from piece single. Piece single is always going to have node piece as a child. Node piece is actually the piece mesh, which I probably should just rename these to piece mesh. That's probably where my confusion is coming from. Do we reference? I would love to actually rename that, if I'm being honest. I hate it. node piece. We do reference that here. I'm gonna rename them right now. Call that piece mesh. Call that piece mesh. And then we're gonna call this piece mesh. And we're gonna call these piece mesh as well. Okay. Great. So then on piece mesh, we have the class name piece mesh, and that's where the colors exist. So when it gets separated out, at that moment, I would like it to record. This is getting to be quite a lot here. The grid math got you frustrated? Oh no. Oh no. But that's what I'm doing. No. Piece type, pieces types placed, position X. Okay, I need to separate these out. So this is fine by itself. I'm gonna make a function for snap position. And we're just gonna say func snap position. Keep that in there. I'm gonna say add placed piece node, which arguably I don't even really need to do, but we'll see. So that's all of this can stay in there. And then we have the reparenting, the collision, and separate. I think this can stay in there for now. Okay. Now, if I want to record the current position of the node, it's actually quite good that we have this actual position. That's gonna help a lot. Very good that we have that. So let's say record or update grid array. And in there, I'm gonna have to figure out how. This is where we're gonna talk with this. X is the array index, Y is the array index, color is the array integer. So I think what I'll do is I'll make a variable for piece color. That is going to be an integer. I don't know if this is going to set up correctly. I should actually test that. Piece color get node piece mesh piece color, and then I'd love to print, I don't know if that's gonna work, print piece color. So that should be a number between 3 and 7 if I've done this correctly. I just want to see if it is doing that correctly. 0, 0. No. That is not correct. Why would you say such a thing? I guess because it's 0 by default. So print this for me then. Print or let's try this. I'm actually gonna ask, well, I don't know. What if I don't type that as an int? What if we just infer its type? The value doesn't have a set type? Okay, so we can't infer it. Neat. So let's not infer the type and just find out what happens. Okay, it's still 0. Is any of this working? Give me a new variable test string test. It might be that I'm trying to fetch that enum value incorrectly. Yes, so that's printing test. Okay, so I'm just not fetching the value correctly, which is interesting. Kind of surprising, because I was able to find that, no problem. And you're saying that that's 0? Let me investigate what it is. Am I not actually, maybe I'm not updating the piece color. Is that what's happening? That would kind of make sense. Yeah, because when we assign it, all we do is we just use this random number here. So I would need to actually say that piece color becomes the problem is color. What is this? Piece colors. Can I access non-static variable piece color? Oh, it's static. It's a static function. Okay, so then we'll do this. Oh, okay. And this doesn't return anything? Here, make it return something. Return... a piece colors, maybe? And then it can just return the color. Which is pretty silly, but that's okay. It's not that silly. It could be sillier. So then I'll say variable color equals, which is gonna be a piece colors. That equals that. Then I can say piece color equals color. Okay. Now let's see if it has actually something there. Hopefully it does not zeros. Makes sense. I need to set it for it to be set. Makes a lot of sense. Nice. So that says 4 and 4, which is correct. that says 6 and 3. Okay, great. We got the numbers between 3 and 7. Now, we need to actually add that to this grid, or this 2D array. I guess it would be easier to just say grid array. That is an array of arrays, and it equals globals. Oh, I think, is it still called red grid? We'll say grid array. Come back over here to the single piece. Now we need to fetch the actual position and convert that into something that gets us to those points in that array. I don't know how to do that. Let's look at some array code that exists. Would be nice. Oh, okay. Some array code. I don't know. So we're gonna find out. I wish you could zoom this. That's okay. That's quite an extreme zoom there. Let me shrink that down just a wee bit. I just need a little zoom. A little less zoom. Thank you. I don't think we want assign. Assigns elements of another array. No, thank you. Back search. Clear count. I don't know what any of these do, so I'm just... I would kind of like normally go just like ask like ChatGPT, like, hey, how would I find this? But I'm kind of just interested in not doing that right now. Returns the number of times an element is in the array. No. Maybe I want find. Or we can use the real chat also. Yeah, so I'm just trying to find a particular index in the array. I kind of want to find it though, like in the documentation. So like, don't tell me. Don't even tell me. Normally I appreciate when you guys tell me things, but I'm kind of curious just to like, I feel like I'll learn better right now. Because this is just something that I've often had to like, and again, usually I just ask, usually you guys tell me, or I go and I search it up. But I kind of like to just like find it myself. Will it wrap it if I do this? Oh yeah, wrap it. Wrap it. Find the tool in the toolbox. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, but now I'm lost in here. Returns the index of the first occurrence of what in this array. Now I want to actually insert. Basically what I'm trying to do is insert. So I have an X and Y. And again, I'm just talking this out. I have an X and Y. Well, actually I have an XYZ. but I only care about the X and Y. And I want to pull the X and identify one of these 6 arrays. So I want to say, okay, in array 1, in array 2, or array 0, 1, 2, 3, whatever. Then find the Y, which is going to be the sub array. Right. And then once I find those 2 arrays, or the array in the array, I want the number of the color to then be inserted into or replacing those zeros. So with that in mind, using find, it returns the index of the first occurrence of what in this array. I do. Don't tell me yet. Don't tell me yet. Yes, I want to assign the integer inside an array inside an array. Exactly. Swear to God, Kim. I'm just kidding. I know you're not. Returns the index of the first occurrence of what. You're actually helping me by helping me talk it out. You feel that's a bit complicated? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Coding's complicated sometimes. Sometimes it's complicated. I don't think this should be that hard. I just gotta figure out how to do it. So if I say x is 3, it's going to return the index of the first occurrence of what in this array. So if that array contains, let's say, well, it's gonna, what the array is gonna contain is more arrays, right? So if I give it the x value, it's going to give me that x value's y value. But it's actually going to be multiple things, right? Let's. You know what? I'm just kind of curious. I just kind of want to see what it returns. I'm just curious. Just out of morbid curiosity. I don't know if it's morbid, but it's curiosity. So if we have this actual position, so I actually need to say some more things. Variable x integer equals actual position x. And then variable y integer equals actual position y. Now I'm gonna say grid array find x. And can you even print whatever that is? Like, what does that do? Because there's a bunch of arrays in there. So, like, what is it gonna return, you know? Power level programming by trying all the functions of the basic data objects. Yeah, is that what you would call that? Power level programming? Yeah, that's what we're doing. -1, -1 with debug errors. Okay, hold on. Attempted to find a variable of type integer into a typed array of type array. Oh. So find. It's interesting that it returns -1. I guess that's part of the error. Okay, gotcha. So it's not, since it's not an integer, find is not helping us here because the array isn't represented by an integer. Yeah, right, because it's statically typed. Absolutely. because it's statically typed, now I get helpful information. It's great. You see how something works and you can use it in other projects. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm not looking it up right now or asking for help, because I feel like I'm often trying to figure out array stuff and I want to be able to understand it more. Accepts anything and tells you the integer of where it is. Right, and so the array... Wait, I don't know if that makes sense to me. Actually, now that I think about it. What? What? What are you saying? Oh, I got lost. Returns the index of the first occurrence of what in this array. Or -1 if there is no occurrence of what in the array. Right, so there's arrays in there, not integers. That's why it can't find X. Because find isn't looking for an index. Find is looking for a thing that is in there. Gotcha. Okay. I get it now. I see why that one doesn't help. Okay, understood. Thanks, Cam, for helping that just like make a little more sense. Okay, so what else do we got? We have get, which is looking for an integer, specifically representing an index, returns the element at the given index in the array. Nice. Same thing as using the brackets operator array index. Okay, this is like more on the right track, although I'm still not sure that's gonna help. Now there's has, which is a boolean. I don't think I want that. So this should return what? Like, what will that? I guess that'll return the number in the array, the integer that's in the array, perhaps? Let's try that. So this time we're going to get X from the array. Let's see where that gets us. Start it. Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay, just wait a second. So this is printing all types of stuff. Let me see if I can change this zoom. Yeah, you can. There we go. So it returned 2 sets because when it lands, there's 2 separate pieces. And so this would have been the first 2 pieces that went down. So it's actually giving me the entire row, or in this case, this is actually a column. It's looking like a row, but it's technically a column. So that's immediately what it gives, is an entire column. Okay, got it. Now, what if we say get X? I don't think this is gonna work, but then we say get Y. What does that do? If it was exactly what I could ever want, it would be 0, 0. Ooh, it's 0, 0. Okay, alright. Cool. Now, just to confirm even further, so that position would be column 3, which technically is this. 0, 1, 2. Now the X isn't gonna start at 0. The X starts at 1. So that means I'm gonna need to, and actually same with the column. So I'm gonna need to subtract 1. Which I think Bart's was doing their code too. At least at one part. So I'm gonna have to subtract 1 to get the right spot. In theory, just for testing purposes, I'm gonna make this 9 and 8. In theory, that's where the piece should fall and land. So we should see 9 and 8, assuming I'm actually getting the right place. I'm also going to need to make sure we do -1 and -1. Now these are floats that it's converting into an integer, so obviously there's some kind of risk there, potentially. So I got to keep that in mind. Well, actually, you know, you're running this after snapping it. So actually, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be good by then. Yeah, I think we're actually good because it snaps it before we get there. So luckily, it's already solid. Okay. I don't know if it's gonna work, but what I'm hoping for is a 9 and an 8. Oh. Okay, subtracting 1 led to them both being -1? Because, you know why? Because the bottom piece is 0, 0. Actual position is not what we want. Incorrect. Not correct. Actual position is the wrong thing. My bad. Actual position is the mesh position relative to kind of the actual position. I should call it like relative position instead of actual. I'm gonna rename that so that way in the future I don't get confused just like I did. So I'm gonna rename this to relative position, which means, I mean, come on, call it what it is. It's the mesh position. It's also the collision position, but that's okay. We're gonna call it the mesh position. That's probably the most correct way to say it. And so down here, we need to make sure this is also mesh position, which is hilarious when you look at this. Collision position set to new position. The mesh position is set to the collision position. All right. That way I don't get confused again, because we don't actually care about the mesh. I mean, it's the mesh. It's kind of the relative mesh. I'm actually gonna rename it again. I know it's confusing, that's okay. As long as it makes me, the most important thing is that the next time I try to use it, I take a moment to really be like, wait a minute, what does that mean? Relative mesh position will do. Okay, so if I look at the remote tab of these pieces, I know. Okay. If I look at the remote tab for these pieces, go to the grid. Oh, there's everything. It actually would be more helpful if I landed a piece upside down. And it's really difficult when you have many things that are similar but do different things. Well said. Okay. Let me fix. All right, I'll fix it. I'm sorry. Thank you. Relative mesh position. Just comment all this out for now. Okay. I know where we need to do it. I just want to like look and confirm that I'm doing it in the right place. Okay, I'm gonna flip this upside down, slam it down, pause it, then check the remote tab. I'm I'm gonna look at that top piece. Now it's saying its relative mesh position is 0, -2. Not the one I need. This is the, no, that's up direction. This is the one I need. This is the actual position. That's what I want right there. And that's what we subtract by 1. Okay. So in fact, this just becomes position. Okay. Now let's see if I can get a 9 and an 8 in there. Yeah, sometimes I don't realize what I actually want to name things until I have a problem because I didn't name it good enough. And I think that's where, you know, reading your code versus my own code gets confusing. Oh, all right. Because you're going to name things in a way that helps you find things. I'm naming things in a way that helps me find things, and that doesn't necessarily mean other people will understand it. Okay, so it's assigning -1 and 0 as the x and y of one of these. Well, I'm confused. Very confused. That's on piece single. Oh, but that's gonna be the node mesh. No, wait, what is gonna be piece single? This piece single is this. Oh, wait, no, that's top piece. Oh, I'm confused. All right. Tell me this. Comment this out. Tell me this. Print position X, a comma, and position Y. What is your information? Not only that, but tell me your name. What are the coordinates that you think you have? Please enlighten me. This is without subtracting or anything like that. Okay, hold on. Top piece is at 0, 1. Bottom piece is at 0, 0? What you want about? First of all, for some reason, some horrifying reason, the Y is still not snapped. And these are not the same numbers. So that's supposed to be the position of the top piece. 3 and 2. Unfortunately, 0.002. I gotta figure that out. But very strangely, that is not what we're getting here. We're getting 0 and 1. Do you want me to get global position? I mean, I feel like it isn't global position. This should be local position. And that should be what we were asking, was its local position. So I'm very confused. It would not be relative to the bottom piece. It's been separated. Yeah, I'll try global, but this isn't its global position. At least not as I understand everything. Bottom piece is 3, 1. I'll try global. I don't fully understand why it would be global. And I'll tell you why I don't think it makes sense, but that may work. So here's this grid, right? You can't really see it, but it's there. Oh, it's where I did this little example mesh. So this grid is where all of the pieces get added to. The one seems like above the bottom piece. Yeah, they wouldn't be relative to each other though. I mean, like maybe you're right, I don't know, but to me that doesn't make any sense. I don't really understand how that makes any sense. So here's the grid. Okay, you just have to trust me, it's there. It doesn't really look like anything, but it's there. And then in there I have a mesh. Okay, and the mesh right now is at position 3 and 13. 3 and 13. Now if I move down here to the corner, you'll see that it is at 1, 1. Now if I were to take this same mesh and drop it outside of the grid, look what happens to its position. Its position is now 4.3, 1. Right, so to me this is a global position because it's global to the scene, or local to the scene anyway. Whereas this one is local to the grid, which now it becomes 1, 1. This, in this grid, is where all the pieces go. So in my mind, it should be local to the grid is what the positions should be, which is why I would think position would just return those values. So I would definitely try global, but I just wanted to explain why I'm confused. I may be confused on many fronts, but that's very possible. Obviously, I'm doing something wrong, but my understanding of global position is not that it being local to the grid, but whatever. See what happens. Yeah, so that's giving the wacky, crazy numbers when I drag that mesh, like, outside of the grid. Definitely those are not the right values. I mean, they could be worse. But they're pretty wrong. So that's confusing. It's very confusing. Now, to be fair, oh, do you guys see what I see? It hasn't been reparented to the grid yet. Of course its position isn't set. It's not relative to the grid at this point. Okay, alright. Okay. Just a little order of operations issue. But I gotta give you props, all y'all, for helping me debug it, though. I appreciate that. I feel like there needs to be like a rubber duck credit too. Like I feel like that's what you have earned, Cam, from earlier. Is a rubber duck credit. And then we'll give debug for proposing these ideas to Dormouse and Bart's. Oh, and then Dormouse was giving me some info about stuff. Oh, we already did give that. Okay. Alright. So now if I report its positions, it should be good. Should be exactly what I would expect. Right? Three, 2. Good. Now, I gotta say, it's not looking very snapped, which is concerning. What the hell happened to snapped? The snap isn't snapping. What? Maybe it is snapped, and just because I'm fetching the values, that's where the rounding error is coming in. or something. I don't know. I did notice that the Y, I don't know, the snapping just doesn't. Is this doing what I think it's supposed to be doing? Okay. Like maybe, I mean, it's just returning it that way. That's not actually modifying the number. I guess it's like kind of impossible. You know, I'm not gonna worry about it, but if it becomes a problem, I'll worry about it. Certainly, we're making it an integer. It'll be interesting to see what happens. So now that I have all of that, it actually should work correctly now. Because the only problem was that it wasn't local to the right place. 9 and 9. Okay, hold on a second. That returned 9 and 9. So it was supposed to return 9 and 8. Supposed to meaning if it worked the way I think it worked. But it didn't. But it is returning the 9. So that is because here in this array, so if we think about this is where the pieces spawn and they fall down here. So my code is only fetching this place twice instead of fetching this and that, because one piece should be here and another piece should be there. So it'd be interesting to see which piece, I mean clearly the top piece is fetching the bottom piece's value. Well, if you're getting its own x's, y, I'm actually really surprised. Because their y should be different. So I think I would want to say name. So we know what is seeing what. Name is name recorded as that via x comma y. So I can see the x and y that it thinks it has, and the value that it's returning as a result. Wait, now it is 8 and 9. Was it 8 before and I just couldn't tell the difference between an 8 and a 9? This is correct. The top piece is at 8, bottom piece is at 9. That's right. Why did it ever not look right? It's a bit surprising, isn't it? Concerning 8 and 9. I wonder if it was because I like slammed it down or something? Like maybe that made it get confused? Maybe it was a rounding error, you know? Maybe it rounded it up. So maybe I should somewhere tell it to round down. Or I just misread. That's also a possibility. Okay, now I gotta look back at the video to see, did I just misread it? Entirely a possibility. Bart's confirms it was 9-9. I didn't misread it. Okay. How? I'm gonna take your word for it. I assume you rewound, or you just like, no, I looked at it, I remember. So if that's true, I mean, I guess we both could be wrong. If that's true, how do I reproduce it? Like, I could make sure I round the float down. I could just do that. That's gonna be 0, 0, but that's okay. Really, at this point, I'm looking for these, actually, no, it would have been rounding it down, right? Because it would be 3, 0 in this case. It'd be 0 instead of 1, right? That's what would make it be the same. So, we round up? Well, now I'm really confused. I don't understand why it would round up. Right, but if it's a 9-9, no, but if it's a 9-9, it would have had to have rounded down. Oh, there, 9-9. Okay, pause it, pause that. Okay. It has happened. It has occurred. The 9-9 has been reproduced somehow. How did this happen? 9-9. 2, you can see that it definitely put the 1 down to a 0. When we can see very clearly that that's not where it is. So I do wonder, I mean, okay. So that's gonna be this piece right here is the bottom piece. That was technically correct, right? This is at 2, 0. That's correct. And this one is technically at 2, 1. So I'm gonna look at his data over here. I'm also gonna look at this cat over here. Welcome, Travi. Its position is 3, 2. So that should be 2, 1. If we subtract 1 from that, that should be 2, 1. It's very weird. That is highly weird. Why would it interpret its position as something else? I wonder if in the subtraction, somehow, since I would be subtracting an integer from a float, here, it was overwhelmed by all the math. Oh, that subtracting 1. That's rough. I don't think I can handle subtracting 1, man. Are you crazy? What am I, a preschooler? Now, what sucks about this is the only way to reproduce it is to just keep running it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again until it happens, until it stops happening. If it ever stops happening. Like, how will I know? quite a frustrating bug because it's a tough one to catch and to confirm. So I would love to even catch it with some more clear values. When I start dashing, that could be. So if I say, what if I do this some extra information? Not only do I want this via information, I'm gonna add something extra. I'm gonna say what it's converting from. It converted from position X. You know, what if it's always a weird floating error decibel kind of situation? Oops, at that point. From position X, comma, position Y. Just to get like some more information, because I don't want to just try stuff and assume that it's fixed. I want to get like some really useful information. Okay, pause. 8, 9. So I basically just have to keep refreshing this until we get 9, 9. Now I will say, you do see we do have some floating situations. And this is 2.003. Sometimes it's this one is 2.0003. Sometimes it's 2.003. And I wonder if when it's 2.003 is when that happens. I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. Ugh, I wish when I paused it, it wouldn't do that. Is there a way to change that? I know there's a way to change, like, what happens on play or something. Can't remember what that's called. I have modified that before. I don't remember if that's in... Okay, this bottom panel, action on play, action on stop. Do you have an action on pause for me? Because that would be really, really nice. Irritating. Okay, so it's just gonna... Alright, whatever. That was 8, 8. Refresh it. I'll try slamming it at different rates or something. That was 8, 9. Do it again. Just kind of keep doing it. I'm just gonna keep holding the slam button. 8, 9. I'm gonna not hold the slam button. I have a feeling the slamming has nothing to do with it, but I don't really know. 8, 9. I should be checking what the decimal is on the Y as well. Oh well. 2.0, so it's my current theory is it's when it's 2.003 on the Y, or 0.003. Okay, it's not that few zeros. Looking for 2 zeros after the decimal on the Y. Nope, still not. Alright, this is gonna be a little grueling. Now that's 2.002, and that didn't do it. So I'm starting to think that theory is not what it is. Which still wouldn't make any sense. Like, why would that round it down? I don't know. I don't know. I think it would even be interesting to see what happens after. I guess it goes wrong when it goes to 1.999. So like maybe, I mean that's on the x-axis though. Whoa, 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 whoa. So I just moved left and right, and then went back down, and now it's all wrong. Oh, freaking dear. What? Oh, that I see. So when it goes too low, that makes sense. Instead of being above 2.0, when it's below 2.0. This is interesting. So I moved to the left and the right. Now, when I moved all the way, so again, just to, and I did this earlier, but I'll do it again. I'm gonna put a little debug label on here. And what this debug label shows us is what the current X position is, not the Y position, but the X position is. So there it's at 2, 3, 4, 5, all normal, all fine. Now, if I push it against the wall and bring it back, you're gonna start seeing some wackiness in that value. So now, you see we get a 0.1, we get a 0.99. When we drop it down after that, look at that. Now, it's reporting as nothings because it's completely changed these values. And it's a little low, right? It's under. It's 2.99, which kind of goes to what Dormouse was saying potentially. But that's only on the x-axis, right? So there the y-axis is not messed up. It's the x-axis that's messed up, which makes sense why it would be 0 because that's the first index that it looks for. Oh dear. So it's crazy because even though it's snapping it, it's like not rounding it. I don't think snap is the way, man. I think snap is insufficient. I think I need something else. So maybe we could try flooring, but we also want to, but snap does make sense, right? Because it will either floor it in theory, or can round, because I needed to, because what I want is for it to either go up or down, depending on how off it is. Like if it's 1.99, I'd like it to get closer to the whole number. Which in theory, Snapped is saying, okay, if you're 0.99, you should go up to 1. If you're 1.01, you should go down to 1. That's what Snapped does, right? Another thing I could do is like leave this as it is and make some new variable, say variable x. I don't know. I actually don't know, Bartz. Does it? Well, let's look into it in a second. So I wonder if I were to say create some variable called xi or whatever. I mean, obviously I would need to have that be script wide, but for now, let's just say for the sake of example. And if I were to say snapped integer position x 1.0, so like, okay, now I feel like I'm gonna ask, this feels like a good question. Difference, I'm not a robot. Difference between snapped eye and round. Used to convert, okay. Floating point vector, okay. Excuse me, Travis. Floating point vector 2 values to integer vector 2i, but they work differently in how they handle rounding. Round rounds each component, x and y, of the vector to the nearest whole number. Using standard rounding rules, 0.5 rounds up turns a vector 2i. What? Okay. I mean, it's basing this on the last thing I said, so it's kind of being a little hallucinating here. But the general explanation seems sound. Probably. Snapped I snaps each component to the nearest multiple of a given step, similar to round, but allows snapping to a grid. What? Rounds to nearest integer. Snaps to nearest multiple of a step. One is implicit, one is customizable. General rounding, grid aligned snapping, tile maps. I don't know that I've gotten much much sense of how they're really different. But maybe snapped is more valuable in a 2D scenario. If you want to put 1.0 there, you just use round. Right. So if, oh, okay. So if I want something other than 1.0, use snapped. Similar to floor. Right. Well, floor always, doesn't floor always round down? And ceiling always rounds up? Okay, so in theory, if we just say round, it should do what I need. Let's see if those values look a little different in a good way. It sounds like it just rounds. I'm having a hard time understanding the difference other than snapped gives you the customization. Okay, so I'm seeing the same. I mean, maybe it's different, but it doesn't look that different. It's still got floating point error in there somewhere. So I wouldn't really put a lot of stock in that. I think maybe snapped and round are definitely good enough. Maybe? Maybe not. I mean, remember at the beginning of the stream, I had that floating piece. And that floating piece makes a lot of sense if the X was a little bit too far over to the left or the right and not truly snapped in to a 0.0 position. And so then that would explain why a piece would get stuck. Like if this is a piece here, another piece comes down and gets stuck on the corner because this was actually just like a fraction over. Snapped integer is like round, but it can round to different things than just one. Yeah. That's a nice description. Much better than DeepSeek's description. Okay. So with that in mind, isn't there like a way, oh maybe that's only in 2D, to like represent all of the positions as integers instead of floats? One of you guys were saying that, but I think that might only be true in 2D. And it really doesn't make sense because that's gonna mess up my my physics. Are my objects one by one? The meshes are one by one. The collisions on the x-axis are just a little bit less. So on the y-axis, they're right there, flush. On the x-axis, it's a little bit smaller, which is actually even more surprising that it would ever get stuck. But here we are. I kind of feel like I need to make this a little smaller too, but the reason why I don't is so that they actually like stack right on top of each other. If they were 2 by 2, you want to use snapped eye with 2. I'll take your word for it on that one. I believe you. The bug does suggest that it floors. I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. Oh man, floating point errors are the worst. I mean, I could make these even smaller on the x-axis to further avoid that potential error. I just kind of hate it. I don't like it. It's possible move and slide or some other function is changing the position. Maybe. So after the piece lands, once it is separated, that's what happens after it hits the ground and it gets separated. Separated becomes true. If it is not on the floor, it then gets some of this going on. So it could be doing like some extra move and slide operation. Oh, Travi bailed. He was like, the queen has arrived. I must submit to her Royal Highness. So I mean, I guess I'd be curious. So this would be more relevant to if a piece underneath it gets matched and it needs to fall. Or if, you know, there's a column here and 2 pieces fall like that, make sure that the attached piece falls after it. So I guess I'd be curious to know if something has moved. I don't think this would print that often. It would only print in a very specific situation. Would snapping the X after every move and slide mess anything up? Whoa. Interesting. That's a really interesting idea. But I would have to put that somewhere else while it was still a pair. I guess. I don't even know. Alright, let's see. That's a really interesting idea. Enabling the axis lock. Oh, do we have that on character bodies? Yeah, we probably do. I like that idea. That's a really good idea. Oh, hold on. Pause it. Whoa, 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 whoa. We got some interesting data here. Look at this. Look at this. Okay, let me get out the way so you can look at it. Okay, so... But that's also after it records it. For 1 frame. So we run all the snapping stuff on it by this point. And by that point, the rounding we have it now. By that point, it's reporting this. And so it's not moving as a separated piece until after it reports this value. Presumably. That could be not true. I don't know if that is actually, like, maybe the physics process frame is actually running before this, technically. I don't know. So that could be while it's still a pair, before it separates, it could be moving, and that could still be after the snapping. Let's try. That is interesting that for like a split second, it does, or a single frame, physics frame, it does move a little bit. Definitely did not expect that. Can you breakpoint and show proof it assumes the snapped values? Maybe you can track down when it gets messed up. I like that. Before I try that, I'm gonna try your other idea of doing some rounding after move and slide. Now that's not gonna be here. I mean, we could do it here, but it's not really as useful here. Because technically, it's still a piece pair. So this is the other move and slide that would be happening as it's falling down in the first place, and when it's figuring out what its position is. So yeah, we could see what this is probably gonna be weird. I don't think this is gonna work good. I have a feeling it's gonna look crazy or break. This has gotta be interesting at least. So it actually isn't moving at all unless I press an input. It's frozen until I press down, left, or right. And we actually don't have, we can actually do this on the x-axis and it won't cause any problem. On the y-axis, however, whoa, that isn't going to be acceptable. I did not press down just there. Now, interestingly, yeah, the y-axis needs the freedom. Interestingly, the X here still has a floating error, but the Y no longer does. And sometimes it just drops, like out of nowhere. Would that need velocity with move and slide? Oh, like snap the velocity instead of the position? Whoa. That's a crazy idea. Let's try it. What? What? Wait, it went up. It flew away. We're finding movement slide. You're surprised it escapes and moves at all. It is really interesting, right? So that's insane. Probably because it's like a positive value. But like making it negative, that's not right. You can't do that. Oh, it's still saying position. Here, let's change it to velocity. Duh. You know, it's something. Only when I start pressing down does it move. And it's slower than ever. And actually now we have a rounding error on the Y. Which makes sense since we're not hitting the position correctly. Now, wait a minute though. I mean, this is kind of interesting. No, I don't know. I was gonna say, what if we fetched the velocity instead of the position? But that's not gonna make sense. You're commenting your code right now. All right. Cam says, when I was trying to fix the Z-axis, I noticed a bug went away when I switched from position Z0 to Z-axis lock. Could be coincidence. Right, axis lock. Right, axis lock. So this is, I mean, I think I think doing it on the X is actually not that bad of an idea. I mean, it doesn't seem to completely eliminate rounding errors, or floating point errors, rather. But you can see when I go to the left and right, it no longer has like a weird... It never goes... Oh, okay, yeah, that... Yeah, I mean, I think that actually does help it quite a bit on the x-axis. But I don't think it's doing much for us on the y-axis. But I do think it's better on the x-axis. There's a property you can change, and move and slide seems to respect it. Let's try this. On the piece pair, character body, axis lock, linear Z, we don't need any angular. See what happens. It's worth a shot. These floating point errors, man. Can't say I'm noticing much of a difference in how it's behaving, really. It seems quite similar. Change that property for X in the code after it's placed. Right. So maybe even in snap position, say axis lock. I mean, we could do any of them, really. Now the only problem is when we need to move them. Right, when the ground underneath them gets removed, they need to know to fall down. And unfortunately, the Y is where our issue is. But maybe this could help us put it in the right place. You misspoke. Okay. Hypothetically, this would replace all snapping of the x-axis. Okay, so this isn't what you meant. But it would need to, if this was to stay the same, something else would need to happen. Once it's successfully snapped. But how would I know it's snapped? That's the thing. I would think I would want to snap it and then move it. So that way it doesn't adjust itself. But I could be wrong. Is this correct, right? Flipping them around like that? Oh, whoa. Now they're infinitely moving. Look at that. They're constantly moving. What the hell is that? Round then floor? Round should return an integer anyways. I love all these just like throwing ideas at the wall. Love it. I'm game. Blocks had to fall later so the y-axis should remain unlocked, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but it was just more a theoretical thing. Like what would happen? Like would it even fix the rounding error anyway? Right? Even if it's not good. Does it solve the problem? So I'm not seeing any difference here. I do see that the X in one case stayed in the right spot. There again, it's at 6. There it's at 4. There it's at 6 again. It seems like 6 and 4, it always is in the right place on X. But at 2, 3, 5. At 3, 5, and 6, it's always correctly snapping it. Somehow. But that's only on the x-axis, not on the y-axis. The y-axis is always something all over the place. I will say, it seems like kind of more consistent on the y-axis than it was before. Oops. What are the errors you got for me? Stop. Out of bounds? You what? Oh god. No, I know what's happening. Wait, why is it going out of bounds? Is that an old? That must be old. I see. I don't think that's actually an issue. I think that was... Oh, that was when it was up top. That's not a real issue. We're good. Damn. This is tough. I think, here's what I think. I mean, look, there is some potential risk here with piece placement, but to me, the biggest takeaway is let's just set different variables. Like, it doesn't, we don't actually need to directly read its position data. Oops, that's a bug. That is a known bug that we can clip through on a rotation to the left, probably the right as well. But I'm choosing to ignore that bug for now. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that we stop trying to perfect the position. Actually, I'm kind of curious if that 3, 5, 6 thing happens if we don't do the flooring. Instead of trying to perfect the actual position, I feel I would rather oh, 4, 5. Sorry, I said 3. It's 4, 5, 6 that are always perfect for some reason. Which again, if 3 is a little bit too high sometimes, I think before when I had a floating piece, it was in the 4th column. Am I enabling? Oh no, I didn't do the axis lock X. So you'd be saying after this. I didn't honestly see any difference, so that's why I didn't bother doing it. But we could add it. It just didn't seem to be making a difference as far as I could tell. Just looks like the same result to me. So like, why do an extra thing if it's not, you know, having any noticeable effect? But of course, you know, it's possible that there could be some noticeable effect that this would be preempting. Maybe I just haven't noticed it yet. So I'll leave it on there. But yeah, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to set some variables that I can use for my grid array instead of trying to read the position directly. Obviously, I'm gonna need to keep an eye out for that issue where sometimes the piece gets misaligned. Snap position is called, so once as soon as it hits actually I can't remember. I think I think it's when it hits the ground. But let's double check. Here. So as soon as the piece is on the floor, then it's going to spawn a new pair. And when it goes to try to spawn a new pair, it's going to see that a pair currently exists, because this won't be set to null. And so then it's going to clear the old pair. When it goes to clear the old pair, it then, first on the top piece, then on the bottom piece, runs separate from pair. And then in separate from pair, it sets this, which doesn't do anything at this point. It snaps the position. It adds the placed piece node, which doesn't really do anything right now. And then it reparents it. That's interesting. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? I wonder if we would be better off running snapped later. But this is actually quite difficult to figure out, because then this will be off. Yes, Cam. Correct. I guess I could try doing it like that. It's not that different. But after it reparents it, snap it, then update the grid array. What would that be like? That's an excellent line of questioning. Let's see if it makes a difference. Wait, it's perfect. Wait a minute, it's perfect. Camwin, you genius! Oh, look at that! No more floating point errors. Oh my gosh. You genius, you. Oh man, look at those. Look at that. It's clean. It's clean. Oh my gosh. Order of operations, am I right? Oh shoot, order of events. Oh, dang. Well done, Cam. It's crazy. But it makes a lot of sense, right? Because it's reparenting it after it snaps it. And evidently, reparenting it is changing how it snaps. So just to make sure, do we see an 8 and a 9 when I put it in that right spot? Hell yeah, we do. Oh, dang. Well done. Well done, Cam. Dang. I gotta give you some extra credit or something for that one. Wow. I guess we'll say debug times 2. Cam's name is gonna be all over these dang credits. The global position might be a little off when it's attached to the player controlled objects. Evidently. Evidently it is. Look at that, Cam. You're making this project what it is. Alright. Very good. Wow. Thank you. And I'm so lucky that you're also doing it physics-based. Alright, great. Well, I'm gonna just do a little commit after that. Seems like a nice moment. X and Y piece positions are clean now. We're gonna say that. Wow. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great, now I can move on. So now that I actually am able to fetch the position that I need, I gotta figure out how am I going to assign the color to the 2D array. Been battling grid data for a long time now. We're very lucky to have your expertise now. Real quick, because it's bothering me, I'm just gonna fix these. Piece color is declared but never used. We'll get to that. Narrowing conversion, float is converted to an int and loses precision. That's true. Here, there you go. Are you happy now? Error. Okay. Warning. It's a warning. All right. So let's fix this one by using piece color. So now that I know that I'm accessing the right place, I actually need to put something into that place, which I have a feeling is not the same as using get. So just because I can fetch that position, right, that doesn't mean I can assign that position yet. What is set? Is set a thing on arrays? You got a set? Yeah, you got a set. Hell yeah, you do. Let's go. All right. Easy. Okay, so I'm gonna want to say that. Could we even like just make like a variable for set pause, set index to set? And that would be a, I don't know what it would be. I don't have a clue what that would be typed as. I couldn't tell me. So we're gonna infer it. Grid array. So we want to say set X, set Y. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Duh. So we have to say what we're setting. So it actually doesn't really make sense to make that a variable at all. Ah, okay, I gotcha. My bad. Excuse me, pardon me. Silly me. Okay, so we have to say set. Oh, I think we want to get X and then set X that's gotten. Why didn't it need another argument? What if I just make that hello? I don't know. Just trying. Print grid array get X get Y. Is that gonna be hello? Two hellos then, assuming I've done this correct. I may not have. Yeah, they're both hello. Let's go, dude. All right, nice. I'm also gonna make sure that I don't have that label, oops, up anymore. We don't need that. The number on top of the piece. Great. So then instead of being hello, that would be the piece color. So then the piece color will finally be in the right place. On the array. I guess we could also print the array, potentially. So we could say, let's come over to game scene. And we'll say that whenever it spawns a new one, print globals and grid array. So we can see what that array looks like at that moment. And if it reflects what pieces are in what spots. So there's nothing, of course. Okay, hold on. Let me look at you. Let me have a look at you. I was hoping that would be easier to look at, but it isn't. It's very, very unpleasant to look at. Oh, I hate that. I kind of wish you would... Can we do a for loop or something? Just to, like, make it look a little less terrible. So, like, for... I... in range... 5? Or would I want to do 6? Is that gonna do 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Or is it just gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? It does 0. Okay, cool. So for I in range 5, print globals grid array I. Length array. Oh! That's a good idea. I should do that. I mean, it's not gonna change, but like, what if it was? Okay, this looks much easier to see here. Now that still says 9 and 8. I don't actually want that 9 and 8 there. I'll try that, Bart's. It's less magic numbery that way. And I remember that from your code now. Okay. Much better. Good call. Godot consultant. Okay. So it's all zeros. We place that down. Oh gosh. Okay, one thing I want to make this a little more readable. I'm gonna add a new line there, just so I can see them spaced out. So remember, this board is rotated 90 degrees. Or negative 90 degrees? Whatever. No! No, 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 no. Sorry, that's not what I meant. I meant here. Or here. Print new line. Okay. There's the first array. Nothing in it. Put a piece down. Pause it. Open this. Look at this. Okay, so now we can see in the third column. I'm just gonna zoom it in a little bit. A little bit, a little bit. In the third column, we have color 7 and color 6, which is correct. Obsidian is number 7, and then the stone is probably number 6. So that's in the right spots. Alright, cool. Put this one down. Pause it. Check it out. 7-6 is there. 7-3 is there. That's also obsidian. Sand looks like 3 to me. Alright, we are populating our grid array, baby. Put that there. It should be right on top of the other ones. You can see That looks good. Just fill it on up there. Nice. Oh, this is gonna be so easy. Oh my gosh. Now I can check when we lose, just if anything is in that lose point. That's an automatic death. It's cool. It's cool to see it like fill up. Nice. Looks great. So we would have a match there. Okay, pause it so I can think about this. So technically now we'd have a match. Right? Because there's all these 7s here and there. Hey, welcome, Derek. The array is for checking for matches. I want to find out, are the pieces matching up with each other? So we've created this 2D array. I don't feel like I didn't give Dungeon Martian enough credit, because Dungeon Martian definitely suggested the 2D array. So I need to give a matching credit to Dungeon. So we're doing a 2D array, and it's an array of arrays. And the of arrays contain a number. And the number corresponds to what color the block is that's in that cell. Welcome, Andres. Good to see you. And so now what I need to do, now that I've actually got the pieces, we've got the pieces, in the right, or sending information about where they are and what they are into the 2D array. Now I need to iterate through those arrays and then figure out what matches are. Does it change each array line if Puyo color is in? Yes. Why do they need to be arrays in arrays and not just numbers? I don't know how to answer that question. Why do they need to be arrays in arrays? I mean, they don't need to be arrays in arrays. I just think this is a good way to do it. I like this. You know, there were a lot of suggestions that you guys had made of ways to do this, right? It seems like Bart's is doing it with like multiple arrays that aren't contained within each other. I was gonna originally do a dictionary, and it seems like there's different ways to handle it. Smarter, cleaner, stronger. I like this. I think this is nice. And so, you know, it starts out like this. So imagine the grid that's here, it's being like rotated like that. So it's kind of like knocked over on its side here. So this is the first, or this is the third column here. And it's where the pieces start to fall down and land down there. So the first piece that I dropped fell down here and landed right there. And so color 7 was in this slot or cell, and color 6 was in this cell. I'm just looking at this. I'm a little confused. This isn't right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is it right? I guess it is right. I'm surprised that it doesn't have the bracket on here. Do you see that? Why is there no bracket on there? On these. Something about that worries me. I don't know. It's probably fine, right? Because it's not an array. Right. Why make it? Well, wait. You're making a good point, Bartz. Why is it an array of arrays? and just array of integers. That is an excellent point. Well met. Okay, very good. Understood. Yeah. Right. Am I gonna regret? Okay, I'm only a little concerned, but mostly like, okay, good, great, awesome. This is fine, right? I'm gonna give you Eagle Brain here for this one, Bartz. That's feeling like Eagle Brain. Like you were like looking at it and thinking about it and like, wait a minute. That's the Eagle Brain. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, why do I need it as arrays? I don't know. I am definitely gonna ask the other chat, a chatbot, to fix that. I'm not gonna retype all that crap. Not that it really needs to be retyped, but can you make all the nested arrays just be the integer 0? So like, okay, let's just see if it can just understand what I'm saying. Yeah, I could, but like why? You know, like why? I don't need to. Remember to access a 1D array with a grid in it. Use y times width plus x as index. Right, that's right. That's true. I am gonna need to remember that. Very true. Okay. Yeah, see, to me, this kind of rote repetitive thing, like, I'm gonna ask the chatbot to do it. It's just gonna be easier. It's just gonna be easier. Wait, no. It does have to be an array of arrays. I see. I just know. So it is an array of arrays. However, so we have an array of arrays, but the integers are in the single array. I got it. Okay. So the color. Okay, this actually. I just. Okay. It actually wasn't actually much of a problem to begin with, honestly, but it's more correct now. Initializing will be simpler. Just my array resize. How is that simpler than it just being here? You guys are confusing me. Like, honestly, that doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, it'll be less. What I will say is there will be less bulk in this, right? Like, that's true. This won't be just sitting there. Yeah. But, like, I don't know, this already works. Like, why do that? Other than, you know, I have a less bulky global script. Personally, I don't see any other point to doing it other than aesthetics. That's just my opinion. I'm good. I'm trying to get this game done, man. I only got so much time. I'm just trying to get the game done. I like what works. That's what I like. So here's what I'm gonna do. Now that I have these all in the right spots. Yeah, I get you. It makes sense. I like this a lot more, personally. At least, I mean, look, to me, it doesn't matter. It just depends. It doesn't matter. Actually, I don't think it matters. The reason why I did this in the first place was because it helped me visualize the concept. And I kind of like that I can now explain it to people. I like that I can explain it to people now by showing. I can be like, hey, look, this is what it looks like, and this is what it creates. I like that. It jogs my memory. To me, it's just more readable this way. To me, a for loop is not readable. But again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. I get that. I respect that. I like that. I do. I really do. But it's also just gonna waste time a little bit. You know, like, why am I going to waste my time doing that when this already works? But I hear what you're saying. I think generating it is a cool idea too. The result is the same. I can get why you would do that. I do. I understand it. For me, the biggest advantage is I don't have to like scroll down in here all the time. Okay, so what's next? Next, I need to check for matches. So this is where we're gonna make some for loops. We're gonna have to do some iteration through here, right? So I'm gonna need to find, okay, I don't even know. I guess we're looking for corresponding, because where the matches would be is if things are next to each other here, or if things are next to each other here. Right? And so what it needs to check for is if there's ever 4. See, I can do this. That's why I like it, right? Is I can come here and I can like ideate. I can have a visual component to work with, right? My brain, I have a little aphantasia. Like, I can't hold this in my mind. So here I can like play around and stuff. And that helps me work better. If an array is beside or on top of another Puyo, if it is the same. Okay. Yeah. If it's on... Yeah, so we're looking for ones that are next to each other or above each other. And or both. Alright, so I'm just talking it out. So... Let me just think for a second. They're Y positions. We have the numbers that are contained in here. So I would want to iterate through. We're going to need at least 2 for loops, of course. And we also have to ignore zeros. So if it's a 0, that doesn't matter. Forget about it. Not important. So I'm gonna wanna know I think I'm gonna want a for loop that iterates through each row. So for I in X or whatever. For I in get length of the array. For I in range. For I in length array. So that is going to do 6. So it'll iterate through 6 of these, which isn't quite enough. So in those, it then needs to... I don't even know. Let me just type some stuff. I'm just going to type stuff. So what I want to do... And when do I want this check? I want this check to occur once a piece is placed. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the game scene, and I want to say... Well, right here, actually. This would be the perfect place to do it. So I'm going to say... Check for matches. Check for matches. And for now, we can continue to print all of this in there. I'm just gonna say func print, or rather print grid array just as like a debug thing that we can get rid of as needed. I am gonna get rid of it for now. And I want to print, or let's say for I in length, globals grid array, print globals grid array I. But I think we already do that. That's what this is. Gotcha. So what if I say print grid array I, or let's do another for J, okay, we're gonna say for X, for Y in length X, print grid array X get Y. What is that like? Does that look insane? Oh, what's she doing to him? What's she doing? What? What? Lila. What is this? Oh. He was minding his own business, man. He was just chilling. Caught in 4K, we got you. Being bad. It's okay, Travis. He's like, I know. What in the world? These cats got some drama. But he's gotten a lot better at defending himself or standing up for himself instead of just taking it. So I'm proud of him for that. Anyway. Okay, what happens? Nothing. Good. Ergo and GScript utility function length value type int can't provide a length. Oh, because length. Right. So I would need to say for grid array get X. Maybe. Oh, sorry. Globals grid array. I should really make that a variable. Okay, let's see if that works better. These cats. Okay, no error, which is good. It is printing a lot of zeros. A lot of zeros. I don't know what the hell this did. So that's at 220. As soon as I hit it down, it goes up by 62? 72? That makes sense. 72, right? 6 times 12. So why are... Oh, some of them are different. There we go. So there's a 7 and a 6. Okay, alright. So it is printing the positions out. So just to get a better idea of what this is doing, I am going to do this just so there's some kind of separation. Can we even get like a bunch so they're really far apart? So it'll do an initial one, which is going to be all zeros, nothing interesting there when it first hits, just a bunch of zeros. But on the second one, we can see that gap very clearly. So there's 3 and 4 right in there. Okay. So if that is just a pile of random numbers, that doesn't do me a lot of good, does it? What I really care about are the ones that aren't 0. So I want to isolate it. Shouldn't it be 4y in length globals something x instead of get? I don't know, I'm trying to figure it out, you know, just like little by little. You might be right. But let me see if I can make such a realization organically. But I'm gonna come back to that. So 4y in length. So what this is doing is it's just printing all kinds of crap, which is fine. But what I actually like is to ignore the zeros. I just want to find the numbers that are not 0. So I would want to say if the number is greater than 2, then care about it. I mean, in this case, that's really just for the printing. So if y is greater than 2, print it. Because 0, 1, and 2 are not relevant. They're not the colors that matter here. Okay, so I am seeing that it's still printing a bunch of stuff for some reason, which I'm quite surprised by. Why? Why would it still print all that? Why would you do that? Okay, now I'm curious what you're saying. Shouldn't it be 4y in length globals something x instead of get? I think they're the same. I think they're identical. Actually, they're the same, Barts. I think if we actually look at array get, you'll see this is the same thing as that operator. So yeah, I could do that. I could totally do that. I guess I kind of like this better. It's like more readable. You know, I'm not always trying to consolidate everything. I want things to like to follow more clearly. And I guess in that sense, you know, I could even say this too, and we get the same result. I'm not sure I fully understand. I guess that makes sense because we're not. I guess I don't fully understand. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I get you. So, if globals grid array get x, so I think at that point you might as well make it a variable. And we could say y color integer equals globals grid array get x get y. I might stop with the get. The get's getting a little ridiculous, if I'm being honest. So I'm gonna say I just gotta focus. Globals, grid array, get X, get Y. If Y color is greater than 0, then print the Y color. I'm saying they're baddies because they can get it. That's right. What did I forget? What did I forget to type? Yeah, you're probably right. Let me find out the hard way. I like that you guys are right. Oh, there we go. I see. It's okay. You got it. I love that you guys are like along this ride with me. I love it. Okay, good. Nothing is printed. That's a good sign. 3 and 4. Bam. Okay, perfect. That's what I want. 3, 4, 3, 3. So now we only are seeing down there in the bottom left exactly the numbers that are relevant. So every time now it's just a big collection. They're not in any order, but it's just all of the numbers that are, or these are technically, this is just a list of all the pieces, the color pieces on the board. Now obviously I would want, so I don't know if you see, but I'm just trying to like little by little construct the data and then figure out how I want that data to look at it itself. So now that I have all of those values, in this case Y color, what I want is to make sure I know what the X and Y position in the array is, and to determine if that's next to other ones. So I think similar to like what Bart's had, Bart's was creating like a temporary dictionary. I think I would want to do something like that. That's some way to like, I don't even know if I need to do that. I probably do need to do that. We need to reconstruct the data in some way. And I guess what I'm trying to do is not just check for matches, but determine where the neighbors are. So as soon as I get that value, how am I going to read that they are or they aren't neighbors? Not only do I need to read if they are or they aren't neighbors, but I need to know how many neighbors there are that are matching. So I think at these different points, yeah, I like that. Something like that. It stores them in groups. I need to insert some more things in here. Because not only do I just want to know the Y color, I want to know the position of that Y color. So we're saying if it's greater than 0, okay. But also, oh, this is kind of hard. This is kind of hard though. So like what would the neighbors, if I was looking at a particular spot, I'm gonna do a little draw here. If we've got a particular spot, I might want that to check the neighbor here, its neighbor here, its neighbor there, and its neighbor there. It needs to check all those places. So if this is only use tile map for the built-in function, but it gives X and Y positions. So I have to like construct like a fake tile map that isn't actually being used for anything other than the function. Something about that I don't like. But then again, the ingenuity. Like, that might be very convenient. I'm kind of curious. I kind of like, and maybe I need to like get over this within the next hour or two if it becomes too difficult. But I'm kind of curious to try to do it without that. But that is a very noted recommendation. I love the ingenuity of that approach. A lot. Because it saves a lot of the complexity. Okay, but let me see if I can make this happen. Yeah. If you use a vector to store the coordinates, you can do position plus times vector 2 up. What? I don't understand what you're talking about. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say this has, so each block has our get X and our get Y that come with it. So the block that's up above is going to be X. Yeah, I just kind of want to try to do it the way that makes sense to me, but that might be wrong. X plus 0, so nothing, we don't really even care about that. That would just be Y plus 0. That's what this is. In theory, we don't care about that. In practice, I might need to care about that a little bit. Block looks located at vector 200. It's the neighbor above is... Okay. Alright. I hear you. I hear you saying things that maybe I'll probably come back to when I'm stressed. Okay, so this would be X minus 1, actually. If we're checking for the one over there. Now we have to be careful because if that is, we'd have to know, could it actually even have anything after it, right? Because otherwise, -1 is going to be read in an array as the last thing in the array. So we have to actually make sure it's possible that something would be there in the first place. Please. So that's kind of annoying. So this would be if Y is greater than 0, we would bother checking any of this. In this case, if X is greater than 0, then we would bother checking to the left. It's kind of crazy. If X is less than 6, then we'd bother checking to the right. If Y is less than 11, then we'd bother checking above. Kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy. Because I have to write that in as code. I see where the tile map can be helpful, right? Because a tile map will have all of that probably built in. It will know its position relative to all the others in the map, and therefore can fetch all this data for us. Now it's just my hubris where I just like am interested, I'm curious to learn how this could work. And that's gonna slow me down. So we'll see. I think I'd rather like figure out how it would work and then decide, do I feel like making it? And if I don't, I'll look into what Parts is saying. Or what Cam is saying. If only gets ready cells with static, it doesn't access any data in the class. It's just a helper function. Okay. I don't know what you mean, but okay. With arrays, you need to put limitations because with dictionary, you check if it has the cell. I guess I don't really understand how you're structuring your dictionary. I mean, you did post your code, so maybe that will illuminate a little bit of what you're saying. Perhaps. You and Bart's are suggesting a similar strategy, but Cam's involves doing the vector math myself. Sounds miserable. It's very hard for me to read this because I can't visualize that dictionary. You know, I know you're like creating it on the fly. But I'd almost need to have some kind of visual representation of it, I think, for me to really understand what you're doing here. Right, you're actually using the tile map. It's not just there for that. Cam drew a picture of your dictionary? Vaguely. I do vaguely remember it. Now that you mention it. Someone did a chef's kiss to only 2 weeks being left. Time's almost up. I guess putting the final chef's kiss touches on it. Oh, I thought you shared that here. Oh, you put it over here. I see. This? Oh, this. Oh. Oh, this is nice. So the null is just like whether or not something is in there. This is what Barnes did. This is nice. I like this. So like if something is in there, is the null like a boolean? No, because it'd be false. Or the color, rather. Dictionary name board. Find the node reference that matches the vector2i input. Node at the position 0, 0. Null is changed to a node 3D later, a reference to the actual object so you can get the color out of it or order it to move. Smart. Oh. Right, because you're actually controlling things through your dictionary data. You're using normal vectors, so switching it... No, actually, Cam, you're not. Right, because you got physics. You're using normal vectors, so switching it up to vector 2 I might save on memory. Yeah, maybe. So then, if it's gonna check for a match, it would just iterate through and say, I don't even know. I guess it could just say for everything that is the same color, see if their X and or their Y are plus or minus 1 from each other. And if they are, then they're neighbors. You still have to somehow identify a string of neighbors. Yeah, it's like the arrays but in the dictionary. Very true. It's kind of nice though. Yeah, it's the same data, just a little different. Dude, this is hard. This is really hard. So, I need to take this a step at a time here. You know, how do I even want to visualize this data? You know what? I'm kind of starting to lean back towards, maybe I want to use raycasts. I'm thinking I might want to go back to raycasts. That's what I'm thinking. That's where this is taking me. Right. You don't have to account for that. Yeah, it does kind of seem like a little easier to work with, the dictionary. Actually. Because if I do raycasts, alright, I'm just going to explore an alternative approach right now. You have a solution we haven't tried? You can ask the physics servers if an object exists at a certain coordinate. That's true. That's true. Right. I remember that. So actually this drawing would be kind of similar. But these raycasts would be checking all around it. Here, let's just keep it simple for now. So let's say it's looking to the left. I mean, I guess I would kind of want to copy both of these. Yeah, I'm curious about that, Cam, for sure. Guess it'd be nice if this was like a different color, just for illustration purposes. I almost wonder, an object at 0, 0, you can directly query if it has a collision shape covering it. Okay. I almost wonder if every row, so it's still like creating a bit of a grid structure. Let's just imagine there's only 4 things in the row. And then let's also just imagine there's only 2 columns. I am currently reevaluating whether I want to do this. I do think that the 2D array is going to be really useful because it's going to help me know if the player is in a death position or something like that. That's probably going to be the main use that I have for that, which is kind of insane, but that's okay. It's a good learning experience. We'll see. So these would be raycasts. That's what these are. Raycasts. And so this would be raycast 2 for row 2. That would be ray 1 for row 1. Just exploring this. Bartz, what else do you do with the tile map? Yeah, what else? I think Bartz is making, well, definitely is making a 2D game. At least the Puyo Puyo part is 2D, or the board is 2D. So probably whatever, at least else the 2D does, 2D gameplay does. That's a good question. What else you doing with that tile map? What that tile map do? And then we would have positions here already, right? So where it intersects, this would already be at Y, you know, in this example, Y4. And this one would be at Y3. Right, that would just already be true. So we would be reading each piece to see what its Y is at. Again, I'm just toying around with this and just if this is gonna make more sense to me conceptually. If there's just raycasts that are checking each row. Obviously, we're then reconstructing the data structure, but the advantage is I don't have to try and interpret the data in the same way, maybe? Just to draw the main grid, but you also have a crazy thing with falling pieces that draws all the falling pieces on a separate tile map, and the whole thing moves down and transfers the cells to the main grid when they reach the position. What? That's amazing. This is a hard thing to make. That's why you can sometimes see the falling jellies overshoot, which you can't fix. It does? It overshoots a little? Interesting. My experience, old tile maps are very unsuitable for modifying at runtime, so I never even considered it recently. I think they still suck. But maybe they suck less. So then if these are different colors, right? So this one, we'll say is red. It's a red piece. You can tell because I said it's red. This one is a blue piece. This one's also blue. As is this one. And even this one is blue. We'll just say that these are all red. I don't know if this is actually going to be any easier, truth be told. For what, the tile map or this? More complicated, but tolerable. So Ray 2 can say, I see 3 red and 1 blue. Ray 1 can say, I see 1 red and 3 blue. This is hard. Sort of like an idea that I had in my mind. I'm abandoning this for a second here. An idea that I've just like had in my brain is that they check their neighbors in real time. So it says, do I have something to my left? I do? Okay, what is it? Is it my own color or is it a different color? If it's my own color, then I hold the information that I have a match on my left or whatever. So like, maybe there's like booleans, left match true. It's a little crazy, I know. This one would then be like, oh yeah, I have a match on my right. My right match is true. We're all matched up. Sort of reference to the neighbor, the collision code will hand it right to you. Yeah, exactly. But then I still have to interpret that data somehow. So this one would also say bottom match true. And naturally, this one would say top match true. But I'd still have to interpret all of this together, right? So this one would say, okay, so I have a match to the top of me, and then let's actually do one more over here. This will also have a right match, that's true. You have to check and visited, so you check the groups first and not the whole grid in order. Interesting. So this one has left match true and right match true. You can traverse the web of blocks to count how many are touching later. Yeah, but I need to know that before I start working on it. But yes, exactly. That's like what I've had in my mind, like as strong as my mind's eye can be. That's what I've imagined. But none of these things I've been working on are this. So it makes me want to like just at least draw it out. Thank you. This one comes deep from within myself. So, but it is a cool puzzle. It is a cool puzzle, right? Like, there's all these different ways to do it, even just from my own mind. But then what you guys are saying are these other ways to do it. But it's not for the faint of heart. That's for sure. So this can be great, but how do they know that their neighbors are four of a match? Each piece object having a reference to matching neighbors will be really useful, both for scoring and making adjacent blocks stick. Right. I've definitely decided to not do the adjacent sticking. But you're absolutely right. It doesn't fit that well with mine anyway. Okay. So these all this stuff is true. Now I need to figure out how are they going to know that they are four of a kind that are near each other. Because right now all that they know is that their neighbor is matching. Now we could say, at that moment, I could use this in combination with my 2D array, right? I could like cross-reference. Or something, somehow. So at the moment, and maybe even go to a dictionary and store more data. Or try using the 2D array a little differently. Like maybe I make the integer something quite different. Maybe I multiply the integer by 3. Say you pick a random piece, you can check all the matching neighbor references and count how many? I can count it, but how does the game count it? I found doing 3D a cool puzzle too. Like, how do I make this shape? Right, because you did... I'm not sure if you're doing like a viewport with 2D versus 3D. Or what? But I know you've got both 2D and 3D elements in yours. Okay, so at the moment that it gets placed, it sends out information to the 2D array saying, hey, my color is at XY something. So we could not only say my color is at XY something, but also I have a neighboring match. And now my number gets multiplied by 3. Okay? This sounds insane. I know. I don't even know how I'm gonna explain this. So like its number, so normally, so we have values between 3 and 7. Bear with me here because this is crazy. We have numbers between 3 and 7. These numbers represent the color of the block. Now the reason why I'm saying multiplying it by 3 is because if I multiply it by 3, then it'll never match the other numbers. This is crazy, okay? I know. Because if I do 3 times 2, that's going to be 6. 6 is already a number. If I do 3 times 3, that'll be 9, which is its own unique number, okay? So then, what's going to happen is there'll be a for loop that runs every time, and it's going to look for either 9 matches, 12 matches, that is to say 3 times 4, 5 matches, so 15, 3 times 5, 15. It's going to look for 18 matches, and so on and so forth. So it's going to look for those big numbers. If there's more than 4, in the moment of pieces being placed down, if there's more than 4 in the entire data set of those, then that means there must have been a match of 4 minimum. And so then we just have to go look for all of the corresponding pieces, right? So if it was, oh look, there's more than 4 9s, then it just loops through all of the pieces and it says, okay, which ones are 9s? That is to say, which ones have the color 3? And then it just pops them, it clears them in that moment. If there's multiple matches, it'll do it for the 9s and the 15s, or the 3s and the 5s. I know this is so weird, but the reason why I like it is because I can see it. I can actually imagine coding that and maybe it working. I feel like it's you know, logistically bizarre, but because it makes sense to me, I think I'm gonna get down with it. And then, you know, if the pieces readjust, we just run that check again. Any new neighbors, right? And so the neighbors would have to update. I sense that what I'm saying makes no sense to anybody, but I'm gonna do it because it makes sense to me. I think a sub viewport that has a 2D camera and the Beatles and background are there. You have a sub viewport. Gotcha. Gotcha. So it's like 2D game with 3D art added in. Understood. I like that. Quite like that. In a loop, have an array of things to check next. If a piece has neighbors, add them to the list of things to check. We could do that. But my problem with that is I would still need to know. There's still a lot of code there. Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do it. I'm afraid and I'm very scared, but I don't care. So, okay, so I've got my list of things that are going to be checked. We need to do, I'm going to set up the raycasts. So it doesn't even have to be, I don't even think it has to be raycasts, right? We just need like overlapping bodies. The thing is the raycast gives me a direction, which is kind of nice, as opposed to just parsing overlapping bodies into direction. But we can parse it. We're smart people. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I got this. I think I do. I might got this. There's a chance. So this single piece is a character body, which means we're gonna have overlapping bodies. Let me make sure I don't have some annoying prints right now. I know what I'm doing. It's gonna be wacky, but it's gonna be mine. All right, so I'm gonna I'm gonna do that. Okay. So that way we're only getting one print, hopefully, approximately. Reparent, snap position, add placed piece node, update grid array. We would want this to happen before the grid array gets updated, where I want to check its neighbors. So we're gonna say check for neighbors. I can type if I can type it correctly. Check for neighbors, and then I am gonna want some variables for these. Variable neighbor left, neighbor right. Oh yeah, that's not how you do it, but it's okay, we'll fix it. Neighbor up. I'll fix it. Neighbor down, we'll say. Oops. Okay. So first I just want to see print. Isn't that a thing? Get overlap, get, okay, I don't actually know. I thought that was like a thing. On an area, but not on a, So I would need to add a special area. I don't love that. We don't have areas on here. I do not super like that. I would rather add, raycasts than entire areas. I think that that's not necessary to add an entire area. So since the character body doesn't have an overlapping thing, we're gonna add raycast. That's what we're gonna do. Now we already have added the piece by now, right? Added place piece node, yes. So that means we'll have those raycasts at that point. So let's do that. Let's add the raycasts in there. I'm gonna call this, excuse me, Travi. Perdon me. I'm gonna say ray left. That would be -1 here. So there, that's pointing to the left. Duplicate it. Ray right. And then this one goes to the right. Duplicate it. Make that +1. This is ray up. Duplicate that again. Ray down. -1. Okay. So now we got these 4 raycasts. Now, is 1 a bit much? I think we could do less than 1. It doesn't need to be a full 1. I'm gonna make it 0.05. I just think, no, 0.5, sorry. I just think it would just be safer. So I'm just gonna have each one down to 0.5 over here. Okay. Good, good, good. Now that I have all those set up, I'm gonna need to be able to reference them easily. I'm just gonna make them all accessible as a unique name. Now back on here, when we check for neighbors, I'm gonna need to be able to find that piece place. Now I did set that up over here, right? Add placed piece node. Let's move you over here, buddy. And so let's also set like a global thing here. I think that'll be nice. Variable current placed piece node. That's gonna be a node 3D. And it will be null to start with, I suppose. And then once that gets placed, I want to say that current placed piece node becomes the placed piece node, so we know what it is. And I'll say placed piece node, sorry, current placed piece node. Hell, we could just, you know what? I'm not gonna do that. I don't think we need that. I'm gonna get rid of that. Nah, we don't need to do that crap. Instead, we'll just call check for neighbors in here. And then that will just call with placed piece node. I think that makes more sense. Placed piece node. Now we have that. Okay. So now I'm gonna say neighbor left equals placed piece node dot get node percent ray left dot is overlapping. Kind of crazy. And then just like that. So this one becomes right. Hopefully I've typed this all correctly. I'm sure we'll find out. Right, up, down. Rename these. Right, up, and down. Okay, so now we don't just want to know if it's overlapping though, because we also, so this isn't quite right. Yes, it has a neighbor, but is it a matching neighbor? Right? Sure, yeah, I've got neighbors. What's the color similarity? Very important. I would even say it's probably more useful to know what is overlapping, not just if there's overlap, right? Okay, I messed up the raycast method, but that's okay. Is colliding, not overlapping, my mistake. So that just returns a Boolean. I think we'd want, oh, get collider. Returns the first object that the ray intersects. Okay, so that's actually what I would want here. And I don't know why you're capitalizing that. Why are we yelling this? They're not. Wait a minute, those aren't constants. I don't know why I did that. Neighbor. My apology. Left, right, up. I guess in my heart, I wished that they were constants, but it doesn't make sense. They need to be variables. Why do you want to make variables constants? Let it be who it is, man. Oh gosh, I don't want to change all those. That's really boring. So this is what I'm going to ask DeepSeek to do right now. Rewrite the check neighbors function variable sets to match the declaration lowercasedness. I don't want to do it. It was boring. Just do it for me. It's not that big a deal. It'll save me, like, not necessarily time, but at least the frustration of doing it. Fireflies kind of look like shrimp. They do? What? Now where I'm from, we call them lightning bugs. You think that looks like a shrimp? I think what's okay, a flying, okay, like firefly flying. Okay, I do see that a lot more now. Yeah. Okay, I see that. Yeah, you're right. You're right. They like bend themselves. Okay, I see it now. Sold. Yeah. Uncanny. Okay, now is overlapping. I actually should have asked it to rewrite that too, but it doesn't matter. This is gonna be some typing. What? I did capital? No, lowercase it. Lowercase it right now. Okay. And actually, yeah, I think I would like this to be get collider. I think I want this, I want to know what it is right here. And so then these are not going to be booleans. Instead, these are going to be character bodies. So then we can say if neighbor left if neighbor left piece color, I don't think it's gonna work. I think you have to do get node piece mesh piece color, unfortunately. If that is, this is kind of crazy, is set to, like, visually it's kind of bulky, it's a lot of text. Don't love that, but that's okay. If that is set to one's own get node piece mesh piece color, so it's gonna take some testing because I'm gonna have to actually get matches. It almost makes me want to just spawn matches only. It won't take long to get a match. Then I want to say a different variable set where it is booleans, match left boolean, etc. and so forth. Right, up, and down. Match left true. So this could be very easily made into a function. I'm already seeing everywhere here. We could make this into a nice function that repeats. So we could say for neighbor in, I'm gonna do range 3, right? So that way it does 0, 1, 2, 3. Check for neighbors. That should be all we need, is just that. And then we can just say, well, what we do need to know is if it's left, right, up, or down. That's kind of the tricky part there. So I know it's not elegant, but this is what I'm gonna do. We're gonna say, I know. There's probably like some other way to construct this, and you just have to forgive me. I think you just have to forgive me. I'm gonna make these be right now. Please forgive me for what I have done. Uh-oh. I know one of y'all would have some clever way to do this without having to do it 4 times. Off the top of my head, it's a bit of effort to think about. And it's gonna be a lot faster if I just do it this way. Is that the music that plays on YouTube before a planned video? It sure is. It's exactly that same song. It has a name. But that's why I can play it, because it doesn't have any copyright issues. Silent Partner Spacewalk. is what it's called. It is exactly that music. It's not super worth it to go to a loop for only 4 things. Yeah, like I don't have to. Like if it's right, it's like why go to the trouble? I mean, I would if I knew off the top of my head how to make these like booleans swap in. I would do it. Like I could probably concatenate like a string, like add like left, right, up or down. Like oh, I could do something like that. Sounds like a pain. So like trying to get all those to be inserted into the dynamically. I don't feel like doing that. So, but yeah, I love having music that like people can recognize from around YouTube. It's like I don't know. I think it's nice. But at first, when I realized that's what it was, I was like, no, I can't have that. Then it will be the same as that. And it's like, no, wait. But then it's fun to be like, I know that song. Okay. It's like a little YouTube radio. All of these songs you might recognize in other YouTube videos and or shorts. Because these are all the songs that YouTube licenses to creators to use without any copyright issues whatsoever. I just listened through his... I sometimes I add new ones, but it's pretty rough to find them. But I tried to listen to as many of those. I was like, you know, I could code to this as possible. I have 10 hours of them. I would like more. 10 hours will do, though. It's very strange to hear it in a video and to be like, oh, I should be coding right now. Alright, so then we're going to say, not only that, but this is going to be its neighbor variable and match boolean. So we need to say that the neighbor variable equals that and if it equals anything, which it might not, well, we have to be careful, don't we? Because it could see the wall, right? And we have to make sure it doesn't see like itself. Well, I think at that point you just want to set the raycast up correctly, so that way it only can see other pieces. I think would be the way to get around that. So for now, we'll keep it this way, but I'm gonna need to tweak that raycast just a little bit, probably. So if it has a neighbor variable, which it might not, that might be null. Then we want to say, check if the neighbor variable piece mesh piece color is set to the current piece's piece color. If it is, set the match bool to be true. Great. So that's interesting. So then I guess I would just want to check to make sure they're getting set. Let's go to that raycast and see if that's correct. So right now, its collision mask is set to layer 1. Doesn't look like I've named anything else, so that's something to deal with. Tell me about the pieces. How are the pieces being done here? Character top piece, its collision layer is set to 1 and 2. Okay, so pieces are on 2. Interesting. And what about the walls and the ground? What is their layer? I just don't remember. I should have labeled them. I don't know why I didn't. 1. Okay. So this is wall / ground, safe to say? Oh, no slash. Okay. Wall or ground. Yes. Great. And so then 2 is pieces. Now I don't know what kind of pieces. I have a feeling that's going to be true for like garbage and placed. So I think we would want to have a special check to make sure that it is also a placed piece. So I'm going to call this number 2 pieces. But what I also want to do is in the separation code or the check neighbors code, I also want to make sure if neighbor variable and neighbor variable piece type is set to piece types placed, which is going to be 0, 1, 2. I'm going to make that just an enum, so it'll just like is easier. Where are we here? Piece type is set to piece types placed. So it has to be a placed piece. Then check it as a neighbor. Okay, and then over on the raycast, I just have to make sure that all of these are looking for layer 2. Okay, probably have some kind of issues here, so let's just run it and find out what they are. So I'm just gonna keep placing them, assuming I don't get errors, until we have what we know must be some kind of match. Invalid type in function get node in base 3D cannot convert argument 1 from object to node path. Right. So tell me more about get. Is get collider like a dictionary of stuff? So I need to like find specifically a certain thing. Okay, so why don't you just tell me what that is so I know how I'm gonna convert it into a node path? Like name or something? I don't know. I don't remember. So before we do all that, let's just print neighbor variable. But neighbor variable we are setting to a character body, so I don't even think it'll set that. So let's actually comment even that out, and I just wanted to print this. Tell me what you are. Give me some information that I can use here. Oh, I didn't even realize. Look, that says Ray left. That was a mistake right there. So Ray, we also need to put in here. That was a big oopsie. Again, kinda ridiculous, but that's okay. Okay, that's right. That's up. That's down. It's a game jam. I gotta get this game working. Alright, let's see if we can return something here. Now it's interesting too that it was like finding an object. There shouldn't be an object. Can I convert object 1? You mean here? In get node. Oh, so I could just say Ray, is what you're saying? No. No. Also, Ray might mean something, might be a built-in class. Okay, Ray path. No, that's not gonna work. That is not going to work because it's looking for that. Okay, we have an issue here. I have an issue right now. How is that? Oh, here, put these in, here. It's got to be a string. Oh my gosh, Godot with your auto end string. Add that, delete the second one, wrap it. Okay, now that will go in there, because now it's a node path. So I guess I should type these, huh? Would probably be nice. Place piece node is gonna be character body. No, it's a node 3D. Neighbor variable is going to be a character body. Match bool is a bool. Alright. Let's try it now. So actually I didn't even have the error I thought I had. That's okay. Let's see what happens. Something. Object null. That's right. You have no neighbors. That's correct. So it seems to never be seeing anything, which is a little surprising. Curious. Well, but it'll just be null. We could just say if, or let's see if I can go back to setting this here. And just say if neighbor variable. Then print neighbor variable. So it won't even bother printing anything if it's null. Which we're probably gonna continue to get null for some reason. I wonder if the placed piece isn't on 2. I know it should be. Okay, so it's not printing anything. It doesn't see anybody. So let me see if, let me pause it. And let's look at the remote to see if they are detecting something next to them. Actually, you know what would help? Visible collision shapes. Because I made it quite tiny, but hopefully we can still actually see the raycast, and then it will actually change its color if it sees something. You can't really see it. I don't even know if it's there. I mean, it must be there because we're not getting an error. Okay, let's go. Let's investigate here. Let me see what's going on. So, in the grid, let's look at one we know as a neighbor. This has a neighbor on the right, technically. So if we look at its children, it has a piece placed on it, and that has all the ray casts. Ray right over here. Oh, I was hoping we could see an is colliding. Okay, all right, that's not that helpful, is it? I'm surprised we can't like visually see them. That's unfortunate. I guess I could make them really long. Oh, okay, if I make them not visible, then I can see them. Make the mesh not visible. Oh, look! That's red. It sees one above it. It doesn't see one to the right. That's interesting. So that top raycast is seeing something. Not so much on the right. Which is just kind of weird. Okay, alright. So let's increase the length a bit then. I'll make it 0.8. Don't really need to do it on the top, but I'd rather it all be the same, I guess. Oh, I kept this one the wrong number. 0.8, 0.8, 0.8, 0.8. Okay, let's see if we can get some more hits here. I wonder if what it sees isn't what I think it's seeing. It's probably what's happening. Okay, now I can actually see those sticking out. Okay, let's pause it. Give a little zoom so you can see them all poking out now, which is good. At least we know they're there. And then I'm gonna go hide the node, the meshes, and you can see this sees one to the left and it sees one above it. This is good. Now, what exactly is it seeing there? Because I'm not getting any prints about what it sees. So what's up with that? I guess I do wonder if the order of events is off here, and like perhaps at that point isn't when it detects it. So the only thing that happens after that is the collision is disabled. Okay. All right. Well, I can probably move that, right? But does that really make sense? Why would the collision need to be enabled? Because it's not detecting itself, it's detecting other things that would already be placed. So I guess one way I could test this, another thing I could do is put all of this code on the other one. Right, it's immune to raycast, but here's the thing, is that's not what's being detected. Right? So the thing that's looking for placed pieces is going, the one that's looking for placed pieces is the one whose collision is disabled. Right? And so the pieces that are placed are already gonna have their collisions enabled. Maybe I don't have like bodies or something set up? A placed piece is looking for other, no. A piece that is kind of, yes, actually, yes. But that the piece is like not fully placed, it's mostly placed. It's mostly placed. And it's looking for other placed pieces. So the other placed pieces would already have their collisions enabled, if that makes sense. It's a bit confusing, that. Its parent is the piece placer still, not the board. What? Its parent is the piece placer still, not the board. What? What are you saying? That doesn't, but that again, that shouldn't matter. Maybe it does. I don't know if that's true at this point, Cam, actually. I hear what you're saying. But let me check. Let's look. The only thing that I think hasn't been done. Yeah, so the reparenting has already happened at that point. So it's reparented. It snaps the position. It adds the placed piece node. and then it checks for neighbors. So the only thing that it hasn't done yet is update the grid array and turn the collision to true and separate it to true. But other than that, and again, its own collision shouldn't matter at all. So it's already reparented by then. And it's reparenting from the piece placer to the grid. Would it matter if it's on the same detection layer? I mean, again, I do want to point out that it is seeing things, right? So if we look closely, if it can let me look, if we look, see, it sees it. Colliding. Both of them are colliding. See? Can you see how these aren't colliding? If they're red, so they're detecting just fine. The detection is working. But I just need to investigate if the timing is right. So all pieces that have been placed have collision disabled. Incorrect. Yes, it's enabled. When the piece becomes placed, it's enabled. Yes. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to stack on each other. That's the only way that the stacking works, is that the collision is enabled. Yeah. Very cool. So now I'm just trying to investigate about the timing. So I think what I'm going to check next is on the raycast piece placed itself, let's check the data there instead of checking it, because I can just move this check onto here, which might work better. Yeah, me too. I'm lucky that this actually works out. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. In this case, it does. So for this, I mean, I could literally just say for ray in get children if ray is colliding, or really if ray get, oh it doesn't, yeah, oh type it, raycast 3D, if ray get collider, print print ray name, ray get collider. Spend a lot of time worrying about imaginary things. Nice to finally see them. Yeah. I love seeing them. Seeing them is the way. Yeah, it's so helpful. I remember I had a hard time in Unity setting up visualizing raycasts, and I was in 2D. But I didn't really spend a lot of time with Unity, so. Okay, so there should be nothing to report there. Still nothing! But again, we know that it's probably there if I come in here and I hide this node, you can see that it's colliding. So I might not be fetching the data correctly. Those are definitely colliding. Properly herded electrons. We are herding electrons, essentially, yes. How strange. So let's just even skip that and just tell me if any of them see something. Even if they see nothing, tell me they see nothing. Give me the object null. I'll take it. Okay, object nulls galore. Now if I do that, where there's actually something nearby, it still sees object null. Okay, I think I must have something set up weird. Are you trying to check if the raycast is colliding or not? Kind of. I'm trying to check what it's colliding with. I could check that too. Okay, so I have bodies. Bodies are, it says it collides with bodies. I wonder, oh, I bet I need hit from inside. Dude, I bet you. I think I remember this from my Frogger-like. I had a similar thing. I bet you I need hit from inside. That's exact, dude, that's what I need. That's what I need. Yeah, right, it would be true. It's already checking. I think this is gonna fix it. No, it didn't fix anything. I'm gonna disappear and hide. Just kidding. Nope. Nope. Okay. Cool. Still just object null for days. Neat. Program is cool because it does exactly what you tell it, but it also sucks because it does exactly what you tell it. Or rather, it does exactly what I didn't mean to tell it, but I did. Yeah. Yep. If true, the ray will hit back faces with concave polygon shapes with back faces and equal height match shapes. Exclude parent. If true, collisions will be ignored if this ray casts immediate parent. I don't think that has anything to do with anything. Okay, so we got some basic raycast issues right now. Okay, all right. That is just a reality. This is not the hiccup that I was expecting, but it's the one that I got. Okay, and that just has to be. That's just true. Okay. So I'm saying look for collision mask 2. Morbid curiosity. What if I say 1? I'm just curious. Do I have my layers messed up here? Please be that. We can fix that. Still null? Okay, now you're being crazy. You don't see anything. I think if you say areas, okay, at least show me areas. Show me the ground. Tell me you see the ground. I mean, come on. You see the ground. It doesn't see nothing. I do have my layers named, but you're right. That's a cool thing. But no, what I meant was maybe I had the wrong layers set to the wrong ones. But yes, that is true. No wonder programming is hard. You need to design a complex process and express it in a language only understood by electric rocks. I love that. So it's poetry right there. I just love it. Oh, I didn't set them all to hit from inside. All right, let me try that. I don't think that's gonna do it, but morbid curiosity here. If you can make them all collision mask 1 as well, just make sure you've done this with every single one of them. Let's just really make sure, because I might have only set it on 1 for some of these tests, rendering them not that useful. Yeah, okay, that, nope, nothing. All right, just check. Okay, cool. But it sees the ray casts, right? It says ray down, ray left, ray right. It knows the ray casts are there. It just isn't seeing any objects. All right, let me try this. And let's take this a step further, which is going to be really annoying. Let's actually set up a physics process. And I'm going to say if, and let's just be specific, ray left get collider, print, ray left, get collider. Really am not enjoying this. It's essentially gonna annoy. I have so much more to do right now. So much more complexities to figure out. I'm not pleased to be hung up on this, but I will persevere. Okay. So we're only checking ones on the left right now. That's it. On the physics process, mind you. Okay, okay, okay. It's a timing issue. Pause it, stop. Wait. Hold on. Okay. So it's seeing stuff. How that's on the left, I don't know. So I think we simply have a timing issue. I guess in the ready function, it's not actually ready. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say in the physics process, I even wonder, I'm just gonna move all of this mess over here. So back to the single piece. I just realized what you meant, like water bending. Okay. And then all of this stuff, I think we could just do this. I don't think we need to do that. I think we can just do this. And then, yeah, I know none of this makes sense. Just, you know, I just comment it out for now. Okay, come back to piece placed. Add these in here. And we will say, if neighbor left is not set yet, check. I know it's a lot of like indentation, but it's just gonna make it easier for me to see right now. If neighbor left is not set yet, find the ray left collider. If you find something there, then set neighbor left to be ray left collider. Okay. Okay. So then that'll only check the one time until it finds it, unless it doesn't find anything. In which case, I mean, then it's just gonna keep checking it forever and ever, which kind of sucks. So I'm actually not gonna do that. We're gonna say, oh, this is kind of what Bart's was saying earlier, the visited. I'm gonna say checked left, Boolean false. Checked right, checked up. I love seeing like what, that's why I'm glad I saw your code, Bart's, because it's fun to like see like what similar things we had to do, even if we're doing them in like super different ways. And it's like affirming somehow, like, oh yeah, this is a valuable thing to do. Okay, so instead we'll say if it hasn't checked left. Let's do that instead. If it hasn't checked left, hey, what's up, Pressifier? I am jam ratting. I'm jam ratting so hard. I don't really have anything to show since the last time you were here on Monday in the member stream. Join button is below the video if you're interested in becoming a member. But I'm trying to start setting up the ways to check to see if there's a match. And it's a mind flip. But it's really fun. I have a practice I'm going to do. There's been a lot of ways explored and suggestions about how to do it, but I'm going forward with a way that makes sense to me. And unfortunately, I'm dealing with an annoying like graycast issue that is pretty much unrelated to the complexities of what I'm trying to do, but I've realized how to fix it. I just now have to fix it. It's a good idea to keep track of if you have already checked something. True. Otherwise, you risk finding the same group multiple times. Very true. Very, very true. So I have like this whole data structure that keeps track of like what color is at what cell, but I'm not really gonna super use it. I was gonna like think about like, okay, so in code, if I'm going through, it's actually a 2D array, you know, if it's checking, okay, if there's nothing to my left, don't bother checking to see if I have something matched to my left. Something to the right, check the right, whatever. That was just already getting really complex, and like, you know, thinking about, you know, how am I gonna write like for loops and stuff to loop through and decide if something is next to each other. I don't know, that was getting really stressful. And then I had this idea of having like these like horizontal raycasts that exist that represent each row, and that would I would still basically it would just give me the same kind of 2D array data. I would just again have to find out, you know, I'd know, okay, sure, on x2 y2 it's blue, and then on x1 y2 they're also blue, but now I gotta figure out how to determine that not only do those match, but are there 4 in a row. I was like, that's too much. So then there was this idea, which is what I'm currently going with. And this idea is a single piece is going to check to see, do I have matches on the left, below, right, above me, based on raycasts. So it's going to keep track, yes, I have a match on my left. Yes, I have a match on my bottom. And then it's going to store its number, its color number, in the 2D array differently. So normally, and you just gotta bear with me here, normally the colors are represented by 3, 4, 5, and 7. It's just the way the enum is, all right? So what we're gonna do is if a piece has a match next to it, it is going to update its number in the cell to the same color number, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, except it's going to multiply it by 3. So if it's 3, it's going to be 9. If it's 4, it's going to be 12, 5, 15, and so on and so forth. And then that 2D array that has all that data in it is going to look through and say, how many of these are 9s? Oh, four minimum are 9s? That means that all the color 3s, which I know where the positions are, those all need to be exploded because they are a match, right? And so on and so forth. So that's kind of the plan that I have. Maybe kind of confusing, but I can see the end of it. So I like it. Left match equals null / left match equals neighbor node 3D. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. All right. I don't know what that means. So, okay. So if not checked left, I think it's going to work. I think it's going to work. It might not, but maybe it will. I'm going to find out. The fun way. Jam ratting, Rorik. I can't stop jam ratting. I like jam rat. Who doesn't like jam ratting? Well, I don't know. Maybe you don't like jam ratting, but do you like live streams? Do you like this live stream? If you do, hit that like button. Unless you already pressed the like button. Don't press it again. Do not press it again. Press it 1 time or 3 times or 5 times, but do not press it 2 times or 4 times or any even number. Only press it an odd number of times. Thank you. I appreciate that for hitting that like button. Hyper smash that like button. Helps out a lot, you guys. Thank you for doing it. So, if there is nothing in there, then I'm gonna want to say checked left is still true. So like either way, checked left is gonna be true, no matter what. So I don't even think I need to do an else. I think we just say, if not checked left immediately, checked left becomes true, right? So no matter what, we've checked it. And then assign this to whether it's true or false. Then, well, we'll need that for every single side, which is a lot of sides. That's a bunch of sides right there. omalo, omalanumerophobia. 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 Okay. All right. Very good. Understood. Understood. I don't actually understand. What is that? If not, check left equals true. So we're just gonna go through all of this. Interesting way of doing it. It's like you're setting the state of a bunch of cells, then checking over it afterwards for matches. Would this work with sequential groups caused by the explosion? Yes, because, in theory, because we would just say, like, after the pieces, you know, so like a match happens and pieces that settle. I haven't set up all that yet, but I will. First, I want to at least get one match. But then what I would just do is I would just run the check for matches function again after they resettle. So it'd be like, matches happen, things destroy, everything resettles. Check it again, things destroy, or not, resettles, check it again. And I would just have that happen over and over again, in theory. A fear of even numbers. Oh, yes, as far as likes go on these videos and how many times you've pressed the like button, absolutely omalanumerophobia. Okay, alright. Omalumerophobia. Yes, I got it. I have it in that one regard. Yeah, 100%. Wait. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. 4, 88, no, 24, 36, stop it, 12, how dare you, 1, 2, no! But is that how many times you liked it? That's the only way I actually just pretended. That was I just faked that. Right, easy, because maybe I'm faking it, but someone else might not be. You might really be upsetting them. I feel so sorry for anyone who has that. Like, man, you know they got issues. All right, unfortunately, we're going to do this a lot of times. So I'm going to say check for neighbors. It's going to have its own little function, and it is going to be what it's going to be, baby. Check it on the left. Check it on the right. Check it every way, because that is height. Left, right, up, down. Okay, very good. You should have updated more, but that's okay. We'll do it now. We'll do it right now. That one is correct. Oh god. Oh dear. What have I done? Okay, this is supposed to make right. This I need to make up. And that's down. Easy there. This is right. This is up. And this is down. And then this is left. This is right. This is up. And this is down. Okay, great. Nope, not correct still. Jesus. I could have done them at the same time, but I just forgot. Up and down. And that's a capital D. Alright. Probably good enough. If it's a problem, we'll find out. Maybe. Okay. So, that should set them, and it should mark them as true or false. I would also love if it could, like, print them. That could be nice. I forgot to add that in there. So really only if it's true do I want you to bother printing it. Oops, don't really care otherwise. So in this case, I'd want to know neighbor left name. Well, that's all it really needs to print. Is neighbor left name. So print that. Print this one. That's on the right. I could have saved myself some repetition if I had planned ahead, but if I planned ahead, I wouldn't be myself. Pressapire apologizes to any of those out there who got scared by my message. I also apologize to those with the fear of apologies, as this may scare you as well. Fear of apologies. A fear of fears? A fear of being afraid of other people's fears? You really, wow. If you think about it, we really have to apologize a lot more than we do. You know? Okay, so that didn't print anything, which is very unfortunate. Okay. Great. Good. That's just great. Woke up and chose violence, didn't you? Cool. So, So I wonder if it needs to check like more times, if the timing just still must not be good enough. Okay, crazy idea. What if I said it's a process? Crazy idea, I know. Probably won't work. I probably need it to check more than once, would be my guess. I think it's gonna be even sooner. I don't think that would be later, which is what you need. Dear God. Dear freaking God. So, okay, very well. I will take out all of these checks. Just put them in the trash. Throw them away. Just throw them away. Alright? Now that's gonna print an absolute frig ton. So okay. I mean, I hate to have it checking so often, you know, for every single piece. That's brutal. We could have it look up to see if we're in the checking phase. That might be the best way to deal with it. Are we checking? If we are, go ahead, run it through all of them the entire time. I feel like I always have to deal with gross timing issues in Godot. Never remember doing this in Unity. Interesting. Interesting. Godot, what do you have to say for yourself? Noted. I feel vindicated. Okay, so we're gonna say that check for neighbors actually isn't going to run unless we're in the checking phase. So we're gonna say if get parent checking phase and then I gotta make sure that exists. This should be the parent. I don't love this, but here we are. I feel like a signal probably makes the most sense here. Maybe Boolean equals false. So when a piece gets placed, that's when I'd want to emit the signal that we're in the checking phase, right? Any piece is getting placed. Hopefully full jolt integration will fix some of the madness. It's not fully integrated yet. I thought it was. Jeez. That's okay. They're doing their best. It's volunteers, man. They're doing their dang old best. So at the moment that we check for matches. Oh wow, great. That's, yeah, sounds good. Check, go ahead, check for the matches for me. Cool. So then, well, I'm gonna need this to call with something so I know what piece to tell it to do that on. So we're actually gonna bring this down and say that once the pair to spawn, but we need more than the pair to spawn, right? Because the piece pair is not where that exists. So that would have to mean that that proliferates down to these, which is much more difficult. So don't put that there. Put that in the trash. We have jolt replacements for all the Godot physics stuff, but we don't have things unique to jolt yet. Alright. Alright. So it like looks good, but it doesn't work good? I don't know. That doesn't make sense. So I'm probably gonna want that here after the top and bottom pieces are set and these actually exist. That's when I would want to start the checking phase. Godot physics is gold standard in free physics. Everything that came before it was a little wonky. Interesting. Gold standard, you say? But that's gonna happen. Oh, that is piece pair. Okay, so after it sets those, set colors, I'm gonna have it emit, signal bus, check, let's say checking matches. Okay. I'm gonna go to my signal bus, we're gonna make this signal. This is a lot of work. Checking matches. That's okay, it had to happen. It had to happen one way or the other. And I'm gonna wanna receive that on my piece placed. A bouncing ball would often gain momentum over time in old physics systems like Fusion and GameMaker. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like relative to those, it's a gold standard. Gotcha. Okay, so we're gonna say that's a fair point. Hey, what's up, Trevi? How you doing? Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. I love you. I love you so much. Oh, he's a sweet boy. He's a very sweet boy. Signal bus, signal bus, signal bus, signal bus. No matter how bad the code is, it always used to be worse. Love that. Yes, Optimist Unite. Oh, you're right. We need to say what it is. Checking no. Checking matches. Connect on checking matches. I'm actually gonna put that up here. On checking matches. Checking phase equals true. Wait, but this isn't where you wanted it. I mean, it doesn't really matter where it is. It can just be anywhere, you know? It could be any old place. Anywhere it needs to be. Totally fine. We would also need to know something like signal bus. Well, you'd kind of want this to come with a Boolean, right? Is checking, and then we'd want checking phase to be set to is checking. As it should do, throw a ball in my room within seconds, it's breaking my window and flying off into space. No matter how bad the code is, it can always get worse. Oh, I love that. It can. It really can, though. Jeez. It can always get better, too. Or it can always stay the same. All those are true. I'm hoping to go from works perfectly to works perfectly. Don't fix what ain't broke now. Come on. I see what you're saying. Works more perfectly, perhaps. Sounds like chasing like a holy grail or something. Is checking. So I'm gonna need to go back to my signal bus. Oh, checking matches? Okay, fine. Checking matches. Forget phase. I'm sorry. Works perfectly to works perfectly, but now my eyes don't burn when I look at the code. That's important. That is actually very important. Oh, you don't need to connect it twice, my friend. No need. It's a little hard to follow for a little benefit. You're right, right? Without refactoring. Yep, works perfectly to works perfectly. Understood. Sometimes it's not just fixing what ain't broke, it's making it easier to not break in the future, because you actually understand it. Also your eyes. Damn, not your eyes. This is gonna be is checking, which is a bool. Now, obviously, I need to end the checking phase at some point. That would just be if... Basically, as soon as it verifies that there are no matches... Well, yeah, that's going to be later on, honestly. It needs to know not only that there's no matches, but that there's no chains. Or whatever, because like there could be two, right? Like these two match, right? But that's not four that have matched, thus creating a chain of a such. So it would really be once it verifies there's no chains, then, even though it's not really like a chain, it is a chain. If there's no chains, then the matching phase is over. So I haven't written any of that code yet, so horrifically, it's just gonna be true for a long time. So, alright. That's just the way it has to be. We could stop it early too, for now, momentarily. So, I only want to say if, we don't even do get parent, we'll just say if checking matches, check for neighbors. And so then this is just gonna update constantly. We still would only want it to do it if, unfortunately, if neighbor left hasn't been identified. It's not gonna change. Actually, it will. Yeah, it should stay updated, actually. Kind of annoying, but oh well. It'll just be one grand moment of performance, which is kind of fine because this is not like an active moment, so I think it's not a big deal. Okay, so when this happens, oh, what's up, debugger? What you got for me? Need to add more gameplay elements on top of it. You don't have number scores and combos yet. It should be slightly less spaghetti, so it could be a foundation. Yes. Okay, what do we got for errors here? Error calling from signal checking matches. Expected one argument but call was 0. Oh yeah, forgot about that. P single, is that where it happens? Actually forgot where we emit it. I don't remember. Matches emit. That happens when a piece goes down. Okay, so this needs to emit with true, so that way we know that it has started. I'm gonna need to take a few minutes. In a couple minutes here, I have to do something with all this liquid that has mysteriously vanished. Oh, it's checking. It's finding stuff. It's finding stuff. Thousands and thousands of stuff. So one thing that we could also say, just to like slow everything down a little bit, I think a debug key that lets me advance to the next stage, but also stopping everything. So what I'm gonna want to set up, I'm even just gonna write this down somewhere in a horrible place. I'm gonna say right here, hey, when I get back, make the stop new spawns until checking matches is over. Create debug button for advancing and updating checking matches accordingly. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna do when I get back. I will be like, I might be up to 5 minutes. I'm gonna try not to be, but I need to get some more food. I gotta deal with this liquid that is no longer there. I need to bring it back into the world. And then I will be super right back. Now, I will say also, I'm gonna run some ads during this time. Not everyone's gonna see them, but it would help me out a lot. It's like a really easy way that you can help support this channel with money, is if you let some of those ads just happen. Now, no pressure. If you don't want to, if you've got an ad blocker, that's fine. I respect that. But just know that it's a way you could help if you want. Okay, I will be right back. I appreciate you. What? No. A little longer than that, my friend. Hold on a second. Hey, we're still here. I gotta do this correct. Okay, now I'll be right back. I'll be super right back. Enjoy the music. Stretch your legs. Get a snack if you're co-working. Yes, this is the new Godot function. It does write code for you. Yes, it's built-in Godot AI. Built-in Godot AI. It exists now. It doesn't. It doesn't. Well, maybe it does, but this isn't it. All right. I'm back. I apologize, and I also thank you. Okay. Very good. Earlier, Kim said, I've been unrolling the state machine because there are not enough states to justify the boilerplate. Whoa. Oh, interesting. Yeah, and that's fair to like have to like not over-engineer it a bit. But it helped you figure it out to have it there. That's so real. Sometimes you gotta put stuff there. You don't know what you're gonna need, but you might as well get it started. I respect that. I relate to that. It is really slow at generating things. The vibe code is not vibing, man. Idiot. No, I'm sorry, AI. You're really smart and handsome, and please don't come for me when it's the end of the world. You boiled it into a function call and a boolean. Nice. Yeah, keep it stupid simple sometimes. Yeah, I guess it's if there's like, you know, you're running into like a bunch of different booleans and only one can be true. But if you only needed one boolean, there you go. Thank you, AI. Thank you so much. Please have mercy. Oh, what am I doing? Stop that the AI isn't doing, which is fine, AI. Stop new spawns until checking matches is over. Create a debug button for advancing and updating checking matches accordingly. Okay, I think I got all that. All right. Let's make it happen. So back on the game scene, where we, well, really just where we run spawn pair, which currently happens on the piece pair when in the physics process here. As soon as it hits the floor, basically, that's when it is going to spawn a new pair. But I want to say, no, do not do this. When it hits the ground, actually, that's when I would want to enter the checking phase. Wait, when are we emitting the checking phase right now? Don't do that. Checking matches emit. We should put that in the same place, probably. But technically, what I'd really want to do. Wait, it is in piece pair. Wait, but where? Wait, it's gone? Oh, did I delete it? Oh, here it is. In the ready function. When a new piece is created is not when I would want to run that. No. Incorrect. Technically, I'd want there to be like a little delay that I need to set up at some point. Do I need to do that now? You're gonna play the finals. The state machine is deprecated, I think. You're gonna play the finals. The state machine is oh, I see. You're gonna make sure that it actually is working. This is the moment of truth, so to speak. Crossing my fingers for you. So I kind of want to, I know it's a bit of a diversion, but it's not. Or a detour. I want to set up the delay where the player can still do the piece before the piece stops, because it's just starting to get to a point where I think I need to do that. So this time we're gonna say when we are on the floor, instead of spawning a pair, I'm gonna want to start a timer. So I'm gonna add a timer into my piece pair. So basically in Puyo Puyo, when the player hits the ground, you actually have a little bit of time to adjust the position of your piece before it locks it in. So I am trying to set that up. Now, you can override that by slamming down. If you slam down at that moment, then it won't give you that delay. So I would actually probably also want to know if we're slamming down. Do I have a button for that? I don't think I do. I do not. So if it's down, okay, we'll say moving down becomes true. It's a little, it seems like a detour, but the thing is, if I don't do this now, then I'm starting to add in more abstraction, and that I have to move later once I do start setting this up, which is why I want to do this right now. So we're gonna create a moving down boolean. Can we call it slamming down? I don't want to call it moving. I want to call it slamming. That's what I say, because moving is confusing. Moving sounds like we're saying, yeah, you're floating down. No, this is slamming down. And if you are slamming down, then you're not gonna get that little bonus extra time, basically. I haven't heard back from Camwin. I have a feeling there's some fixes that need to come in. That's okay, it be like that. Helps with dash bonus points. Right. So I think I'm not gonna do those. I don't think I'm gonna do those because technically we're not like. So the way, and I don't know if I've explained this often, but the way my game's gonna work is there are gonna be pieces that are already present on the map, and then your goal is to make those pieces go away. So you're actually stacking on top of those pieces and you're trying to remove those. So we could do that. Maybe I could. I mean, there's no reason not to, but it's not as necessary for what I'm making, I think, than like an original like competition where you're trying to chain combos and stuff. But maybe I should still do it because that'll send more garbage. All right, you know, maybe I will do it. You're right, it is helpful. Maybe I will do it. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I could do without it, though. I theoretically could do without. I don't even know if I'm... I guess we are doing a score. I don't know. We'll see. I've realized that's kind of a scope situation. So if I get to a point where I'm like, oh god, I don't have time for score, instead of doing score, we're gonna do something else. That's something it's willing to be cut, basically, is that. But it would be nice if I could get the dash bonus. If is on the floor, 1 point for each cell dashed. Nice. If is on floor, if slamming down, or dashing, if slamming down, then immediately please emit checking matches. It's immediately checking match time. If we're not slamming down when we're on the floor, then I'm gonna want to start this timer. When this timer is juggling phase, we'll say, not juggling, but like extra time, timer, pre-lock, timer extra. I'm just gonna call it extra time. I just need a name for this thing, so we're just gonna call it extra time. I don't love it, but it'll do. Okay, and then we gotta connect it as well. Timer extra time on extra time timeout. Then create that function. on extra time timeout. And when that's done, I would then want you at least, probably other things too, to admit this. Well, what we're gonna want is... Technically, we'd want to stop the movement. I think we'd want to separate the pieces at that point, right? So we'll fix that in a second, but that should be fine right there. If slamming down, checking matches emit true, otherwise, timer extra time start, and then we'll make a value for that, constant, extra time. That's a float, and it's, let's just say 0.5 for now. Probably be okay. Start extra time. Okay. We also want to think about this debug thing, which is a nice thing. That basically lets me like stop the pieces from spawning, which is just convenient for debug and stuff. My problem is, look, it's fine. It breaks the game, but that's, you know, it's the point of the debug isn't for it not to be broken, for it to not be broken. If it's on the floor, as long as debug spawn isn't true, then do all that. All right, it's fine. Turn on the floor, do the movement. Okay. All right, now back on the Game Brain Zine, I want to connect signal bus, checking matches. And so instead of spawn pair running, which is now not going to run at all for any reason, instead of running it at that point, I want to run it somewhere else. So it's going to be here. Func on checking matches. I don't actually want to spawn a new pair. Instead, I want to clear an old pair. The only way that happens is if a pair has existed. So I don't even think I need to do a check. We're just literally going to run clear old pair. Which will do all of this. Now, before that automatically ran spawn pair. But I don't know that I want to do that just yet. We could, but technically, you know, we'd want the after it checks and finds the matches, it would explode all of those. We'd see them fall down. It would check it again. It would explode those. It'd fall down. If there is nothing, now it would spawn a new pair. So for now, I'm gonna move spawning a new pair to a debug key. And that does mean that we need checking matches to end with that same debug key. So, to my debug script, we've got the stopping the spawn, we've got changing the level, we've got restarting the game. I need a new button. I need a new button. I just do. Where's my buttons? Oh, it's not visible by default. Okay. Oh, it's the wrong place. Over here, back to the main scene, look at that in 2D, there we go. There's gonna be a lot of buttons down there, I know it. It just has to be okay. So with all of them, it'd look like this, duplicate this, this is... Start spawn. This is not well named. Can we rename that to stop spawn? It's gonna be pretty confusing. It'd be nice if I had some like... Here, let's say stop spawn, and then I'm gonna call this... Yeah, okay, fine, start spawn. This is all very confusing. Next, piece. Really, that would only need to be true if we were in the checking phase. So let's make all these not visible. I did rename something. This is now stop spawn, so it just makes a little more sense. I'm gonna rename this too. Against some better judgment. Only the effort involved. Can we get rid of the button? It's just so much extra. I know I'm doing all kinds of little refactoring here, but it's okay. On stop spawn pressed, on level pressed, on start pressed. Okay, and a new one for next piece. Connect on next piece pressed. On next piece pressed. And then actually, I'm also going to connect from the signal bus, checking matches, on checking matches, just so there's less down there that I don't accidentally click on. I'm a little concerned that I don't have these buttons. Where do those buttons become visible at? Oh, here. Okay, good. Got it. Understood. And then those are labeled correctly still? No. This should be stop spawn. That was close. On checking matches, I would want the next piece button to become visible. Well, that depends. Is it checking? If is checking, make it visible. Otherwise, make it not visible. There's an easier way to do it. I didn't do that. That's okay. All right. I mean, literally, you can just do it, right? You can just say is checking or button next piece visible equals is checking. That would work as well. Let's do that. It's nicer. Okay. And quick to set up. All right. And then when next piece is pressed, that is going to spawn the next pair, and it's going to emit checking matches false. Whew. Okay. Then, just to make sure this is right, so the timer starts, timer extra time, on timeout, checking matches becomes true. Where are we at? What am I forgetting? What am I making a mistake of? Anything? Where is this? What's it like? What is this? What have I done? Is it broken? Okay, so you come down here. Great, so nothing happens. Oh, whoa. Checking matches, error calling from signal, checking matches to callable. Node 3D, on checking matches, method expecting 0 arguments but call with 1. Okay, I see. Do I see? Okay, let's find all the places where we've set up checking matches. I think it's on the game scene, I have a feeling. I don't even need to look. I think that's where it is. Game scene. On checking matches. Yeah. So this, we don't need the is checking here, really. Actually, you do. We only wanted to do that if is checking. If it's not checking, Actually, if I'm being honest, that's when we would want to run spawn pair, right? That's when we run a spawn pair right there, which means I don't actually need that in my debug, because as soon as we make that false, it'll spawn. Okay. Got a piece, slam it down. I forgot to check for the timer, but it would have been overwritten there anyway. Output-wise, there's no neighbors to find, so we get no neighbor. So spawn the next piece. This time I'm gonna let it land for a second. I get some time to move around. Infinite time. Oh! That was 0.5 seconds? First of all, no it wasn't. Okay, number one, that was not 0.5 seconds. Number two, dude, 0.5 seconds is too short. You need more time than that. Like maybe 4 seconds or something. But like, why did that take so long? Also. Each time I click the timer resets. Whoops. Is it okay? So we need to. Okay. Okay. So I need to like set like a boolean or a state or something to only make sure it does it one time. Wow. That should be an if is on floor, because we exit the floor, I guess. Maybe that's what you meant. Print timer restarted. So I might need some boolean to make sure it only fires once until it's up. Which is fine. Okay, let it land. Timer Wait, not even. It's worse than that, Bart's. It's happening constantly. Yeah, we need a boolean. We very much need a boolean. But I think maybe you thought I meant the, like one of the buttons. Or I don't think that was it, but you were right about something. Okay, so we'll say variable is extra time. Boolean equals false. And then if it starts getting, yeah, there's no, yeah, exactly. If is extra time, if is not extra time, then set is extra time to true, start it. Oh, that should only happen once. And then when the timeout occurs, it is no longer extra time, but then this is going to be true again. Well, not necessarily. Actually, it never needs to be set back, because this is going to get Q-freed. So it can just forever be true. It's fine. Okay. Okay, boop, 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 boop. Nice. Then it gets locked in. Beautiful. And then with the next piece, we land that. Once that timer ends, it'd be nice if you could press down after you've landed. Okay, now it's checking a crap ton of times, so as soon as I hit next piece, that check stops. So this is good, this is correct. Now ideally, that would stop itself sooner, but first I have to set up the match stuff so I can actually do that. So let me try stopping the pieces so we can slam this down and not have to worry about anything. Okay, very good. All is good. I know it's confusing with that highlight on there, but don't worry about that. Let's ignore that for now. Okay, this is working very well. This is working quite well. We're in good shape right now. Great. Whew. I'm gonna do a GitHub commit because that was a lot. That was a whole heck of a lot. Fall timer, or extra move timer exists. Began matching. We'll just say I began the process of setting up what will be matching. All right, push it along. Now that I actually have the data of the placed pieces, I mean, all this isn't really checking for neighbors right now. All it's doing is assigning who the neighbors are. In order to check for matches, we need to make sure that its piece color is the same as its neighbor. If it is, then it's gonna set some stuff. So for now, we're gonna say, well, yes, this is checking for neighbors. If checking matches, check for neighbors. It's a little confusing, but that's okay. Checking for match, check for neighbors, great. Now that means I need to find a point. I think the match, I think this all this code needs to be on here. So we're gonna go back to piece single. Literally all this match data, I'm getting it out of here. Doesn't belong here. I don't want it. I'm not interested. The timing is off and I don't feel like dealing with it. We didn't really have much here. Oh yeah, all of that. Yeah. All right, give me all this. Give me all this. I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take it. Give me all that. So that should be fine. Now I'm gonna come back to the piece placed code, and we're gonna slap it on in. Are we doing the checked? We're not doing the checked. I don't think we need the checked right now. Maybe I'll change my mind at some point, but for right now, we're actually, unfortunately, not going to use that. Okay, so we do have the match data, which is important. After we check for neighbors, and that's running in physics process, really I just want to know, has a neighbor been found? I mean, if a neighbor has been found, well, but it might change when we check for matches again. Right, so if it finds some, it falls down, it checks again, right? So I wouldn't want to make sure, I want to make sure I don't set a Boolean too soon. I guess we'll just say per, I think you want to say on checking, Well, I think between those phases, you need is checking to be false. Right, but that'll happen. Because it'll, Actually, it won't. Because there's like checking matches, but then it also needs to, well, if it found, this is kind of confusing. When it finds the matches, it needs to go in like a different phase of like exploding phase or something. And find the new matches. Oh dear. Can we just not think about combos right this second? What if we just didn't? That would make me really happy. So I'm not gonna think about combos at this moment. I'm also not gonna print any of this mess right now. That is not helpful. But I mean, look, really, I don't, once this is set, it's set. Right, but look, it says, if ray left get collider, let's say and a neighbor left. See, this is where I'm worried because, well, what you'd need to say is so okay, say this. If checking matches, well, you already have that right here. Right. If checking matches, check for neighbors. If in the physics process we see that we're not checking for matches, and it's kind of tricky. If neighbor left is set to something, make neighbor left null. I kind of hate it, but that's okay. I can't love everything I do. Wait, why are you making that? No, this is right. I know why you did that. I respect you for that. Up, up, down, down. Okay. So, neighbor left and not neighbor left. So neighbor left is not set yet, then do that. And neighbor right is not set yet, do that. Just maybe to keep things from unnecessarily running just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh god. Okay, here, copy this. Just for one. Up and down. Okay. Great. So that'll check for the neighbors and it'll assign the neighbors. I mean, I could say check. I'm gonna say assign neighbors. We're gonna do that. Great. So once it has the neighbors, then what? Then we need to see, are those neighbors a match? We could do that at the same time, honestly. I mean, that'll happen right there. Yeah, that'll happen right there. Okay, so let's run a special function for... I think you could just run it. Just run it. Well, no, let's do it. Let's do it here by here. Check. Or let's say... Let's do assign match left. No. Assign match. And I'll call with neighbor left. Let's try that for now. Neighbor right. Neighbor up. And neighbor down. So function assign match. Now I do have this crazy code here. Right, so I will also need the match left stuff too. So this is like a replacement for this here. So I actually want to say the neighbor is going to be a, let's see, if you... Is that going to be a node 3D? I mean, it is, at least. No, I think this is not that yet. That's going to be the neighbor variable. Because that should be a character body. And then we want the match bool as well. Okay. So the match bools we have up there. So this would call with... Let's put them on each of these to save a little bit of time. Match underscore, in this case, left, here, right, there, up, and here, down. Great. That's right, so we don't need all of that. If neighbor, yeah, okay, we could check that at some point, maybe. Okay. If neighbor exists, which it already will because this is only going to run if it saw anything in the first place, so we don't need that check. If neighbor's piece type is set to placed, piece type is not declared here. That's correct. That's absolutely right. So we could say neighbor piece type and then pieces single or piece single set to piece single, piece types placed, then we need to check its meshes piece color. I think this should still be true. Neighbor get no piece mesh if its color matches, but it's not gonna have its own. It needs to actually check its parent to find that. Then match bool becomes true. Phew. Okay, and if that does become true, I would love to see name. Well, I think we'd want get parent name. Is matched. It'd be kind of hard to say whether it's on the left or the right, so we're just gonna say has a match. Tell me that much, at least. And then we can check it in the remote to see what's matched. Assuming it even gets that far. It didn't. Could not resolve member place scene cyclical reference. What? You what? Oh dear. Okay, alright. Add placed piece node. So this is new. This is only since I removed some stuff. I mean, if I were to come in here and put all this back. What? Placed scene, that is itself. And I'm saying assign, instantiate yourself to, it's not itself. This is, oh, I'm very confused. I barely even have a stack to work with. Globals doesn't even exist yet. What in the world? Separate from pair is like running too soon or something? Okay. All right. Cool. I wonder if this is happening when it doesn't really need to happen. I don't think that's it. Oh dear. I don't have any stack trace at all. Is this running? No. So then if spawn pair never runs, then how can there be a single piece anywhere? That doesn't make any sense. A piece exists. I wonder... No, I don't think so. It's not even... How does a function... So it's just saying, I don't like this. I don't like this. Nothing is even running. So why doesn't it identify that before I run the code? What? I'm so confused right now. What is happening? What are you talking about? Okay, I'm clearly missing something. Why is placed piece node cyclical? It may not be able to know from here. But maybe there's some obvious thing I'm just not seeing right now. It does not instantiate another piece single. Or a scene that references piece single. It does reference piece single. Oh, is that it? Just if it references it. I guess because it doesn't exist. So that was this right here. That's what did it. All right, no problem. So get parent. I hate this, but do that. So it'll check its parent first. Wow. Good to know. Okay, we have a game. That was horrifying. I don't even know what I'm checking for anymore. So we want a piece to go down. Spawn the next piece. We want to see if it finds neighbors. So the timer is going. We gotta wait for the timer to... I should have slammed it. Okay, great. Now we're in the real errors, thank God. Trying to assign value of type callable to a variable of type character body 3D. So on the up. Variable of type, so do we have some matches? No matches. Well, we know it should have seen something to the left. Both of them should have found something to the left, but they didn't. But it makes sense because it's gonna go through it multiple times. By the time it got to up, we had an issue. So this must be the bottom piece, I'm guessing, detecting the top piece, if I were to guess. Yes, so it says that the bottom piece saw the top piece, which indeed would need to be checking for a match. So it did correctly find that match, which is good. Okay. Oh. There we go. Forgot about those little parentheses there. That'll do it. Love that. Easy to fix. Easy to fix. Okay. Okay, slam it down. Get the next piece. Slam it down. Okay. Character top piece has a match. Let's go. As it should. Not only, yeah, look at that. Those are the same dang color. You darn right it has a match. Darn tootin'. Oh, hell yeah. We getting somewhere. Great, let's do another. That's another match. Yeah, you're right. They do have matches. You're correct. Wow, so actually all of them are recognizing that they have a match. So we got 3 matches right there, right in that moment. Wow, so I don't even know that I need to do some of the more complicated things I was thinking of. Maybe. I mean, it's already seeing 3, so if I put another one down, that means it's gonna see 4 matches all at once. This is interesting. This is very, very interesting. Because it means, I don't know, what does it mean? I might not need to do, I don't know. I mean, I would obviously need to keep track. I think I still need to keep track of how many match. Like, I see that there's that many prints. But it still needs to know how to get back to the ones that did match. So I think I'm still going to push forward, but this is good news. Let's go. Okay, let me just commit that. Give it a little commit. Matching is getting there. Yeah, you know, it's getting there. Okay. So now, what my idea is it's gonna update the data in the 2D array by multiplying. So this is gonna be tricky. It's gonna multiply the number by 3, and we need to get back into there. So where it initially gets added in is on piece single right here. That's where it sets it when it updates the grid array. So I need to run update grid array again. Except this time I need to pass something new into it, which makes me think we need a grid array thing here. So I'm gonna say, I don't even know if you need to do that because we have checking phase. We got a checking phase boolean here. Sure, it's not connected to anything useful, but we could fix that. Go fix that easy. No problem. Right? Checking phase. Yeah, that currently doesn't do anything. So if we're in the checking phase, well, we still need to call update grid array at a certain moment, like when a match is found. I think it just makes more sense to call this again. I'm gonna actually remove this boolean here for now. And we're gonna say match found is what this is. That's boolean. By default, it's false. So you don't even have to call it if you don't want to. It's an optional argument. I should do this all the time. Piece color, we do still want that no matter what. The grid array, we do want that no matter what. Actually, we want all this no matter what. Then we say if match found, then something. Otherwise, this. So copy this. We actually want piece color times 3 is the value that goes in there. Okay, let's just see if that much is working. Well, I still need to go back to the piece placed. If a match is found, we need to go to the parent and find and run update grid array, and this time we call it with true because a match has been found. That will re-add it in the array as a new number. So to check this, I'm going to want to be also printing the new array so we can observe it. So back on piece single, I'm going to say print. Oh, how did we do this? Where did I have that? Where I had to do that lovely for loop print? I don't remember. I don't remember at all. I hope I kept it. I don't know if I did. It doesn't look like I did. Oh, wait. Here? There it is. Print grid array. Phew. Okay, thank goodness. Hamwin is back! Let's go. I'm making progress. I'm able to detect matches. Now I just need to detect chains. No caps. Okay. Alright. Sorry. I liked the enthusiasm. I was here for it. Okay. So this is the game scene. I'm just gonna cut that out of there. And let's move it to piece single. I'm gonna pop this in here. I could put, it's probably worth, you know, I said might put this on global. If I'm being honest, just put it on globals. Pop it in. I can just put a function wherever I want, right? Just put a function up here. I'm feeling crazy. So we don't even need globals here. We can just do that. And then I'll say, after you do this, show me globals print grid array. Oh, duh. There we go. Okay. So it'll probably be fine. I would be surprised if it wasn't fine. Start the game. Slam that down. Give it the next piece. We don't have any matches here, so it's not that useful. Okay, there's a match. Alright, so now it has updated. Let's check out what it sees. Verify that it's correct. 7 and 18. Yes, because that's a match. 18. So that would have been 6 times 3. I'm concerned because this one didn't go in. So that one got updated, but not the other one. I need them both to become 18 in order for this to work. Why would it only do one? This would have been the first piece that I placed. I wonder if it's not an up-to-date grid yet. It's the first one I placed. That's the second one that got placed, I think. So now I'm thinking I'm actually going to not print it there. Instead, let's make yet another debug key. And I'm gonna have the debug key be print array. That's fine. Then I just need to connect it up. Grab this, put that, button, print array, just so I can do that whenever I want. Oh, I'm zoomed. So sorry. It's not your responsibility to tell me, but feel free to tell me. I apologize. I've been doing stuff. Basically what I've been doing is a bunch of stuff. Funk on, I mean, I've been saying it, so, okay. But if you have a question, let me know. Print array, pressed, void. When that happens, we're gonna run globals print grid array. I'm cooking, you know, so that's what happens. I forget things. I'm also gonna say that this is only visible based on is checking. Okay, so print array becomes visible in that instance. Okay, let's see if that works. Perfect. Just would be nice, would be useful to have. I saw some errors. I don't remember what happened there. Okay, I didn't slam it down. Oh. Oh, gonna need that extra R. That extra R is gonna come in handy. Okay, slam it down. Now if I print the array correctly, we have 4 and 3. Color 4 and 3 in those spots. Okay, let's get a new piece. We'll have a match. Slam that down. Oh, that was not a match. Why is that so hard to tell? I think because the debug shapes. Can I turn off the debug shapes? They're actually making this a little difficult. It's very confusing when they have like different outline colors. That's weird what that does to the brain. It's like an optical illusion or something. Okay, slam that down. Next piece. Nothing matching there. Next piece. Okay, we got a match. So slam it down, print the array, and let's see what we got. I'm a little concerned. I wonder if it needs to update it more often. So there's 12 and 12 stacked on each other. So that means it did 4 times 3. So these are both 4, which it multiplied by 3, meaning that those are a match. But now this one over here, the 15, which is representing that, what is that 15? It would have had to think that that was 5. Now this one is 5. Why would you think that that was 15? That's concerning. Okay, let's try it again. A little do-over. Slam that down. Next piece. No match. If we could even print the array now, just to see where we're at. So we have 3 and 4 on the left here. Wait a minute, something weird is happening. We have a problem. Cause look, it's saying that there's more things filled in than there actually are. That's probably because you did restart game. I bet restarting the game isn't clearing that array. That's what I bet. I'm gonna tell you right now. Okay. So that's a problem. Now this is where having that for loop would be very useful because we could just replace the globals. I did not anticipate that. That way when we hit the restart button, we can just say iterate a whole new list in here. Now the chaos option, which I'm very much in favor of, would be to have 2 of them and one of them's a constant and replace it. I hate that. I don't think I'm actually gonna do that. So perhaps I will write a for loop that does that. Ugh, sounds so boring. I'm doing the constant, it's easy. It's hideous. But it's what I'm gonna do. I apologize. And yet, I kinda don't. You know what? I kinda don't. So on restart, we need to make sure that... Now, I don't actually know how to replace it like that, now that I think about it. How do we do that? Append assign. Assigns elements out of another array into the array. Resizes the array to match the array. Let's try that. And then, which one is which? Pray tell, real quick. So it assigns these elements into there. Okay. So grid array, assign, grid array. I have a feeling that's what was causing that issue. I certainly hope so. Okay. Add a piece, let's print it, see what we got. Okay, 4 3 zeros everywhere else, that's correct. I'm gonna add another piece. We do have a match, I'm gonna slam it down, and let's print the array. Okay. Oh dear. Print it again, oh dear. So we're in danger. That's not the right place. It says it's 0 down here? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it's trouble in paradise, y'all. It actually added it above the right place. So that's not good. And again, it's only multiplying this top one. Wait, what the hell is going on? Because technically his 3 is in the right place, but it's not multiplied by 9. And the 7, it's seeing the 7, which is the purple. It's seeing that above here. It's acting like... Maybe, is it because I rotated it? That's gotta be what it is. Oh dear, we have problems. Let's see if the restart thing works correctly though. Oh dear. Oh dear again. What's the, oh, debugger, what you up to? What you got? We're in a lot of danger. I got a lot of problems right now. Update grid array. Array is in read-only state. Oh no, when we assigned it, we turned it into a constant? No, 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 no. Assign is not what I want. Oh man, alright guys, I got a lot of problems right now. I got a lot of stuff to fix. I'm in danger. Okay, alright, buckle up. We got some bugs to fix. So, assign fill assigns the given value to all elements in the array. Often combined with the resize to create an array of the given size. I mean, we could just say fill 0. But we would just have to make sure it iterates through all of them is the only thing. One of you guys were giving me code earlier that basically did that. Do I still have that somewhere? And then maybe even in, yes. Initializing it will be simpler. Just myArray.resize width times height, myArray fill 0. Thanks, Cam. Will that work though? Because it's an array of arrays. So I think it has to be a little different than that, right? Maybe I'm wrong. I'll try it. But maybe you knew. I'm looking at this old code that you gave me for, I need to actually reinitialize the array. It turns out, like when the game restarts. So, I was doing like a constant and then just chucking the constant into here. But that didn't work quite like the way I wanted to, and I'm sure I could make it work, but what if instead we just cleared the grid array? Use 2 for loops. Like nested. But you're saying this isn't gonna work anymore. To copy the constant with dot duplicate, or you get an error for modifying. Yeah. Duplicate true. Okay, honestly, I'd rather just do that. If I'm being honest. What if I just did that? But how do I, if I'm gonna use duplicate, oh, I see. So I would say grid array equals grid array duplicate true. And then the true is the deep. That means something. If deep is true, a deep copy is returned. All nested arrays and dictionaries are also duplicated. Yes, I need those. Those are important. Okay, let's try that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Full credit where credit's due right there. With the Godot consultantry. Okay. Now that's the least of my problems, unfortunately. It seems my 2D array is not filling like I thought it was. That's okay, because before I didn't have this handy new debug button, which just prints the whole array right away. So I can see exactly what it's becoming and stuff like that. So far it looks good. We've got 2 pieces in here, 6 which is stone, and 3 which is sand. So that looks good. Seems good. If I spawn another piece and I start rotating this piece around like that, okay, and then I print it, look what's happening. That's not right. So it's putting 7 on top. 7 is the color of obsidian. That's the purple one. So it is, and then the sand, which is 3, is in the right place. You might be wondering why this isn't 3. That's because I'm multiplying it by 3. It's not multiplying both by 3, it's only multiplying 1, which is something which actually makes sense if we're doing get parent on one of them that's matching and not the other, but we'll deal with that. That's the least of my problems. One of, where it's not the least, but it's a lesser of my problems. But for some reason, when I flip these around, it is seeing the bottom piece, the new bottom piece, as being on top. So I need to fix that. Which kind of makes sense. Yeah, well, yes, exactly. So like the character body that these are is technically right here. That's where its position is. I do have this relative mesh position, which is right there. Now that relative mesh position is relative to this. So I think what I need to do is I need to add together this position with that position, and that's gonna give us the true position. I think that's the fix here. Yeah, I'll show you. I think I know how to fix this. I think I know how to fix this. Real quick, let me test the restart game array to make sure that works. Print it. Nice. Okay, good. All right. So, I think I know what I need to do. I believe that I know what I need to do. You have the same problem? That's amazing. I'm very affirmed by that. So on piece single, I have this relative mesh position thing, which by default is 0, 0, 0. Now, if a piece gets rotated, this is going to update to something else. So I think whenever we... So I would actually need to say variable adjusted position vector 3 equals position plus relative mesh position. And then in here, we need to get adjusted position X and adjusted position Y. I believe that will be more correct. I think that'll do it. Whose position am I using? I don't know what those words mean. Okay. So the test is to put 2 pieces down. So there's 1, print the array, that looks fine. 7 is on the bottom, 6 is on the top. This is correct. Now I'm gonna spawn a new piece. I'm gonna flip it around, which I just did, and we're gonna put it down. So these are actually, it's actually flipped now. We're gonna wait for it to settle, and now we're gonna print the array. Bam! It's in the right place. Let's go. Now you didn't see it because I had it zoomed out or zoomed in, but you have to trust me, I did do it correctly. It was just the direct position of the player before. Yeah, it's not a player, but it's like the character body. So like for example, here, I'll show you. If I go to the remote tab and I go to grid and we look, actually you can see it right there. Look at that. You see how there's like a little selection right above right there? That's the true position of the character body, right? So that's the character body right there. Look at that. You see? And this is me. You can't tell, but here, I'll show you. Well, what I'm doing is I'm making that visible and not visible. That's what I was doing. I can't put it all on screen at once and zoom it in, but I've selected that one, but its other position is here. Its mesh and its collision are there, which is its true actual relative adjusted position. The collision and the mesh are down here. So what I just did was I had its adjusted position get added into the Now wait a minute. No, don't wait a minute. Because the collision is still down here. So this isn't going to cause any issues. Because even though the body is up there, the collision is down here. So hopefully that makes sense. I'll try to not zoom it this time and do it. So if I spawn a piece and I flip it around like that, now, once that settles in and I print it, we correctly have pieces all at the bottom here. So that's good. This is good. Okay, next problem. I'm actually going to commit that. Adjusted position correctly goes to grid array. Okay. You track the relative offset from the pair to calculate the adjusted position. Really? Wow. Because you helped me set up this physics-based system. But after that, I've been kind of on my own. That's so awesome that we both ended up doing that same thing. Let's go. Thank you. I'm gonna say that's moral support. That right there, that's moral support. That's what that is. All right. Because I'm like, yes, I'm on the right track. I feel like Bart's gave me some moral support earlier. Okay. So now, I need to figure out why it's only multiplying by 3 one of those 2 matches, but not all of the matches. So let's look at the code. This is going pretty okay. We're still fixing bugs, but at least we're getting. I was worried that other one was going to be real tough, but it actually wasn't. Okay. So on piece placed, when we call up and say update grid array true, and what this is going to do is make sure it multiplies by 3. It's only going to do the parent of that which the match assignment ran on. Cam says, I do it differently. Cam said that I do it differently. Cam has a special object that has its own velocity. Gravity and flipping the pieces is just setting position in process. Whoa. Special object that has its own velocity. Gravity and flipping the pieces. The velocity, gravity, and flipping the pieces is just setting position and process. That is different. That is different. Interesting. You don't use physics gravity except for the player inputs. Okay. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around that. But it's very interesting that it's so different. Nice. It's interesting, especially because, like, again, we started from a similar place. I went for the real gravity, all that. I went for the real gravity! Yeah, because I did the fake gravity before, and it didn't go well. So I said, get out of here. I'm done with this fake gravity crap. So assign matched is running on a piece placed. I'm just, okay, so well, here's what I'm curious about. Print. Like, how many times does this run? Match grid update on, and then we're just gonna say get parent name. Fake gravity seemed like a mistake when I started trying to code it. The way you're doing it seemed like a mistake, or the way I was doing it? Yeah, the way I was doing it. I think I see what you're saying. But it sounds like you made it work out, though. Okay. Put this down. What I need is a match. Bam, match. Okay, put that down. Oh, it only runs one time. Well, that would explain why we only have one number multiplying. It's only running on the character bottom piece, which is the one on the left. Indeed, that one is 9. So the thing with which it matches updates, but not the thing that has newly been placed. That's crazy. So would that update if I got another sand? Oh, beautiful. And I put this down. Now that ran 3 times. Okay, print that. Let me see what that says up close, please. So you can see, yeah, so it updated the old one, right? But the 2 new ones are still 3. These should all be 9s. Every single one of these should be 9s. But it's only updating the one that it saw that was like itself. But it didn't update itself. Okay, that's good information. So with that in mind, let's see why that's happening. So I'm gonna roll it back. Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. I think. Okay, let's see. Let me see if it does make perfect sense. If the raycast has something set on it, or if the raycast sees something, and neighbor left hasn't already been assigned, then it's going to assign neighbor left to the thing that it saw. And it is also going to run assign match, which is going to call with the thing that got assigned, and it's going to let us know which Boolean is supposed to be getting updated. I should be checking to see if that Boolean is getting updated. I don't even know that I need that Boolean. I'm not even using that Boolean. The Boolean might be useless. Okay. So it checks to make sure it's a placed piece that it matched with. So if its neighbor is a placed piece, it is going to find its neighbor's piece mesh. If its neighbor's piece mesh color is the same as its parent's piece mesh color, then it is going to register it as a match. Then on its own, this is what's bothering me a little bit. Well, no, actually this makes sense, because you need to say that neighbor, there it is, update grid array true, right? That should fix it. Let's try it. Now, I'm not sure how that's going to work when 2 stack on top of each other that are the same. We'll have to see. Okay. Put this down. Nothing to see here, really. We have 5 on the bottom and 4 on the top. Get the next piece. Perfect. Slam that down. So we should have a match between these 2 right here. Let's see if it updated it correct. Come on, come on, come on. 15 and 15, baby. Yeah. All right, now I want to see the doubles. Do the doubles detect each other as matches? Next piece, no double there, but we should have another match. Let's see if that registered a new match. Oh, it did. 12 and 12. Those only exist if they're matches. Let's go. If the number is 9 or higher, that's how you know it's a match. Okay. Oops. I didn't mean to do next level. Oh god. Okay, we're just gonna restart. I don't even know what next level is gonna do. Actually I kind of do. Alright, we gotta do this again. So what I'm really looking for here is doubles. Let's try rotating it to see where we're at, to see how this is going. Okay, it sees the 221s, it sees the 215. It sees, so we got 3 matches here and 2 matches there. It knows. Yes, it is becoming intelligent. Okay, next piece. Oh, we've got a double. Unfortunately, I don't have them set up as matches with anything, but this will be very interesting to see if it upgrades these to be match status. Okay, print it. It does not. So it's just reading a 5 and a 5. That would need to be two 15s if it was a match. Now, to be fair, no, that's not that fair. No, they need to be registering as matches. Okay, so that's actually going to be a separate type of check. If you think about it, we can make that check as soon as it's spawned. Not really, though, because it's only after it's placed, because you could separate them before they hit the ground. Okay. Or before they get checked. So, how are we going to make sure it checks that? I don't know. I am not exactly sure. Well, technically, this is actually a little bit tricky. Maybe each block can be associated with a group when you're calculating the match values? I don't understand. Why would I do that? Is that gonna help me solve this problem, or is that just for funsies? Like, what does that actually do for me? Because what I think I'm gonna need to do is have some way. It's gonna need to know that they haven't separated. And if they haven't separated, they need to know where... What would be ideal is if I could run a collision check between the two of them. If you have two different groups, you can track the number of matches in the group separately. I don't understand. I don't get it. What do you mean? I'm sorry. It's not clicking. I don't get it. I mean, look, I don't think that's the problem. The problem is that the check timing is off. I'm pretty sure. So I think I'm curious about, are they detecting each other? That would be very good information. Unfortunately, I do not have debug set on, debug collisions. So I'm going to set them, and I want to see that if a pair, so I just did that, I want to see that if a pair are stacked on top of each other, are the collisions detecting each other? My guess is yes, they will be. So I'm just waiting until we get doubles. Come on, doubles. Oh my goodness. Come on, doubles. Okay, there's doubles right there. Now I'm gonna go find those pieces. Probably these. Yeah, no, wait, they don't even have, no. Wait, what? Here, because you're hiding it wrong. Don't hide that, hide the mesh. There we go. So they actually are detecting each other. You can see that it's red on the bottom and red on the top. So they do see each other. It's just a timing issue. I think that because when the check runs, it runs at once and it says, oh, there's no match here. And then they become detectable of each other. We're able to detect each other. And by then, it already decided there was no match here. So I need to do like another check at some point to make sure, which does lend some credence, horrifyingly, because of how much performance that could eat up. Not that it'll be particularly noticeable, but something unsettling about it. That does lend credence to potentially not having this check right here. Because again, what this is saying is if we've already chosen something for neighbor right, neighbor left, neighbor up, neighbor down, don't check it again. But I actually do need it to check it again. Assuming we could say, set a flag. If a piece pair are matching, then run the check again. Or ignore this. Which kind of sucks because then, you know, that is going to be running a lot. But at least it's only, heck, you don't even have to do that. It could just do it on the piece that was most recently placed. That would be even easier. So every other piece well, that's actually the only one that runs anyway. It's the piece that's currently placed. Right? Wait, do they all run? Yeah, they all run. So we would want a flag. We would want a flag. All right, let's do it. Let's set that flag. Screw it, let's do it. So when checking matches begins, I would want it to say, if get parent, I'm gonna say not just anytime it's the player. I'm gonna say only, or not only if it's the last one. I'm gonna say only if it was a matching pair. I actually think that is gonna be less likely that it does a bunch of code. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Okay. So on, where does it happen? Piece mesh is where that happens. That's where we run assign color. It then actually returns color. So maybe we go back to the game brain where this first, where does that first happen? Actually, I don't remember. Assign color. Oh, we do it on piece random. Okay, sorry. Where does random color get called? Random color doesn't return the color, unfortunately. Although maybe we could make it return the color. Not there. Oh, on the piece pair. Okay. Perfect. That is the best possible place this could be for me. Okay, this is wonderful. Well, it is and it isn't, because we still don't get the color that it is assigned. That's okay. If top piece get node piece mesh piece color is the same as bottom piece get node piece mesh piece color, then on the piece pair itself, I want you to keep track pair matches. Boolean false. And I want you to make pair matches be true. Can you also print pair matched so I know that that is even working correctly? So then I'm just gonna wanna keep running it rolling until we get one that matches, and then make sure that that message is printing. Oops. Oh, didn't mean to do that. That didn't work, by the way. But I did not mean to press that button. Okay, those are a match. Yes! It knows! Good. So then... Well, but this is a problem. You don't actually want it to be on the piece pair. That's a mistake. Because the piece pair is going to be removed by the time it gets placed. So that means what I actually need is for that to be on the single pieces themselves. So I'm going to call this, I'm going to rename this matched pair. So it's part of a matched pair or not. Back to piece pair. What we're going to say is in that case, we want top piece matched pair becomes true, and bottom piece matched pair becomes true. Okay. Now, back on piece placed, when we're checking matches, if the parent in the middle of a match, if it's parent, a match check. If it's parent, matched pair, if that's true, I mean, we can just say matched pair. We can do the same thing here. It's fine. Hell, we could even just have. We could just say get parent matched or matched pair equals get parent matched pair. I'm gonna say parent is matched pair. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, you know, I don't know, this feels better. Okay, so parent is matched pair is set to get parent matched pair. Okay. So now I gotta do another extra thing in here. If parent is matched pair, then we just want to run this directly. If it is not a matched pair, then we only want to run that if neighbor left hasn't been defined yet. It's kind of crazy. And now I have to make that. Alright, so be it. And we don't want this here anymore, either. Kind of crazy. So we get rid of that. We check if parent is matched pair. Indent that, go ahead and just, so that means this will happen no matter what. Even if it already has one set, we don't care. Keep checking it, which is gonna be a lot, but oh well. If it's not a matched pair, then we check to see, we only run this if it's not a right neighbor. If parent is matched pair, oh, okay, no problem, no problem. Get rid of this, please. If parent is matched pair, do all that. Copy this, give me an else. If not, neighbor up, then do all this. Okay. If parent is matched pair, go ahead and check it again. Otherwise, if it is, if neighbor down hasn't been set yet, only then will you check, or will you assign it. You do need to make that down. That's incorrect. Wait. I've made an error. That should be down. That should be down. Okay. Down, 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 down. I don't know that I really don't think I need this. Up, 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 right, left, left. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of this because I don't think it's necessary. This was something that made more sense in theory, but in practice, I don't see the point. Because the match information is being held in the multiplication times 3. So then we want to get rid of that and get rid of that. All right. So what do I want to see? I want to see and you know what? We could maybe we do want the match, because we can say that if a match is found, you don't have to keep looking. If you think about it. Well, here's the other thing. The player isn't going to be able to... You know what? I'm just going to keep going. You know what? Let's just press on. Alright, so we're looking for a matched pair. Start lining things up the best I can here. Oops. Not getting the matched pairs yet. Still no matched pairs. I didn't slam it down, so I gotta wait. Oh! I hate that button! Ah! Why doesn't that button work? Invalid assignment of property or key. Debug don't spawn with a value type of bool on a base object of nil. Right, because that's been removed at this point. Right, so this is completely redundant. I see. Okay. So please stop showing that button. You don't need that button. I click it and it breaks everything. Which personally, I prefer things not to be broken. It depends. Depends. Generally speaking. You know what I don't like? I don't like things to be fixed if I don't know why they're fixed when they were broken. In that case, I'd like it to stay broken. Okay. Looking for pairs, looking for pairs. Oh, these debug buttons are confusing. I hate these debug buttons. I can't wait till it's just a game. Okay, we're getting there. Little by little. Whew, I can press these debug buttons. I can press these debug buttons. Next piece. I don't really need the collision shapes there. That's okay. Waiting on a matched pair. Waiting on a... There we go, matched pair. Okay, great. Okay, so I slam that down. Let's see if they are updated correctly. One of them is updated correctly, but the other one isn't. What? Why would you do this? So we have 9. So it's 3. Sand is a number 3. So it multiplied. So that's these 3 right here, right? That's these 3 right here. So the 2 9s on the bottom, those are perfect. Those 3s got upgraded to 9s, which means they are matches. But the one above is not getting set. It makes me wonder if I were to flip it around, would it be the opposite? I don't know. What the heck? All right, let's look at the code and see how this makes sense. I guess I could keep trying to hope for a matched pair here and see if I can study and check that. Okay, there's a matched pair. Print it. $18.18.6. So I flipped them around and actually did the exact same thing. I did the same thing. The one on the top didn't. So it's 18, right? 6 is the stone color. It multiplied these two by 3, but not the one on top. Even though I flipped it around. So it doesn't have anything to do with which ones, well, it doesn't have anything to do with the rotation stuff. There's some other reason. All right. Code, tell me your secrets. What did I not realize I told it to do? So when it's checking for matches, checking matches becomes true, or is checking becomes true. When a parent, so this placed piece, this script gets added as a child to the character bodies. The character body, the piece single, well, okay, so there's like a piece pair. Okay, that's a character body. In it, it has two character bodies, top and bottom. When those fall and they hit the ground, that containing character body, piece pair, gets deleted. Okay, hold on. Actually, that made me realize something. Well, I'll keep explaining. So the top one, the containing piece pair gets removed. And that leaves behind two character bodies. This is piece single, piece single. Now, once those get left behind, it adds in this script. This piece place piece script that is checking to see, do I match with anything? That's when this gets added on. Is after their pair script leaves. And that makes me wonder, when I am telling it to make its, I mean, I say top and bottom, so I don't even know. I don't think that's it. No, I don't think that's it. So what I was thinking incorrectly is that maybe this wasn't correctly setting the top piece and or the bottom piece to true. But we know it is, because even if I flip them around, it's still the one that's on top that isn't being updated. So it's not that. Okay, all right, so back to the placed piece script. So that gets created again after its shell gets removed. It gets added on to the remaining two character bodies. And we're saying that your parent, which is going to be those remaining two character bodies, what is your matched pair situation? Right? That's what I want parent is matched pair to be set to. So if that's set to true, because they were a matched pair per what the pair saw, then this is going to be true. If that is true, in the physics process, assuming we're currently checking matches, we will be, because we already just set it here, because this will have been happening. It is then going to run assign neighbors. If it's not checking matches, it makes sure to set these all to null. That shouldn't be an issue, because this is already going to be true by the time this happens. It's possible, though. It's possible, though, that maybe there's an issue there. So that would actually be something to check, is to see if the placed pair has parent is matched pair set to true or false. Okay, so we'll check that. And assign neighbors. That's gonna run, assuming that we're checking matches. It's gonna see if the left collider sees anything. If it does, it is then gonna check if the parent is a matched pair. You know, that makes me wonder, did I mistype up, potentially? It doesn't look wrong. Looks correct to me. If parent, so assuming that there's something on the right, if parent is matched pair, then it's going to just every physics frame check to see if the neighbor on the right, well, it's gonna keep assigning neighbor on the right to what the right is seeing. It is then going to run assign match on neighbor right. We'll look at that in a second. So if it is not a matched pair, if its parent is not a matched pair, it is going to only check it once. Because the only time this is happening is if this hasn't been set yet. Well, the first time, right? This won't be set. This will be null. Then it's going to set it, making this not return true anymore. So it'll assign this, and this will happen one time. Otherwise, it happens multiple times. Here on ray up, if it's a match pair, it sets neighbor up to ray up. It assigns a match based on neighbor up. If it is not a matched pair, yeah, this looks fine to me. Okay, all right. We could check down, make sure down is correct as well. Oh, look at that. Bam, right there. That's the problem. Fixed. All right. Yes! I love when it's simple. Let's go. Okay, cool. I'm fine, no problem. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Can we please get the debug shapes out of here? Get them out. I don't need them. I don't want them. Bye-bye. We got this. Because basically what I left in there was, again, only checking one time. It wasn't updating it and checking it again. And that was only on one. Apparently it wasn't on up, it was on down. Whatever. I don't care. If it works, it works. Okay. Got away because I didn't slam it. Next piece, not a pair. Next piece, not a pair. Just gotta keep. There we go, pair. Alright, print it. Show me. So if this is correct, then we should see all three of whatever number they have. I don't know what dirt is. Whatever number they have, it should all be the same. Come on, come on. Give me the sameness. I actually have no idea what's going on right now. Wait, what is happening? Oh no, it's not. Look, 4, 12, 12, right here. It's not. So the top two. Wait, it's the opposite now? The piece on the top is being correctly set, but the one on the bottom isn't. What? You what? So dirt is 4, meaning it multiplied these by 3, equaling 12. Okay, alright, now you're messing with me. What did I do? I'm messing with myself. What in the world? Is there just like something I'm not seeing here? Because what I removed was this. which was meaning that this only ran one time, even if it was a matched pair. And so when I had that mistake in there, the down wasn't checking to see if it had anything below it that was a match. Which makes sense that it wasn't updating as often as it needs to. Okay, beautiful, double. Let's check it out. Wow, neither of those are detecting as matches. What? I wonder if it's because it's a different setup. Okay, I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused. Okay, do that. It's tough because it's like a slightly different result every time. So I'm like not result, but like the pieces don't fall in exactly the same way. So I'm not necessarily getting the same test, you know, unless I wait to get the same test. All right, let's just do that. There's a pair. Print it. Show me the data. Here, the top one is 6. The one below it is 18, and the one below that is 18. You made a debug mode to give the same blocks every time. Oh, I could do that. I could easily do that. That wouldn't be hard. It's a good idea. I might do that. I was hoping I wouldn't need to do that, but it seems like I do. Now the top one. I mean, it just seems like, I mean, definitely one of them are matching. Is there just like something obvious I'm missing? Maybe there's not something obvious I'm missing where I think there's something. Okay, just tell me something. Do each of these if statements on their their respective top levels seem identical all the way down, besides one being up and the other being down? I'm staring at it and it's, I don't know, like maybe it can just be like, oh yeah, they're different in this way that you didn't realize. I don't know. They're almost identical. The only difference is one checks up while the other checks down. Okay, they're the same, according to DeepSeek, for whatever that's worth. No, I don't want a helper function. Shut up. All right, let's keep going through the line then and see why this might not be working. Maybe it's further down somehow. Great, so assign match, right? So it's going to run this multiple times. We could even check by printing right here to see if that runs multiple times, if it keeps updating it. And so that will be running assign match on either the bottom, well, in this case, we're looking at up or down. So on assign match, it is going to check to see if the neighbor is placed. If the neighbor is a place piece, which maybe it isn't, I don't know. Maybe we want to ignore that for this one, but it should be placed by that point, so that shouldn't be an issue because it's running so many times. If the neighbor's piece mesh color matches one's own parent piece mesh color, then we update the grid array on its parent and its neighbor. Why would that not update them both? That's interesting. Okay, so tell me this. Tell me this then. Which is it's gonna run many times. Which I don't love. But give me a print, say, get parent name your parent names grid array updated get parent name and it was updated on itself basically and neighbor name. I'll definitely try that, Cam. I probably just should. I don't know what I'm waiting for. Okay, we got a pair, thank goodness. Interesting. So it has stopped running, which I'm a little surprised by. Maybe I don't quite understand how it actually works. Okay. The top piece's grid array was updated on, oh, I forgot to put a space, on the top piece and character body 3D at 3. That happened twice. Character 3D3's grid array was updated on character body 3D3 and character top piece. So, I mean, I'm seeing 3 different pieces that are getting updated grid arrays. Character top piece. Character body 3D3. Is character body 3D2 and 3D5. Actually, I would have liked to see 3 different ones here. Why does this run twice? I don't know. This one only runs once? It's hard to tell which one is which. It's very hard to tell. It's quite difficult. In fact. Let me try, I mean, I could look at remote and try to deduce it. I guess. So there's 3 in top piece. So there's top piece. Well, that one doesn't matter. Why would you do that one? What? Doesn't even. Why would you do this one? That's confusing. Okay. Character body 3. Don't care about that one either. Oh, actually this makes sense, right? Because I slammed down a bunch of them. This actually makes a lot of sense because we put down, so there should be 2, 4, 6 prints, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4 prints. Actually, there shouldn't be 6 prints because there's 1 match here. It's only if there's a match does it print. 1 match, 2 match, 3 match. I'm confused right now. So these 2 are what happened when the 2 stones saw each other. I think. These 2, so I know it's kind of hard to tell, but it That's on character body. Here, I'll zoom in. Character body 3D at 2 and character body 3D at 3. This one is 2, which is the sand that was already there. 3 is the stone that was on top, so I don't actually care about that. 4 isn't even represented here. There is no 4 in there. There's no 4. And 4 is the one that I'm sure it isn't multiplying against. So 4 is somehow just invisible to that function, which is very interesting. 5, however, 5 is seen by 2. So that's 2. Right, because 5 is right next to it. So I would say what's happening is they're not actually checking each other. That's what I think is going on here. So I wonder if they're not actually finding their matched pair. That's not trickling down to the placed piece. That would be my guess. So to test that, I guess I'd want to say that when the assignment happens, let's say if parent is matched pair, I wonder if I need this to check more often. Before I try any of that, well, I'll do both. What if I set this right here? If parent, so I'm gonna have this update itself every time it assigns something. Check again if the parent is a matched pair. Now, to be fair, 4, that one of those pieces was never even getting to this point at all. So this is actually not a very helpful spot. In fact, I might want to just put that in the physics process, unfortunately. So if checking matches, check if the parent is a match. Keep that updated. I mean, we could say if parent isn't a matched pair, which could reduce it ever so slightly, keep checking to make sure. Which is a little annoying to have that running so often. You know, I could check to see if any of... No, it's not that helpful. Well, yeah. Well, I could say... Whatever. I think it's the best I'm going to get here. So I'm going to put that there so that way it's constantly checking it. Welcome, Lili. It's good to see you. You're a good cat. If parent is matched pair, then bother printing this. What is that like? Okay, there's a matched pair. Oh, it's not printing anything. Dang. That is disappointing. Well, I'm gonna check the code as well. Because this does confirm something. So there you go, right there. This one is supposed to be 15. That's 15, that's 15. That one's supposed to also be 15. And in fact, it didn't even run it one time. So the parent matched pair thing is not working correctly. Because otherwise, this one would have run it. Okay, so that does kind of narrow down what the issue is. I just don't know how to fix it yet. So one curiosity I have is just to confirm that indeed that is not being set to true at all. So there's one of those pairs. What I'd want to see is that I break this down, go to piece place, there you go, it's false. Parent is matching pair is not true. Now, if I look up to its parent, guess what? It does know that it's a matched pair. So why isn't that proliferating down? You know, whereas some of these others are not a matched pair. Okay, all right. We're getting there. It's getting closer. Almost got it. But it's... like, does this not work like I think it would? Print. Get parent. Match pair. I wonder if... but it's weird because I'm saying in the physics process... to keep checking it over and over and over again. That's what's kind of surprising me. And it still can't find it? So, I mean, this is gonna print, it should print a crap ton. Get parents, get parent, get parents matched pair is, so either it's gonna be true or false. So this should just be like spamming constantly. It's gonna be quite excessive and annoying. If I'm being honest, it's gonna suck. I don't even know if this is... there's probably a better way to check this, honestly. Wait, it's not even printing. Oh, there it goes. Okay, okay, it's printing. Okay, okay. Chill, just wait a second. What the hell? It's false, it's false, it's false, it's false, it's false. So then why did you wait until I placed a matched pair before you decided that? Am I doing something weird here? Oh, because it only checks if there's a collision. That's why. That's why it waited. I see why. That's why it waited. Because it only... it's not... when I placed the first piece, there were no collisions for it to check against. That's why this wasn't running. But as soon as we had a piece next to another piece, now there's collisions, and that's why it's checking it. Okay, so it is indeed not seeing a true anywhere. Which is crazy. It's actually crazy, though. One thing I'm noticing is it's only checking top piece and bottom piece, which is weird. Because there's more to that story. There's these two. It's not actually checking it on either of these two. It's only checking it on the top and bottom piece, which are already there. That's those two. That's those two. It's never actually looking at it on these. So you can see these are set as matched pairs. This is not set as a matched pair. But even though that collision is there, that's weird. Is the okay, question. Is this where the inside thing would help? Sorry. If I set these as hit from inside, does that make a difference? Maybe not. I got lucky that time. It gave me a pair right away. I know I should set up the debug. I know. Okay, put that down. Oh, double again, baby. Okay, yeah. Any trues? No trues, and nothing but top and bottom piece. I don't know, don't exclude parent. I'm a little confused. Oh, why do we keep getting a pair second? That's creepy. Okay. I don't think this is gonna make any difference. No, same result. Oh, I don't need to collide with areas. Why is it only... running this on the old ones, but not the most recent one? That has me a little baffled, if truth be told. Am confused. Because those should have placed pieces. I wonder if this... I wonder if checking matches isn't emitted in time. When do we emit checking matches, pray tell? I could make a debug button for it, that would help. But it's when it's on the floor. That kind of makes sense, actually, that it wouldn't update it on the one, because it's only after checking matches that it's gonna add the placed piece. Separate from pair happens after that signal gets emitted, which makes sense. Okay, so that's definitely why. That's definitely why. 100% why that code isn't running on the just place pieces. So I need to not only check it or emit checking it when it's on the floor, I need to check it after it separates it from the pair and it adds the placed piece node. That's when we need to emit it. When the new placed piece node gets created. That's when we do the checking. So that means I need to separate, doing the separating from the pair falling on the floor. Okay. All right. Very well. So be it. So signal piece placed. Easy. Then we go back to the piece pair. Instead of emitting checking matches, we want to emit piece placed. Same thing here. Signal bus, piece placed. Now on the game scene, I don't even think I really need to, I mean, I might need to connect on checking matches at some point, but for right now, yeah, we should keep that. Yeah, let's keep that. So signal bus, piece placed, connect on piece placed, func on piece placed. In this case, we say, if it's checking, clear the old pair. Otherwise, spawn a new pair. I think what I want to say is just go ahead and clear the old pair right away. And then when we're checking matches, if this is not the case, then spawn. So I don't really need that. I do need that. It doesn't really matter if it's true. Here it doesn't. It only matters if it's false, incidentally. Okay, so that'll clear the old pair. That'll separate it. Then on piece placed, I'd want to do signal bus, piece placed, emit. It's a little confusing. So when does, I'm very confused now. Checking matches, when does that emit? Debug. We need it to emit some other time. We're emitting piece placed, but the only place we're connecting piece placed is on the game scene. And when that happens, it clears the old pair and separates them. And it waits until the placed piece has been created, and at that point, it says, well, it's gonna spawn one right at the start. I'm confused. Wait, does it? This is very confusing. Does something happen at the start? Is that a thing right now? Yes. Okay. And yeah, there's gotta be some recursion going on here. There has to be some recursion going on. Something seems really wrong. Why did it notice it at snap position? Maybe because the... I don't know. I can't extend that? Okay. What? Thank you. Oh, Jesus. Oh my God. Look at that. That's why it stopped there, because it was like, yeah, that's enough. Yeah, we're good. At 1023, I think we're good. Okay. Oh yeah, 1024. That's when it stops. Okay. Starting to make a little sense why I messed that up. I know I got some kind of weird recursion going on. I gotta like fix it or whatever. Would probably be like a good thing. Would be my guess. Okay. So when we slam it down, it emits piece placed. After that, on piece placed, clears the old pair. Clearing the old pair separates the top piece, which adds a placed piece node. Adding a placed piece node adds a child placed piece node. Adding a placed piece node emits piece placed. When it emits piece placed, we then clear the old pair. No. Wrong. You do not want to clear the old pair when a piece is placed. Wrong. You actually need to put this back to the way this was, and all you're doing right here is saying signal bus checking matches, and in this case, we're emitting true. I think that's what you want. I needed to be yelled at by the IDE to realize what I'm very confusing. I might still be wrong, but let's see where we're at. Okay. Nobody's angry at me, which is good. No pairs yet, but this is spawning, this is running multiple times, which is correct. That wasn't happening before. This is good. Okay. I'm gonna stop checking that constantly because it's annoying. No, go ahead. Who cares? I'll be annoyed. Give it to me a bunch. We might get an overflow or something, but hopefully we get a pair soon. Haven't set up that debug yet. Okay, next piece. Waiting on a pair. Waiting on a pair. That's gonna be a lot of print messages right there. Okay, so that's a bit of an issue. We'll have to fix that. The piece doesn't fall down until the next one spawns. Okay, there's a pair. Okay, pause it. Oh no, okay. Oh no, the output ended. No! Okay, alright. Excuse me. Cool. I keep smacking my microphone. I gotta fix that. So, wow. So tell me this then. Now that we know that, that's working a little better, can we make sure that print only happens if it is a matched pair? And at this point, I actually don't even need that. This should be enough. I shouldn't need to set it up somewhere else. That should be plenty. Okay. Now, a problem that we have is it waits separate them. So they're not actually separating when they're supposed to separate, which is not good. I do need them to separate a little sooner. So when the piece gets placed, I don't actually fully understand why it isn't separating. When I press that next piece button, what that does is it says that the match checking has ended. You're saying if not is checking, clear old pair. What? If it is checking, clear the old pair. If it's done checking, spawn a new pair. What? What have I done? Ah, damn. That brings me back into the recursion. Crap. Oh no, I'm so confused. Oh god. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh my goodness. I think it leads what you need to do is you need to separate. I have no idea. Why is that recursion? Why is that still recursion? Guys, my brain is melting. Okay, let's go through the stack one by one. Piece gets emitted. That means the game scene emits that we're now checking matches. Then, yeah, I've been getting a couple of them. Piece placed, emitted. Then, on piece placed, says checking matches is true. It emits that. Then, on checking matches, since this was true, it is going to clear the old pair. When it goes to clear the old pair, it runs separate from pair, which ends a placed piece node. Right. But the placed piece node will already be there, and that's gonna run the ready function again, which places another piece. So I need the separation to happen without adding a new piece, placed piece. We need the separation to be separate from... It's confusing. That was very, very confusing. When a piece is placed, when a piece is placed, I guess I gotta draw this. This is mad confusing. It's hard because like I started designing it one way and then I'm like making a single change, but it's not, I don't know, it's very confusing. piece falls down. Okay. Once it lands on the ground, now piece placed. Piece being placed means piece placed or emit. Piece placed, emit. Okay. That's what's gonna happen. Piece placed is gonna emit. Because piece placed is emitted, I now would like you to separate the pair. Now, one problem is your separation of a pair is what creates a placed piece. So, okay, let me get this straight. What you need to say is when a mistake is made here. Go back to here. What is our is on floor doing on the pair? Is on floor is emitting piece placed. No, piece placed is emitting piece placed. No. Incorrect. Wrong. No. That is not right. That is wrong. What's up, Leader Jord? How you doing? I'm gonna say here, signal bus checking matches emit. And that's gonna emit it twice, which is not great. So please don't do it there. Stop putting it there right now. Game scene. When the piece is placed, that's when it emits it. Okay? Good. But this is wrong. This is not correct. What you want is for that to be right there. Okay? And indeed, if we're not checking anymore, that's gonna spawn the pair. So we clear the old pair when a piece is truly placed. What I didn't realize is I need yet another thing here. Not only piece placed, but placed node added. It's crazy, but it's true. Now, here's the problem. That's gonna happen 2 times. We only need it to happen once. Well, that's okay. Just have it once, and then it checks it. No, this will be good. We got this. Okay, so now I'm gonna go back to the piece placed. When it's placed, we say signal bus. Let me go back to the signal bus for just a second. Save that. Come over here. Now it should be auto place. Auto place. Auto complete. Place node added, emit. Okay, so it's going to emit that a placed node has been added. Now, back on the game scene, we're going to connect that as well. Wait for all pieces to be fully placed before scoring. Okay. I can't think that far ahead, my friend. I can't do it. You're probably right, though. Unplaced, I bet you are. I don't know what you're talking about. So here's what we're gonna say. I can't. Func on placed node added. And then at this time. Now this only needs to happen one time. So we're gonna say variable placed piece. A placed piece was added. This is crazy. Like, maybe I can refactor it more, right? After I get it working, and I can like zoom out and be like, oh, wait a minute. But like right now, I just gotta get it. I gotta get it together. So we're gonna say, if a placed piece was added, if a placed piece was not yet added, then I want a placed piece was added to become true, and you are now going to emit checking matches true on the signal bus. That's when we have that happen. Just once. One time. Now, I need that to become false again at some point, right? So, well, you could say on clear old pair when a place is pieced. When a piece is placed. And then if not is checking spawn a pair. You could also do it when the next pair spawns. I'm gonna do it there. Because by then it's not relevant anymore, for sure. But what if... I think this is gonna get a little confusing once we have to start doing combos. I think that's gonna get confusing. But I don't care. I need to get one working before I can even start thinking about combos. You know, so is that gonna be, I mean, it's gonna be, instead of a piece placed, I don't even know. This is gonna get confusing. Whatever. We're just gonna move forward. So I'm gonna say right here, once the checking matches is over, a piece was added becomes false. I gotta keep moving forward. All right, show me the horror. Now at this point, what I'm trying to get is a bunch of matching pieces to be matched if a matching pair was dropped. It's very confusing. Okay, so we're not dealing with errors. This is good. Let me see if yes, this is good. It's looking good. I like what I see. Out of curiosity, let me see what the array looks like. So I've got, excuse me, Lila, you are blocking. Thank you. That's incorrect. So we've got 18, 18, and 6. That is wrong. That is not correct. This is supposed to be 18. So we still got problems. Now this is very confusing. I know who's gonna understand what the hell's going on. So each color is represented by a number between 3 and 7. That's the truth. That's just the way it is. So the stones, this gray block, is represented by the number 6. Now if the code detects that there is a match, two pieces next to each other that are similar, it is supposed to take itself and the piece with which it thinks it matched and multiply its color number by 3. That's what's happening here. That's what's supposed to happen. So these two stones, again, if you're trying to understand how this relates to that, imagine that these two columns, okay, that column, and you can't, okay. These two columns, all right, those two columns. Imagine that is rotated like that. That's what this is, okay? Hopefully that makes sense. So these are all the stones, or the gray boxes. These were 6s. They got multiplied by 3 because both of these indeed saw that they were 6s that are matches. So it multiplied them by 3, thus giving us 18. However, this one did not get multiplied by 3, which is not good, especially because I don't even think that was a matched pair that fell. So that's interesting. Joy was going to say something about the 0 between the 15 and the 5. Oh, that's a new bug. So I seem to have recreated an old bug. That was when I was flipping them. It wasn't updating the adjusted relative position. That's a good catch, Jord. That's a good catch. I'm not even sure I know what happened there. Oh God. Oh God. It's like this is not supposed to be the hard part. Okay. So I think because I've updated the timing of everything, well, everything is different. So let's find out what's going on. Okay, that looks correct. 5 and 7. This is good. This is not wrong. 7 here, 5 there. 7 is obsidian. Great. Okay. Drop another one. I'm gonna flip it like that. So I rotate it all the way around. This is correct. This is not wrong. 7 is above and 3 is below. That is correct. Now, this time, I'm gonna have it break off. So I was actually waiting for the slam for that to finish, which actually makes sense. That makes perfect sense. It should wait, so you have time to change your mind. That's actually correct. Okay, good. No problem. Love that. Ah, so that's not an old bug. That's a new bug. So when they separate from each other, it's actually recording the position that it was at when it first hit, and it's not accounting for the fact that it's fallen and now things are different. So that's important. Now, on one hand, no, so I guess it needs to wait until no pieces are currently falling. That's when it needs to check, not when a piece is placed, when all pieces are settled. So that's important. Didn't even think about that. That's a whole new thing. I gotta give you props for catching that, Jord. I'm sure I would have run into it eventually, but you got me there sooner. I appreciate that. We're gonna give an eagle eyes to you for that one. Now these credits I do actually put into the games. I've got a plugin that I made for Godot that lets me do that, which is super convenient. I have this game that I made for the last Game Like Jam, and the last one was Bloons Tower Defense. By the way, if you haven't joined or checked out the current Game Like Jam, link is in the chat. Check it out. Puyo Puyo is the one we're doing. That's the game that I'm making right now. I'm attempting to make. It's confusing. So this game, I literally took that same credits list that I just added you to, and I use a plugin to just generate this. So you are enshrined in this game's history for whatever that's worth. Oh man. All right. This is complicated. This is getting complicated. Cam says, it kind of turned out weird for me. The same system that animates the player swapping pieces is the same system that moves pieces due to gravity. Huh? When the player swaps pieces, I'm not sure what swapping pieces means. It's the same system that moves pieces due to gravity. I bet that's... I don't really understand what that means. But so are you saying that you had like an existing system and you ended up using, spinning them? Gotcha. You had an existing system that ended up being useful for another system? That's convenient. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we need to check for when all the pieces are done. I still haven't checked a double stack. We obviously still have a problem, but that problem makes a little bit more sense when you think about the fact that it wasn't checking it after they all landed. So I guess let's set that up somehow. So it's not just if it's on the floor. But rather, well, here's the thing, by that point they're separated. So this isn't even relevant here. Here's what I would, okay. If you look at piece single, once it's separated, and if it's not on the floor, it's falling. So we could say, as long as it's separated and not on the floor, it's not time. So, but if it's, so I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to say, if it's separated, check, is it on the floor? If it's not on the floor, make sure it's falling. If it is on the floor, now start checking. Now it has to make sure that every piece is on the floor. So anything that is falling needs to now not be falling. So I don't even think this makes the most sense as a place to do this. So I say put this back. Instead, what I'd want to check is like a for loop that's looking at every child and making sure they're all on the floor. Once they're all on the floor, then we check. Which is crazy. So as soon as a piece is placed, we're going to try something different. We're going to say is checking for floors? And I'm gonna make that a Boolean? I hate this. But I just need this to damn work. Is checking for floors Boolean equals false? Mad confusing. You're about to make a Skyrim like and submit it to this jam instead? Because that's gonna be easier. This is hard. I definitely, once again, underestimated the difficulty of this game. I did that with balloons as well. And I said, guys, I'm going to pick an easier game for the next one. I didn't! I did not pick an easier game. I picked a differently hard game. Oh, man. I love it, though, because this is, for me, and this is just for me. I wish I could be, like, God tier wise enough to know, like, the entrance to the jam will struggle with this. I don't want to put them through it. But I don't know that, because I'm learning too. And so, I kind of love it, because now I get to understand what mechanics are actually pretty complicated. And maybe when I look at a game, I'll be like, that's more complicated than it probably seems. But then again, for the Game Like Jam, my ambition is to make sure that every game is quite different from each other. At least in the first year. And so that means they're probably all going to be harder than I think. Oh man, it just kind of is what it is checking for floors becomes true. So that means I'm going to want like a physics process up in here. Horrifyingly enough. So let's do it. Physics process. If is checking for floors. I would like you to. Iterate through for piece in. I wouldn't say piece. I'm gonna say for node in grid get children. I think we should have grid defined. We do. I mean, all the things in there should be character bodies, period. How are you gonna make sure that all of them are on the floor? I guess you're gonna keep returning. If node is on floor, continue? Return? I don't even know anymore. You think balloons was easier? You think it was easier? Oh my god. No. Oh my god. Dang. Whoops. I didn't even consider that maybe this was harder than balloons until you just said that. That did not cross my mind. Holy crap. So far, I think it's differently hard. I have not yet determined whether it's more difficult. Cam says balloons had difficult trigonometry to shoot in the right direction. This is checking the state of a grid. Right. Checking the state of a grid, I mean, it's such a fundamental thing to learn. And to me, it's like, you know, if it's hard, then dang it, we should all learn how hard it is. Because, I mean, how many games have grid-like stuff? So many games. So many games. I think it's not even just, you know, it's not just that we have to check things on a grid, but we also have to move things on a grid, and they have to be able to move, and then we check them again after they've moved, and they can move in a lot of different ways. You can rotate it, you can move it left or right or down or up. They can fall down if something changes from underneath it. Things have to change, you know, it's like that, it's that push and pull, that dynamicism that I think makes it so difficult, in part, among other things. As far as balloons goes, not just the math, but determining the target too? Or, you know, you mean also in the grid? I guess it's true in both of them, huh? Maybe because I have no experience at games like this. Yeah, neither do I. I mean, I found balloons difficult, and I had no... Maybe you had experience in, like, a tower defense before. I've never made a tower defense before. So to me, I found that also very difficult. I think that's what most, if not all, 3D raycast games do. 3D raycaster games, or whatever they're called. Yeah. Right, it's very common. It's a really common thing. That's brutal. That's brutal. Oh. You need to say dot is on floor. If node is on floor, return. And so I guess if we finally get through it, print none are on the floor, or everything's on the floor. No, other way around. If node is not on the floor, return. Everything is on the floor. I would like to see if this works. So after a piece is placed, it's going to start checking to see if things are on the floor or not. Non-existent function is on floor in base mesh instance. Oh, yeah. I forgot. I put a mesh instance in here as an example. Please ignore that. I could say check for things only that aren't mesh instances, but I'd actually just rather remove the mesh instance. Okay. I'm probably going to do that again. I'm going to add a mesh in there and be like, huh, what happened? Everything is on the floor. Yes, everything is on the floor. That is correct. Okay, very good. Next piece. Everything is not on the floor. No, everything is not on the floor. Incorrect. I think because it hadn't separated itself yet. So we'd actually only wanted to check this not just after the piece is placed. In fact, that's not when piece place should be emitted. No. Piece place should be emitted. Well, wait. But that's only if we slam down. Why did that take so long? I don't know. Okay, slammed it down. Everything's on the floor. Next piece. Rotate it. Slam it down. Okay, that time it happened right away. Now it's checking. Next piece. It's not checking anymore. See behind me. If I rotate it. No. It should not be checking during this timeout period. Not right. Because basically there's a timer that starts checking. It shouldn't have emitted piece placed. It's very confusing. Is checking for floors? Man, print. I'm gonna say this is coming from game scene, place node added. We're gonna say from the game scene, piece placed. From the game scene, checking matches is true or false. That's going to be quite confusing with all those prints there. I'm already confused, man. Start the game, slam it down. Okay, just hold on. Just wait a second. Let me look at this. Game scene, piece placed. Game scene, placed piece node added. Game scene, checking matches is true. Okay. I guess that's fine. Next piece. Checking matches is false. Okay, put this here. Pause. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Game scene. Checking matches is false. Wait, none of those are even happening. What? How can none of those be running? And that physics process check beginning. How can that happen? Is checking floors only becomes true after this is happening. If that hasn't run, if a piece isn't placed, how? Remote tab. It's false. A placed piece was added as false. Wait, is checking for floors? Okay. But still, is checking for floors? Wait, when does is checking for floors become false? Never. Okay, so when are you not checking for floors? Well, you're not going to check for floors if everything is on the floor. So then we would want to say, is checking for floors has become false. Don't check it if we find it. Please. Okay, start it, slam it, done. Everything is on the floor. Beautiful. Okay, rotate it, slam it. Perfect. Perfection. Come over here, drop it. Everything is not on the floor yet. It breaks off. Now that's happening when it thinks it sees a matched pair. But that's not true. So that's interesting. Can we get an array printed, please? We did get a matched pair, but it wasn't in the same place as usual. So I'm a little confused. So many messages. Okay. Unfortunately, we do have a 0 here, which is not good. Those are both 9s, which is correct. It actually did update all of the matched pairs to the correct values, which is good. It just didn't put it in the right place. It doesn't seem to have actually checked it after it fell and hit the ground. And actually we can see that here as well. The 7 is floating still. So that's not... So we're supposed to wait. Maybe because I didn't get to that part of the code yet. I think that's why. I think I need to actually get that coded in. Alright, let's do it. I think everything is kind of correct right now. Great. So we check if everything is on the floor. Game scene will report everything is on the floor. Now, when everything is on the floor, that's when we want to check. So wherever we have checking matches emit true, right here on place node added, no. Well, I think you'd want to add, when do we add the placed node? Clear old pair. So we don't want to do that on piece placed. Instead, I would want to wait. Well, no, because then it will never separate. Clear old pair is how it separates. And that's also when the placed node gets added. But that's not when we want this to check it. I want to check it right here. Right there. Okay. What's that like? Can we get broken off pieces to trickle down? It's actually going okay right now. Everything's on the floor. Checking matches is true. Checking matches is false because we spawned another piece. Okay, it's broken off. It's gonna take a second. It's gonna fall. There are no matches, so nothing's gonna update. So I should have checked it differently, but that's okay. Oh, I didn't quite do that right. That's okay. It continues to the one thing that's unfortunate is it continues to remember that it's a matched pair after it's not relevant anymore. Once it becomes old, I don't really care that it's a matched pair anymore. So I could have checked that, but this is getting super annoying, so I need to fix that. What I want is to say, like, once this happens, I think it only needs to happen once. And then I just don't care about its parent being a matched pair anymore. I think. I mean, unless I do need it to happen more than once, which is possible. I hope it's not the case. Let's just say parent is matched pair becomes false. Just to friggin' stop that message. And if it turns out I need to have it do that a bunch of times, whatever. Honestly, it doesn't even need to be there, really, because where it should be is once we spawn a new piece, that's it. It's done. Do I have some kind of signal for when a new piece is created? Piece placed. Place node added, checking matches. I guess you could say when checking matches is false. That would be kind of when that round that, but I would feel more comfortable if it was when the new piece spawned. So let's make a new thing for signal piece spawned. Piece pair spawned. Which right now is only being handled here on a debug button. I think. Oh no, it's when we press... Oh, it is when checking matches is false. Okay, fine. When checking matches is false. But I'm gonna want to change that at some point. So let's go back to game scene, and when checking matches becomes false, I'm gonna say signal bus, not piece pair spawned, but I'd rather it be spawn a pair. A piece pair. We're gonna be specific. Let's just say spawn piece pair. And I'm gonna say on the game scene, signal bus spawn piece pair emit, and we're just gonna connect it right here. It's kind of ridiculous. I don't care. This is probably gonna change someday. Signal bus spawn piece pair, connect on spawn piece pair. So we already have spawn pair, but we're gonna want a couple other things to happen here. Func on spawn piece pair. Do that stuff. Okay, now that I have that, come back to place. It's getting very confusing. I just need it to work. Signal bus, spawn piece pair, connect on spawn piece pair. On spawn piece pair. Returns nothing. Now make parent is matched pair be false. No matter what. Whatever it was, falsify it. I don't care if it was already false. No, I guess I care. If parent is matched pair, clear it. Okay. Why was I doing that? I don't remember anymore. I guess to keep that print from happening. Okay. Did I fix things? I don't know. We're gonna find out. Okay, so mainly what I want to see is if this prints or updates the array such that there's no zeros in between anymore. Alright, here we go. Still zeros. Okay. Alright. Interesting. So let's see what I forgot. So we want to say that when nothing more is on the floor, or nothing more is off of the floor in the game scene, that's when we emit checking matches true. When checking matches is true, what happens? And actually, let's search for if, I think I'm calling it is checking. Does nothing happen? Debug, signal bus, piece placed. I guess the most important place is here on placed pieces, where it's gonna assign the neighbors. So that should update. Oh god, I was zoomed in. I apologize. That should update the grid array right there, because it's checking it constantly, all the time, as long as checking matches is true. So I'm gonna ask that you get some more data here. Print placed piece specifically get parent name man, this is a mess. This is crazy. This is not even the thing I thought would be complicated. As always. Place please, get parent name. Checking matches is checking true or false. We also connect on spawn piece pair, so let's get a print for that. Man, is this confusing or what? Place piece. Piece pair spawned. I think those are the only signals that we have here. I think, did I add it all on game scene as well? Over here. did not. Game scene. Piece pair spawned. So what's supposed to happen? Let me get up a drawing. A piece falls. As soon as it lands, I don't know, let me look. As soon as it lands, piece placed gets emitted. So I guess I'll actually want to detach this. Piece placed, emit. Okay, that happens right there. Great. When piece place gets emitted, on the game scene, it's going to clear the old pair. Clearing the old pair means it separates them. It gets rid of the controller. And what separating is going to do is that's going to create the new piece. Place piece. So that means we're going to get... And technically this is happening with 2 pieces, but we'll just do it for 1. So that means that essentially generates a placed piece, or whatever. So a placed piece being made, let's go back to place single. This is the function that runs once the piece lands and it emits piece placed. It's going to add a piece placed node, which, once it's instantiated, is going to emit placed node added. So we're even gonna say that. Placed node added. Okay. Place node added happens. What happens because of that? Place node added. In the game scene, all it does is make placed piece was added true. Because that's true, in the physics process, wait, actually, what does that do? It doesn't do anything. Okay. Well, that's interesting. What is that? Why is that? What do you want to do because of that? It doesn't do anything. Placed node added. Cool. Seriously? It doesn't do anything. What? Okay, so why did I create that? I don't remember. I'm sure I had a reason why I created it. Oops. I mean, to be fair, that was something I tried, and then I changed it when I realized that breaking off didn't do anything for updating. And so that's when I kind of removed that functionality and added in, okay, instead of checking when it's placed, check when they all hit the ground. So I think that that just kind of fell behind as not necessary, would be my guess. Okay, so that can maybe give us some idea what might be going on with timing. So when is this if is checking floors thing getting updated? And when a piece is placed, is checking floors becomes true. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, right. Okay, so I forgot to add that to the drawing. So not only does placed piece get created, but this also means that we start checking for check that all pieces are on floor. That happens because of this. At the same time as placed piece being created, which, okay, as long as that's continually checking and waiting, I think that that's fine. So what happens when it sees it? That's gonna return as long as nothing is on the floor. Until everything is on the floor, then it's gonna advance and say everything is on the floor, and it's gonna emit checking matches true. Okay. Checking matches true. That's the only way I'm gonna understand this wacky logic. If everything on floor, then checking matches becomes true. Okay, so checking matches gets checked in two places. On the piece placed, so on the piece placed, it's just gonna set checking matches to is checking, and when it does that, that means the physics process is gonna start assigning them. In the game scene, it only cares about not checking. So this true is actually only affecting the placed pieces and what neighbors it's assigning. So it emits that, and then it starts checking neighbors. Or assigns. But here's the thing, Lise, if it's not a match, then it's not gonna update it. It's only gonna update it if there's a match. You need to update it no matter what. Its own piece. Actually, I'm confused. Assigns neighbors. That actually makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. So back on piece single, when they separate, right? That's when it first adds it. So even if there's not a match, right? It adds it to the array. The only time we're even gonna see that when it falls down, it updates it, is if it falls down. And even then, it's not gonna undo the last one. So then we'll have like extra ones or something, which is bad. So in fact, this whole update grid array should not happen until everything's on the floor. Period. So when everything's on the floor, that's when it does checking matches emit true. So therefore, we need to be checking matches here. Now, what I do need to make sure is we don't already have a ready function somewhere. Man extends character. No, well, does anything extend from pieces single? Piece single or extends? I don't think so. Yes, these do. Oh, these do. And there is no ready function. Okay, great. Wonderful. So we don't need to worry about a super or anything. Okay, got it. Here we go. So we're gonna add a ready in here. And we need to say signal bus, checking matches, connect on checking matches, func on checking matches is checking, returning nothing. When that happens, then update the grid array. We don't need to add this on there. So before that was here, don't put that there. Put that over here. What is that like? So then what I'm looking for is that it actually doesn't have those zeros in between per what Leader Jord found. So we're gonna rotate that, put that down. Now let's check the array, see what we got. Yes! Okay. That much is fixed. We still got a lot of other things, but look. Now that stone is on the ground where it belongs. Great. Phew. All right. What's next? Pairs. Right. Matched pairs. Do they actually update? I mean, any matches updating would be important. So let's check those separated pieces and see if it does that right. Yes. 9 and 9. Right there, baby. Okay. Good. 9 and 9, right? Otherwise, that would be 3 and 3, but because they're a match, they're multiplied by 3, making them 9 and 9, which is what, believe it or not, that's what I want. Okay, next piece. Don't really care about this, to be honest. We could check it, but okay, doubles. Here we go, doubles. All right, slamming it down. Yes, it's gonna print a bajillion times. Hit that, pause it. Let's check it. So I gotta go scroll up and find that because it's printing in a crap ton. Okay, what do we got here? We got problems. Very interesting problem. So it did match these 3, but the 4th one is invisible somehow. Somehow it's not seeing that one. And wait, is it? Wait. Wait a minute, what the heck's going on here? Because these are matched 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's it's confusing. Yeah, you can see because it sticks out more. Yep, it's invisible. So this looks weird because of the spacing, but in reality, just to like make it make more sense visually. In reality, what's happening here is it's like this. This is not really correct either, but okay, so it's like this, kinda, sort of like that. So the 4th one on top is not being seen somehow. For some reason that I don't understand. Hopefully that like kind of makes sense. We're making progress, but there's still some issues here. Come on, I just want to move it. I just want to get it in the right spot. Let me have this paint. Let me have this. Paint's like, nah, bruh. I'm not good. What do I seem good to you? My whole job is being good enough. Okay. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. What's actually happening here? There's the bottom column, or the bottom row, this row, that row, and then so it's seeing the 2 sand pieces up here, and it's seeing the 3 like mossy cobblestone there. But what it isn't seeing is the top mossy cobblestone that's next to the sand for some reason. It's not even assigning it in the first place. So actually we could probably look at some of these prints to help understand what's going on here. So that one is that mossy cobblestone that seems to be invisible is character body 8. So do we have a character body 8 even in here? We do. A lot of times. Thousands of times. Its grid array was updated on 8 and 9, and 9's grid array was updated on 9 and 8. So by all accounts, it seems like it should be updating it. I mean, we could try printing it again, and I quickly come pause it, and then go dig around for that. Oh god, it's miserable. Oh man, all these prints. I really wish it would stop printing. Oh my god, I can't search. How am I gonna search through that? That's too many. Here, clear it at least. Clear it. Oh, because we're only searching for 8. Duh. Okay, whatever. Unpause it, print it, pause it, then look for it. Welcome back, Travi. It's good to have you. Always a pleasure. There it is. Come back to me! There it is. Yep, still invisible. Why? Why are you invisible? I probably should have kept looking at that remote, but I didn't. So let's look at the piece placed. So that's this chaos that it's printing. If the parent is a matched pair that's being detected, but being detected by neighbors, it's just gonna keep, basically what that's supposed to be doing is constantly checking and updating it. We're saying update grid array true. Yeah, but I think the problem could be, what if we send the color that we want? I mean, it should have a color. It should have a color. Why wouldn't it have a color? Because that's what the grid array is doing on here, is it's setting up its own piece meshes, piece color, which should be a number. Match found is true. So if the match found, I mean, either way, it's not going to be 0. I'm very confused. What's going on there? I really wish this would only print once. I do kind of have a feeling that this only needs to happen once. So I'm going to nerf this print message because it's driving me nuts. So we're going to say immediately parent is matched pair gets false. I don't think that needs to update that many times. I really don't. It's just going to make it a lot easier to debug. And even if it's a little wrong, I mean, that will be interesting. But I can't get a sense of the timing as such. Okay. So I'm waiting on a pair. Would be ideal. We could do one of these just to appreciate how much better this is now. Yep, it's on the ground where it should be. Might create that forced pair debug tool sooner than later here. Curious if it sees those 4. I'm sure it does. Yep. 21, 21, 21. So it sees 4, which is excellent. There's not a lot of matched pairs. I'm gonna need that debug tool soon. Let's just check to see how it's doing. It sees 2 9s there and 2 9s there. That means it knows that those are all matches. It knows this is all matches. It's going really well. It's just those dang double pairs. That is, and then this is exponentially growing because it's printing this on all of them every time. So for the more pieces I have, the more print messages are ballooning. So I'm just gonna restart it so I don't have a million print messages. And if I don't get it soon, I will set up the forced pair debug. It won't be that hard. I'm just there. Ah! Okay. Let's see what we get here. Print it. So there it saw all 3 of them. All 3 of them it knows are a match. This is good. That is very good. All 21s. So what was the situation where it wasn't? Maybe if I make it upside down or something, like that's where that happens. But I don't remember flipping them around. Why would I do that? Yeah, now, oh, well, let's at least see if those, I mean, I'm sure that's all fine. But now we've got 4 stacked. Oh, wait, now it's invisible. So wait, it has nothing to do with the stacked matched pairs? Look, now it's only 3. Okay. What? So, okay, but it worked really well when I had 4 stacked that wasn't from any matched pairs. That is to say, when a pair came down that already matched, when a pair came down that already matched, let me rephrase that. When a pair came down, when pairs, when I had 4 match that were not the result of any matched pairs, there were 4 stacked on top of each other correctly. But I think, and I'm not sure, I could be wrong, but maybe when there is a matched pair in those 4 stacked, then the 4th one doesn't appear. What about ones after it? What happens if I put, oh, here we go, another stacked pair. What is that like? We got edge cases. It's a 0. It just goes in as a 0. Here's what I think. I think there must be something wacky going on with my booleans all over the place, right? And somehow, if we're putting a regular piece on top of a former matched pair, somehow something isn't getting checked right. God, it's so close. It's so close. Okay, give me, yes, perfect. Okay. So right here, what happens to that one? I don't know. I'm confused now. Okay, wait. 1, 2, 3. Then there's invisible. Now that one saw it. That one saw it. What? Welcome, Kai Guy. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Hope work is going good for you. As good as it can, all things considered. Or at least not worse than it. I hope work isn't the worst that it could be for you. Oh, man. Now it's working fine. Look, the 21 came through. There's just that one. What? No work today, so it's the best! Perfect, perfect. Thanks for dropping a like, I appreciate it. If anyone else hasn't hit that thumbs up button, hyper smash it. Hit that like button, helps a lot, means more people find out about these jams and these streams, and it just lets me know I'm doing okay. So hit that like button if you like it, appreciate it. Don't press it if you already pressed it though, unless you press it again after that. Remember. Okay. Yeah, it's okay. I'm trying to get matching to work, basically. And my way of getting matching to work, so every block has a color, which is represented by a number between 3 and 7. That's just the way it is. So for example, the purple blocks here are represented by the number 7. That's just the truth. That's just the way they are. That's how it is. So the way I'm detecting matches is if they see that their neighbor has the same color number as them, then it and its neighbor's colors are supposed to become registered as 3 times that number. Why 3 times? Because then there will be no overlap between the non-match and the match. So the lowest number is 3. If you do 3 times 2, it'd be 6, which 6 is another color. 3 times 3 is 9, which is not another color. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through and say, hey, what are all the ones that have, you know, numbers between, or that's either, you know, 9, 12, 15, 18, or 21, right? So it's going to look for all those, and at the end of the round, it'll just pop all those because we know that those must be matches. Okay, and so I've got it pretty darn close that it actually is correctly multiplying the color by 3, except for this one little edge case where sometimes, depending on some kind of circumstances that I can't control unless I definitely need the debug blocks, sometimes it registers it as a 0. That is to say, it doesn't assign it any color. Now this is kind of endemic to the way I'm doing it, right? I'm not reading the board. I'm not saying, hey, let's check in with the state of the board. Instead, it's as it goes along, looking at neighbors and then adding it into the array, as opposed to the array correcting itself over time, or, you know, whatever. Which would help here a little bit, but I don't want to do that. So, I mean, it has to be correct as soon as they hit and they report what they are. You took a day out to the local zoo, distracted by many more animals than just squirrels. What? You weren't just distracted? Oh, you were distracted by squirrels a little bit.
Squirrel! There's a squirrel! Yeah, there's something else that's not squirrel, but it's a different kind of animal. Squirrel there, non-squirrel there, different kind of non-squirrel. Oh, that's a squirrel! Look at all the animals!
Excuse me. Quite nice. Yeah, you know what? For a member, if you're a member, I will make a weird redemption like that for you. And if you come through and mention it, I will do it. Kai Guy is the only person I think to really be taking advantage of that. Sounds like an exponential complexity climb way over my head at this juncture. That's fair. That's fair. Aw, man. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set up the debug. I mean, look, there's a lot that's working here. Like, we're not seeing pieces go pop, or nothing like that, which that would be nice. I could technically set that up and just, you know, some of them aren't gonna work. But again, if they pop, right, then they're gonna fall. I'd really like this all to be working before we start removing them and having them collapse down. Oh my god. This is hard. This is a hard game. Okay, so here's what we're gonna say. We're gonna say, matching improved. How about that? That's my commit. Yeah, matching improved. How is it improved? I don't know, figure it out. A squirrel manifesting redemption appreciated. Yes, you do speak words big. I know you do. I know you do. If you're a member right now and you got some weird like thing, like I can become that. I can have a bunch of hats. I can become rainbow colors. I'll do that, but only if you're a member. Okay, so let's change the colors. Let's have that be different. I believe that happens in the game scene. Nope. Where does that happen? That happens. Well, yes, it happens here, but where else? Yeah, it does have. Wait, no, it doesn't. Wait, where is it? Oh, when the piece pair is generated, it gives it colors. You know, I think I'll just do it. I think I'm just gonna do it over on the piece mesh. I think I'll just say that. We're just gonna change random color to something else, which is a little messy, but I don't care. So it would be kind of nice though if I could like press a button and then the next, you know what? No, I'm gonna make another debug button. I think that would actually be nicer because then I could just control like when they come. It would also be nice anyway. Well, it'd kind of be better if I could control which. Let me try something. I'm gonna make a function here called function 77. I mean, you could just, you know what you could do? You could just say color pair and then have that call with a color, which is piece colors. And then say or color to assign, color to, I mean, there's already a color to assign, whatever, it's fine. You know what, it's fine. Variable color piece colors equals assign color to cube. Instead of random range, this would just be color to assign. And then we make sure piece color equals color to assign, right? And then if you want to do color one, we can also have that call with color to assign. Piece colors, return void. It's gonna be a little confusing though, because that's gonna spawn on both of them. That's a little confusing. I think that's gonna be harder to pull off. You put a stingray today? You definitely can't say that every day. No sandworms though. Nice. I have a sandworm in this game. I do. You haven't even gotten to see it if you haven't been here in like 7 to 8 hours. But technically, there is a sandworm. Nice. It was probably like wet and smooth, right? I think picking one color is not impossible. It's not impossible. I don't think you need to do color pair. I think this can continue to be color one. It's literally just the same thing. What you want to do is come over to piece pair, and this is where you'd set up the difference. So we would say variable debug color pair false by default, and then you could have variable debug color 1 false by default. And then what we do is we say if debug color pair or if not debug color pair or not debug color 1, then do the normal thing. If debug color pair, then I want the top piece mesh to be set to color 1, and you have to clarify that the one color will be piece mesh color. That sounds awesome, Kai. I want to pet a stingray. That sounds so nice, like from like a sensory, like emotional, like connection. It just seems so lovely. You know, it's like, yes, touch grass. Yes, connect with other people. What if you just like touch a velvety smooth stingray? There's more than just grass to touch. And it can be potentially even more healing. You know, I think about like when people are like, you know, sick or something and they're like in the hospital for a long time, and then there's like folks who will come through with like cats and stuff and let you play with them. It's like, oh wow, I needed that. Like in a micro scale, sometimes we just gotta go out, we just gotta like interact with some animals, you know? I want to make sure we set piece colors, and I'm going to make it obsidian. We're just going to keep going with that, so that'll be 7. I could have just put the number 7 in there too. Probably would have been fine. So then I want the bottom piece to also be set to obsidian, because that's a pair. And then we're going to say, I could probably do an elif. I don't really care. Debug color 1. We'll make sure... Now that's an interesting one. Which one do I want to do, the top or the bottom? I'm gonna actually make it the top. It kind of depends. I guess we could have debug color top, and I could say not that, or not debug color bottom. That could be kind of nice, actually. It's gonna be a lot of debug buttons. I'm gonna have to set these debug buttons up hard. This is kind of a bit of work, but it's just gonna make it easier to test. Debug color top, then the top piece gets set to obsidian, and then this one is just random. If it's bottom, you love just looking at being with the animals. Several new exhibits you'd not seen since last time a few years ago. Just nice to get out and see something different. Yeah, totally. That makes so much sense. It's nice to like, and that's cool. I hadn't thought about that. Like, yeah, just go back. Like, zoos update their exhibits all the time. Dang, making me want to go to the zoo. The weather's nice? Well, usually. Where else are you gonna see these animals? The zoo. Zoos are kind of amazing. So this is just the bottom, so that means I'd actually want to flip these. So I'm gonna grab this, pop that on there, make this random color. Okay, now I gotta actually make the buttons do stuff. Which is gonna be interesting. So like before, we would, this is gonna be hard. Current pair controller. This is gonna be kind of difficult. Wait, we have a button for spawning the next piece, right? Next piece pressed. That just runs checking matches. This is actually going to be a little bit more difficult than I particularly want it to be, if I'm being honest. When it checks matches, spawn piece pair emit. On spawn piece pair, spawn pair. That's when it adds it, and that's where we'd want to add in the debug, is right there. Actually. Which is kind of annoying. Kind of annoying, truth be told. One thing I could do... Ugh. This is unpleasant. This is very unpleasant. I could do an enum. I should have done an enum. I know I should have done enum. I see that now. That makes a lot of sense. That has become clear to me. Alright. So, colors, enum colors to set, or yeah, colors to set, random, pair, top, bottom. Variable color to set, colors to set. And then we'd actually get rid of all of this. And down here, we would say match color to set. If colors to set is random, then we do this one. If colors to set is pair, then we do this. Top fave has to be the cotton top tamarin monkeys. What is that? They're cute and entertaining. That is so specific. Oh, I've seen these. These are cute. Dang, those are super cute. Dude, they look like dogs. They look like old dog people. They look sad and wise. They're kind of fierce. Dude, what the heck? Look how small they are. I was trying to find like a scale. What? Dude, you can just like interact with them. Oh my gosh. They look like little cats. Look like little cat dogs. Oh man. No wonder humans love these things. Oh my gosh. Right, it's totally right. They're completely different, like in person. Like moving around probably. That makes sense. That makes some sense. Colors to set top. Do all that. And colors to set bottom. Do all that. You couldn't interact with them. Okay. That's probably for the best, honestly. Or I'm sorry to hear that. Whatever. It's probably for the best. Seems dangerous. Seems dangerous. For you and or the monkeys. Right? Okay, so depending on what that enum is set to will determine when they spawn. Pair to spawn. So I guess I'll set a variable here for colors to spawn, which will be the type piece pair. Colors to set. It's all fun and games until they feast on my earlobe. Dude, exactly. Doesn't seem safe. No autocomplete. Okay, cool. That would be nice, though. I don't think you can type like that. I have a feeling it's not gonna let me type that way. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. No, it is not. Not at all. So how am I gonna set this? I mean, you can just do a number 0, 1, 2, 3, which is super annoying. Man, I knew this debug was gonna just like suck to make, but like, dang. I mean, at first I thought it was gonna be easy, but at some point I realized it was gonna suck to make, and it does. It does suck to make. So how am I gonna pass this information along? I can't access the pair at the time that I need to because of the way things are. So I need it to know at this time what it needs to be set to. In order to do that, I need to get the information here. I don't know, man. I think maybe... Oh yeah, of course, this has colors to set. How am I gonna get it there? I mean, I can just make it a number. I guess. And then by default, it's 0. And we just gotta do 0, 1, 2, 3. I think that's the only way it's gonna work. Okay. So just to make sure we're not broken here, let me see if at least this goes correctly. No. Invalid assignment of that to that. Oh, do you want me to just do this? What if I just do that? Are you gonna be cool with that? Are you gonna like allow that and not freak out? Or are you gonna freak out? Okay, cool. So that's random. Good. Now if I wanted to update that value, I'll go to canvas layer debug, and I need to create some more buttons because they don't exist that I need. The ones I need don't exist. So let's make them. Dude, at this point, I'm gonna go ahead and gonna wanna need you to create a V-box, okay? Not like that. A V-box of H-boxes. Pressfire says, it's all broken, it's all over, it's the end. No more Puyo Puyo. It's time to give up. It's so over. We lose. Good day. Is what you shouldn't be thinking. You got this. Never give up. I was like, oh no, oh no, oh god, oh no, oh no, oh my god. Oh, okay. Delightful. Let's go. We got this. No giving up. It's getting tough. It's getting tough. It's getting tough. But that's okay. I can do tough. I can do hard things. I can do hard things. You're right, Pressfire. Moral support. Let's go. Moral support credit. Give that credit. Slap it in there. No problem. That's right. We got this. Jam ratting. Where you at on here? Pressfire. Give them moral support credit. I'm gonna give 300 moral support credits. All right, nobody can ever top you at this point. All right, there you go. No, I'm just kidding. All right, we're just gonna give you one. Great. So now I'm gonna have a couple V boxes. Don't be out there. What are you doing? That's not where you belong. What are you doing? What are you doing outside? What are you doing? What the heck are you doing? Don't do that. What the heck are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What is this? Why would you be like that? You could be any way, and you like that? All I did was... What's wrong with you? Why would you go outside of there? Okay, put it there. Now put this in here. There we go. Then I'm gonna add another H-box in here. Gamification of positive vibes will never not be a good thing. Hell yeah! Can we also get anti-moral support credits so I can aim to get a perfect balance of positive and negative energy? Wow. Yeah. I think what we would just do is I would subtract your moral support credit. So I think if you want that perfect balance, you would just make sure that that number gets down to 0, right? Does that make sense? So you would need, so if you were to come through and be like, you suck, Lees, this is gonna go bad, we'd bring this down. And then if you keep that up, you're right, we can bring it down to 0. I think that would be the balance. You know what I'm saying? 300 creds. Way to go, Fressy. I saw it. It's so real. I saw it, so it's real. Yes, that is... No. It was real. And then it became not real. Right. You know what? -1 moral support. You know what? You're being a bad sport. I'm bringing it down. Alright? I'm just saying. No, I'm just kidding. But I did want to help you. But I think you need to try harder. If you want to be negative and you want to lose that, you're going to have to be a lot more evil than that. Alright? That's... No, I got you. Oh, I want to pet your little godot. Feels bad. It's okay. Alright, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to add these dang buttons in here. Duplicate that. Drag this crap over here. Because we need some more buttons. We don't have enough buttons. My positivity has been attacked. Yes. By yourself, really. So this is going to be random... I don't care. Color... so many buttons to hook up. My God. Color pair. So many buttons. Color top. And color bottom. Alright, my God. You can put this, you can make this a line at the end. I think that'll be fine. Okay. Now, I gotta hook it all up. Dude, debug scripts always become so unhinged in my experience. Okay, so I'm gonna grab all of these. On ready, every single one of those. You visited Australia today? No, you visited Australia. Wait, what animals did you see? Did you see some koalas? Some wallabies? Did you see a wombat? What? Okay, so now that those are there, I have to connect every friggin' single one of those. Color, rand, pressed, connect. Oh my God. On, color, rand, pressed. Jesus friggin' criminy. Rand, pressed. Okay, grab this, paste it. 2, 3. Come over here. And this needs to be pair. That needs to be top. Just to figure this one, it's so close to being right. Watch, like, the only way that that's going to be right is if I just refactor everything. Australian section of the zoo. Kangaroos, wallaby, dingoes, boomerangs. What the heck's a boomerang? Like real boomerangs? Nuh-uh. It's not an animal. It's just like an actual boomerang. Okay, you're just saying things. It's not a real animal. That is not a real animal. Thank you. Thank you so much, Google Search Labs. You're a genius. It can refer to a boomerang-shaped animal. Alright. Alright. It's not. Why does the AI always have to try? It's like it can't just be like, that doesn't seem like a thing. Instead, it's like, oh yeah, that's a thing. Let me tell you why. Just admit you don't know. 3 boomerangs hanging on the wall. Those are your own boomerangs. Okay. Now I'm gonna come down here and I gotta create all of these. Funk, on, color, rand, pressed. You haven't been here, Lees. Boomerang animals are very real. Sorry, I'm sorry. On behalf of myself, I apologize to Australia. And then what's gonna happen? Game scene dot ref dot color to, okay, please give me autocompletes. I beg you for the autocompletes. I love the autocomplete. Just lets me know I'm going in the right direction. No? Okay. Color to is it called color to spawn? Is that? Yeah, that's what it's called. Color to spawn. You're losing 1 Australian support credit. Dang it! You guys are keeping credit tabs on me? That's crazy. It's actually awesome. I kind of like that. I think it's legit. We should have that set up on the website. Color to spawn where you can just like deduct or give me points. You can just create like arbitrary scores for me. Oh man, that's kind of funny. Kaga gets 1 for each Australian animal scene. Wait, and the credits can be for everybody? Like a leaderboard? Just a random, custom, chaotic leaderboard that you could just add whatever to and do whatever you want with. It's so dumb, I kind of love it. All right, we're just doing 0, 1, 2, 3. So if it's random, that means it's 0. All right, next one. Function on. Okay, that's not how you spell words. In fact, if you could just copy it and paste it, I'd love that. It would go wrong so fast. I know, you're so right. In the little Australia HUD, no, not my boomerangs, the real deal. Oh, I know because they had an upside down map of the world next to them too. What? No, not yours. They were real. They just had some there. Yeah, make it members only. Nice. That's always the way to fix it. If it's gonna be abused, make it members only because it'll be less. Less likely to be abused. Not impossible, but less likely. Okay, set up pair, set up top, set up bottom. Almost got these debug buttons. I think that's 1, 2, and 3. Oh my god. Alright. Does that work? Have I finally made debug buttons for choosing what color to spawn? Please. Please. So let's get a pair. Start it. That immediately didn't work, did it? Let's see if the next one is a pair. It didn't work at all. That didn't work a single little bit. Not even kind of. Okay, first of all, my friend, what the hell are you doing? Okay, you need to do that. That's one problem. Let's see if that helps. Pair. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. What is that button doing? What are you doing? Let's see if it's updating the integer. All that for what? Nothing. Okay, so looking at the remote game scene, color to spawn is currently set to 0. If I press pair, it sets to 1. If I press top, it sets to 2. So that is changing. That number is different. Now, if I come through here and we go to game scene, and we look all the way down here, color to set equals color to spawn. Is that working? I don't know. I think we can maybe test that, and maybe there's a different place where I would want to put it, like instead of it being down here. I don't think so. I think that would be the right place. This is kind of hard. All for some debug. I've been spending like 20 minutes at least on this. Okay, so we know that that's going to update the game scene value. Alright, so on game scene, that is 1 instead of 0. Now if I start it, we see that that's clearly not the right color. But if I go to grid and we look at this top piece, well, because, okay, well, you gotta check it. Okay, set it to pair. Start a piece, pause it right now. Okay, but that one was double, but that was probably just a fluke. Okay, set it to pair, next piece. Pause it. Now check the piece pair. Color to set is 1. That is set to 1. That is correct. That is absolutely correct. Not incorrect. That should be a pair. Colors to set is 1, which is going to be pair. Okay, so let me check out this. Matching color to set. If it's set to random. Hey, let me see, is color 1 even running? Oh my god. Piece mesh. Print is running. Oh my god. Hit pair, start it. No. No, it is absolutely not running. Not a chance. Nope. Nope. So why not? Why would you not run? It could, once again, be like a timing issue. And by the time it gets to here, so why don't you tell me, print color to set piece pair spawned with color to set to color to set. Yay, timing issues. Oh man, so much. And it's like what I'm trying to debug a timing issue, and setting up the debug is causing me timing issues. Piece pairs spawned with color to set to 0. Incorrect. That should be not set to 0. Actually, it's not what it should be. If truth be told. So why are you like this? Set colors runs in the ready after these two get assigned. How about this? I got an idea for me. How about this? How about right here, we update color to set, okay? We update color to set to be game scene .ref color to spawn. How about that? Now that's gotta work. If I had an emotional super credit for every Godot timing issue, I'd be so emotionally supported. Yeah. Ah, it worked. Okay. All right. There we go. Top only. Perfect. Okay. That was it. That's, you know what? Timing issue averted. Excellent. Good. Excellent. So that means over on the game scene, I don't actually need... This is ridiculous, but it is what it is. I don't need to set this at all. It works and it works. So here we go. All right. Can we not get it's running every time though? Because that's annoying. Please don't do that. Thank you so much. All right. Back to the game. Okay. Now I can test my dang issue. My new color code set to override. Always just do it. Exactly. Come on. All right. Spawn a pair. Start it. Slap it down. Let's print the array and let's take a look at what we got. Oh my goodness. All right, 21 and 21. That is correct. Because that means 2 7s were noticed as matches and it set them. That is excellent. This is huge progress. I love that. We are so close. Okay, now I'm gonna spawn 1 on the top. New piece, rotate it, slam it down. Let's see what we got. Print that array for me. What is your deal? Bam, invisible. This is the bug. For some reason, now there's kind of another test I want to do. But what I seem to be seeing is that if a single piece, perhaps if it's split, I don't know. when a single piece that matches a matched pair lands on top of a matched pair, it doesn't get detected or assigned in the array. I don't know why, but that seems to be the thing that's happening. Let's confirm that. This is great. Finally, the debug. Oh my gosh. I better commit it before I forget to, before I start making changes. When I'm like, oh, I know what to do, and I do something and it breaks everything. Piece color debug added. So here's what I'm gonna do this time. Hey, Gamer Therapy is back from their slumber. It's good to see you. How you been? I'm making a Puyo Puyo game. We're doing the Game Like Jam number 3, and it's a doozy. It's Puyo Puyo. It's hard to make. It was also known as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, also known as Kirby's Avalanche, also known as Kirby's Ghost Trap. And we are remaking the 1992 version. It is difficult. It is difficult. But I'm loving every minute of it. So, here's what I'm gonna try this time. This time, I'm gonna spawn a piece on the top. Drop that down. Give me a piece on the bottom. Match that. Okay, let's see where we're at right here. You're good? Let's go. I'm good too. Good team. Alright, so as you can see, it has correctly updated those from 7s to 21s, meaning it detects that those are matches, which is excellent. Now, what if I put another top on top of that one? Dungeon has returned! Okay, rotate this, slam it down. Alright, now let me see. Now let me see if it's invisible. It is invisible! So it's not just... Yeah, there's a lot working. It is so damn close to working. Yes, it is not only working, but it's also detecting matches. See you in another 3 months. Goodbye. It's detecting matches. So normally these colors are numbers between 3 and 7. Obsidian, this purple one, is 7. And so the way that I'm detecting matches is there's raycasts, and if it sees a neighbor that is the same color as it, both the neighbor and itself are going to update its number in the array to be itself times 3. So that way there's never any overlap between the ones that aren't matches and the one that are matches. That is to say, number 3 times 3 is going to be 9 instead of like times 2, which would be 6. So then what's going to happen is once all the pieces are settled, it's going to go through and say, hey, what are all the ones that are 9, 12, 15, 18, and 21? And then it's going to eliminate all of those if there are more than 4 of any of them. It's just going to eliminate them because those are all match chains. So that's so far working really well, except there's this edge case that I've made all these color spawning buttons for. There's this edge case where sometimes when I stack a third one on top of a pair of matching ones, it registers invisible somehow. And I need to figure out why. Now I thought it was because of a pair set. Like if I spawned a pair and then put a third one on top of that, but that seems not to be the case. Because here, I spawned these as a top, bottom, whatever, as single pieces, and it still didn't do it. Now it doesn't always do that, but sometimes it does. And why? I don't know. But that's why I created this debug keys, and what I'm trying to figure out as quickly as I can here, so I can fix it, because it is so close to working. It is so close. I just gotta figure out this one little edge case. I really hope that this one little edge case doesn't actually necessitate rewriting the entire code. Probably not. So, all right, here we go. This time I'm going to spawn a pair, okay? We're gonna slam down the pair. Now, if I do 2 pairs, okay? If I do 2 pairs, and we check the array, hi. We get super gigantic. Just kidding. I want to zoom this down. Interesting. Look, the first 3 are all, probably not. The first 3 are all matches, but the 4th one is invisible. What is that? Foreshadowing is a literary device. Correct. That's correct. That's absolutely correct. And you know what? Sometimes we got to do a little foreshadowing. Sometimes we got to. Sometimes that's just the way it has to be. Oh my god. Dude, this game is really hard. It's like a difficult game to make. Period. I'm so glad I'm learning it. I am, but oh my god. What? So that's interesting. It's not necessarily the 3rd one. It's just like a second piece. I know, isn't it great when Dungeon's here? It's just like a second piece. I don't even understand. There's some kind of pattern going on here. There's a pattern. Now, I can check these prints as well. That might be helpful, but I'm just trying to like, figure out exactly the situation that reproduces it. So what if I do a top piece, and I don't even rotate it, and then we do a pair on top of that? What does that do? Print that array. Invisible! Alright, let me look at these prints. Oh god, these prints are crazy, aren't they? Maybe I should take a hammer to it, actually. It's actually a good idea. Or are you saying that you are a mod, and so you're gonna ban ham people? Could be that. Okay, a piece placed, place node added. Does it work if you just stack things up 4+? Yes, it does. Yes. Yes. It's literally, but that'd be a question, like what if I go even higher, will there be a gap? It's so weird. Okay, pair, start, slam. Pair, slam. Pair, slam, pair, slam, pair, slam. Okay, we don't want to go more than that. I could do a top and rotate it and do that. Okay, now print the array. Let's see what we got. Look at that. Do you see that? There's 1 that is 0, and the rest are matches. Just that 1. What? What? Why? Is it I'm just writing that coordinate correctly? Okay, that's a good question. Excellent question. But I've already had this elsewhere, but let's, you know what? Let's make sure that that's true. Okay, God, you're being so helpful. Okay, let's put it at the end. I've never tried it there. Okay, so it should only happen if I do 2, but whatever. Slam them all down. Give me a bunch. Give me a whole bunch. Give me 1 more. Oh, whoops. I skipped to the next level. Next levels have not been tested yet. We're not doing that right now. Okay, this time don't make a mistake. We won! That's true. I should accept that as a good feeling. Okay, put this down. Give me another one. Put that down. Give me another one. Put that down. I still want the bottom piece, please. Oh god. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, that's okay. You know what? It's fine. Alright, here we go. Print the array. What do we got? So here's the thing. It still happened. There's still a single 0 in there. It is the Y1, 2, 3, 4th one. So I guess would I be curious, I mean, is it like just always the 4th one? Somehow? I feel like if I ask questions, I'm just wasting your time because I likely won't understand anyway. But, yeah, give it a shot. Okay. Okay, so what if, imagine. Here's another question I have. Okay, so what if I add a pair long ways? Yes. Okay, well, okay, there's a lot to try here, isn't there? Okay, so in a row, it sees them all. Look at that. No problem. All 21s and all matched. Beautiful. Okay, so what if I stack them vertically, horizontally? We'll even do some flipped around in different ways. Alright, just fill it up there. Give me all types of mess. This is an excellent next step. Okay, print that array. It's only one! Only one of them does it! And it's the fourth one! But not on the other side! Only on the left side! Why? Why? That printed array, I'm starting to see each row print represents each column grids. Yeah, so imagine it like this. Imagine it like this. These two columns right here, rotated like that. That's what this is. So it's like this. So then this bottom row right here corresponds with that, right? And then this corresponds with that, if that makes sense. You feel like this is floating point error? I don't think so. Maybe. We kind of we should have fixed all the floating point errors. But we can check. I can. We fixed the hell out of that earlier. Like really, really well. But let's test that theory. Oh, that's gonna be on here? Oh, in remote. Alright. Yeah, I'll try that. So the piece, now I gotta figure out which piece that is. Hi. Sorry, I didn't mean to get giant. So that's gonna be in the second column, the fourth one. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh god, that's very confusing. Grid. Let's see if I can find it. Almost. There, I think it's this one. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay, so this one's position, and it wouldn't necessarily be that, but it would be the piece mesh. Because it adjusts the position. It's kind of confusing to explain, but actually we should have relative mesh position is at 0, 0, 0. Yes, that's correct, because it's a bottom piece. That right. So that would be at 0, 0, 0. That's correct. That's not incorrect. That is correct. So actually a lot of that information is kind of gone at this point, truth be told. But anyway, okay, so here 2 and 4, no rounding error or no floating point error. 2 and 4, 1, 2, 4. This we got the most solid stuff. Camwin, I think, really helped me get that just right. I'm pretty sure. Those Barts, y'all help me. Y'all help me get that right. We cleaned that up. So yeah, all of those should be good. 2, 5, 3, 3. Yeah, I don't think that's the issue. I wish it was, but it isn't. Actually, I don't wish it was, because we spent a lot of time getting that right. So, okay. What else we testing? What else we testing here? Wow, I can't believe it's only one of them. That's nuts. Here's what I want to try next. Next, I want to see if... Let's say we get a bunch of non-pairs stacked up. Oh, dang it. I didn't mean to do that. You gotta slam the piece down so it doesn't wait. I need to set up slamming after you don't slam it. It makes sense, just trust me. Okay, press that, slam it, next piece. No, not matches. Next piece, slam it, next piece. No, stop matching. Next piece, slam that. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of just be stacking these up. And now I'm gonna try matching it. What is that like? Look at that! It's 0. Oh, you can't see. Look, it's... It has nothing to do with the matching. It's like the first thing that goes in column, or that goes in row 4. The first piece that goes in row 4 is just automatically marked as 0. That is, okay, that's very helpful to have that really specific information. So why the hell? It doesn't matter what row it is, what column it is. It could be any column. The first piece that goes into row 4 is just a 0. So, I mean, assuming that's true, I should be able to stack all of these with no problem, and we should, I mean, I'm just gonna fill up the whole board with 21s. We're so close. We're so close. Fill them up, all over the place. I want every single spot almost filled up. Well, I can't quite do them all, but we can get darn close. Darn close. Just a whole dang bunch. Okay, be careful, you're gonna break it. Okay, that's enough. Print it. So we'll have some zeros at the top. Okay, that's not quite true, is it? Because look, there's a 0 here in that 4th row. There's a 0 here in that 4th row. A 0 here in that 4th row. A 0 here in that 4th row. But not this 4th row or this in columns 2 and 5. Somehow in columns 2 and 5, the 0 thing didn't happen. But in columns 1, 3, 4, and 6. Oh, you do the math of multiplying each by 3. No, it shouldn't. Maybe. I mean, no, it didn't, because these didn't even have any matches. Actually, it did have one match. So that's not true. Yeah, I could try, I mean, I'd have to make sure it's always, I have to try to play without matching anything, which might, that might actually be quite difficult. Yeah. I mean, that would be something interesting to check, but of course, this one is all matching. There's 100% matches. And yet, it didn't happen. This one is also 100% matches. This one should have been 100% matches too. Okay, so let me this is crazy. Column 2 and column 5. Let me see if I can get those to reliably not do it. Is it something endemic to columns 2 and 5 that doesn't happen? Kaigei checking out, even my hallucinating cyber neurons can't deal. It's helping though, it's actually really helpful. I'll take any theories at this point. Okay, so was it, wait, I forgot the columns that it was supposed to be. Was it 2 and 5? I think it was 2 and 5. Okay. Put that in there, come over here to 5, and let's see. No zeros! Oh no, there's zeros. Nope. It's nothing to do with the number. Jesus Christ. Oh, I just did it again. Seem consistent. I noticed it happening like that before. Dude, I just did it in 2 and 5. Man, here's what I think. I think the only way to potentially fix this is to just like, I just gotta like I have to comb through the code very, very carefully, you know, and just like map out exactly what's happening at every step of the way and just stumble into what it might be. I think that's about the only way to resolve this at this point. Oh, dang it, I hate that next level button. I keep pressing it on accident. Ah! It's okay, it's alright, it's fine. You know, it's totally fine. Okay. Crack it open. Crack it open. Yeah, well, I don't think I can do it tonight. It's been 11 hours and 15 minutes. I gotta come back later and do this. Hold on, that's not what I meant to do. So like the question is, I mean, I don't think I'm gonna do an extra because I'm gonna do extra streams next week and the week after. But Monday I need to make art, so I don't know. Maybe I do an extra stream this weekend or something. Might be the thing. I might need to do an extra stream. But I'm doing extra streams next week too, so I don't know. Yeah. You know, I decided not to put it on there on purpose this time. But I will give it to you if somebody asks. Which you are, in essence. So I will give it to you in just a second. Okay. Alright. Some weird typo somewhere, math or otherwise? Yeah, probably. That's why I feel like I gotta comb through the code. Okay, looking at that array. Every single one of those, the fourth, was 0. I don't know. And then it's probably never gonna happen again. What if it's like when they're sequentially stacked or something? Well, it's certainly not happening the second time. Only the first time. If you place a horizontal piece, then place ones vertically on top. What happens? Let's try it. Let us try. I don't know, an extra stream tomorrow sounds stressful. Okay, horizontal piece, and then vertically on top. And that would not be a fourth one yet. So this is correctly got 3 21s and 3 21s. So that's correct. Nothing wrong there. But do you mean place like 2 on top, or place them vertically, or 2 vertically, or 1 horizontally? Oh, and let me get you to get. Get you to get. I'm gonna get you get. Another vertical on top? Okay. Or you can always just go to my GitHub account too. Okay. Add a vertical. I'm gonna add it on the top of the right one. Print it. Actually, there's no issue. That's actually working correctly. At least this time it did. No incorrect zeros being added in. Okay, now I'm placing one next to it. Print it. No incorrect zeros. And what if I just start like stacking them on top? Why did you even think, was that just something we hadn't tried, Dungeon? Or were you like specifically like thinking some reason for that? Okay, and now it's not happening anymore. What in the world? Because you definitely isolated a different type of result. Yeah, just testing cases. So, I mean, if I come over here and we stack 2, do we get the random 0 or the unexpected 0? We do. There goes the 0. That is so very specific. That is really, really very specific. I don't even think I've updated the code since, I think you have the latest. Yeah, you've got the latest. I guess my next question would be, does it have to be a match? Like if I get a random horizontal and then stack 2 on top, does that break the pattern as well? Okay, now get a pair. 2, 2. Print it. No 0. Now what if I stack 2 on top of this one? That's probably going to also be no 0. No 0. What the hell? If we have them all be random, I stack those 2 on top of each other, print it. There's our unexpected 0 or incorrect 0 is there. What? I don't even know how to interpret this case. The code's a little wacky right now because I haven't gone through and like cleaned up some of the logic. I just kind of wanted to get it to a point of functionality. Okay, let's try this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, putting a horizontal one down first keeps it from going wrong. I think it's not checking the top piece 1, that specific square for some reason. The top piece on that specific square for some reason. So if it's a bottom piece on the 4th row, then it doesn't occur, is what you're saying. If it's a top piece on that specific row, let's test that further, if that's what you mean. Placing a horizontal on 4. Yeah, exactly. Wait, I think I understand what you mean. Okay, so if I put this here, next piece, and I want to make sure it's a bottom piece, Well, I guess either way, one of them will be. Okay, there's 4. Print it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, this one's pretty weird, because look, now it's the 3rd row is the 0 on the ones on the left. I stacked these all up horizontally. The 3rd one is 0. On the right, the 4th one is 0. Oh, man. All right, I tell you what. I'm gonna try to go through the code. I'm gonna try to go through this code. See if I can figure out what might be happening. Hey, Dormouse, good morning. In update grid array, you need variable x integer equals integer. What is time for? What? Dormouse, what? Dormouse, what? Did you just come in here and just like drop the fix? You genius. You freaking genius. Welcome Insane Alpha Beta. It's going great. Hope it's going good with you. Oh my goodness. Oh my freaking goodness. Awesome. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Update grid array. Welcome back, Andres. I'm not sure. Maybe I have matching almost working. We almost have matching working, comrade. Update grid array. You need variable x integer equals integer round adjusted position x. -1. Really? So it wasn't, so that's why when Dungeon was asking earlier to check the positions, it's because I have integer float. Please, God, tell me it's integer float. Okay. The only reason I did that is because if I didn't do that, it was like, meh. And so I was like, okay, meh. Dude, this would not surprise me that much. Okay. Let's try it. Oh man, we might be in good shape. I might actually be able to clear a chain tonight. Alright, Dormouse. Let's see what happens. What in the world? Now, if it doesn't work, it's okay. If it doesn't work, that's okay, because this is probably good. It's probably good we did that, right? So I don't want to put pressure on like, oh my gosh, that wasn't it. Like, it's okay. We'll dig through the code. We'll figure it out. We'll get there one way or the other. All right? Okay, here we go. I'm gonna slap down a pair, and I'm gonna stack another pair right on top of it. If all is well, then we should have 4 21s, not 3 21s and a 0. It's 4 21s. It's 4 21s. It's 4 21s. What does that mean? Oh, okay. All right. Let's do a few more. Okay. All right, it's fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. I'm a normal person. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna spawn some more. We're just gonna spawn some more. We're gonna stack them up. No problemo. Okay, we just gotta wait. You know, I'm very patient. I've been very patient today, I think. Show me a bunch, and let's do some random ones too. Give me some, okay, that's not that random, but it's kind of random. Give me some random pieces. Okay, stack them up vertically all day, every day. No horizontality going on. Let's flip some. Screw it, let's do it. Let's flip them. All verticality. I'm gonna keep going, baby. I want to see no zeros. Not a single one. Not in this house. Okay, here we go. Print the array. Show me the no zeros where they don't belong. Oh, yes! No zeros in between the numbers. Let's freaking go, Dormouse. Thank you. Wow. Dormouse did just show up and solve it left like they're Batman. Dormouse is Batman. All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so I do remember this moment where I made that decision to just slap integer on there. Thank you so much. And I just need to punctuate this moment for myself because I will make this error again. And hopefully next time I'll be like, wait a minute. Okay, so Dormouse, I'm gonna give you like 3 debug credits right now, okay? I gotta really garnish you with some stuff there. All right, I'll tell you what. I'll give you 2 debug credits and or wait, how does math work? Hold on. Let's give you 1 debug credit. We'll say a godot credit and a coding credit. That's a bunch of stuff. That's what we'll do. Okay. So there was just like this moment, right? Where I was, because originally what I had was this, 300 times 300 credits. If anyone deserves it right now, is Dormouse. So I originally had it just like this, right? And right here, right, I got a warning. So here, let me fix these other warnings, because it was like the only one. And I was like, okay, let's just knock these out one by one. Let's just fix them all. No problem. No problem. Fix them all. No more warnings. I saw this. I'm like, what's gonna make you shut up? I know what'll make you shut up. If I just wrap you in int, now you're not gonna complain anymore. What you gonna do? You're gonna leave me alone. That was it. I was like, whatever, make it an integer, but that's not enough. That's not enough. Before we make it an integer, it has to be rounded. Because otherwise, if it has like a weird, you know, floating point error, then when it integers it, I don't know. What the heck is integer even doing? What is it even doing? I'm gonna ask a little, dude, I want to punctuate this moment. I don't care if it's wasting time, all right? I'm punctuating this moment because I never want to make this mistake again. And I want to understand why. Why would removing round cause the value to be unexpected? I must punctuate this moment. Integer float would round as well, but I think it's more unpredictable. Right, isn't it rounding? Integer converts the rounded float to an integer, right, but what if I remove it? Without round, adjusted position x could be something like 3.999 due to floating point math errors. Integer truncates, it cuts off the decimals, while round properly rounds. So if I integerify, oh yeah, shout out to DeepSeek. If I make 2.6 into an integer, it will round it down. Rounder cell will give consistent results. Why? That's so weird. How does it know this? How do you know that 2.6 will become 2 if it's just int in your example? I guess because round is looking to the closest one. Oh, right, it truncates. Oh, it did say that, it used the word truncate. So integer isn't rounding anything. It's saying, oh, you got decimals? I don't care about those. Get rid of those. So if it's 3.9999, it's just gonna say, oh yeah, it's 3. It's like, no, it's 4. Duh. Round is gonna make sure that, hey, what's it closest to? Okay, so what I need to remember for my future wisdom is integer truncates. Right, integer shaves off the decimal. Integer shaves it off. Integer truncates. It isn't going to round. Thus, floating point errors will be an issue. I might remember that. I might not remember that. Fascinating. Wow. Insane says, things are nice and calm, just the way I like it. Love that. Besides lawn mowing people causing a rock to go through the front door glass? That's not funny. That's not funny. I am so sorry. At least it didn't hurt anybody. That could be expensive though. It could have hurt somebody. What if a cat was looking through it? That's very frightening. I'm glad, like, you're okay though. It's an intricate choice. All right, let me see if I can actually clear a line. All right, let me just make a commit here. That would be nice. So we're gonna say, Dormouse fixed my rounding problem. Let's just say that. The cats are in fact fine. I don't know if they were by the door at the time, but they are fine. Thank goodness. That would be my first thought about something like that, is what if the cat was there? But like, what do they, I mean, I guess if here's what I'll say. When I mow the lawn, I go through the lawn and I try to pick up everything that I think could be an issue. Now, you're gonna miss some things, but I try to do that. We have somebody who comes and cuts our grass because, we were ADHDing and missing cuts. So it was like, you know what? Let's just ask someone to help us. And I've noticed he doesn't do that walkthrough. So I try to go through before he comes and cuts, and I'll pick up as much as I can because I know he's not gonna do it. So it actually doesn't terribly surprise me that would happen. Nice! That's really great that they said they'd pay for it. That is good, as it should be. Okay, so let me see if I can get these still. Obviously, there's gonna be a lot of bugs this is gonna introduce, but since we have all the matches, we can technically go destroy things. Okay, so at the moment, after it checks everything, okay, let me see if I can find the placement for this. So this is, I don't remember. We're gonna say, do we have if is checking or, oh, I know where it is. It's on placed piece. Piece placed. So right here on checking matches, if that's true, it's then gonna assign all of the neighbors. So we would want to say, once that's done, now we can do all the matches and make everything go pop. So that actually happens here. We say parent is match pair false, or, well, there's a couple different places, I guess, that it happens. Assign match. I kind of don't need this here, do I? It's pretty unnecessary. I guess just if every piece has an update, that's the thing, I gotta decide when this happens. When I know. I could do like a timer, because there's definitely a certain amount of time. Let's do a timer. I don't feel like getting it down to a perfect thing. I just feel like that's boring. So I'm gonna say, yeah, it's boring. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to globals. You can do that. Do you really want to do that? Do it in the game scene. Do it in the game scene. So in the game scene, I'm going to add a timer. And this timer, uppy, uppy, uppy. Oh god, it's really far up. Oh my god. Uppy, uppy, uppy. Come on! I just want it up high. Timer, pop countdown. I don't know. Pop countdown. And then let's on ready that. And I'm gonna connect it. Timer, pop, countdown. Bat mouse. Door mouse, bat mouse. I love that. Timer, pop, countdown. You are now known as Bat Mouse, Dormouse. The Dark Coder. They who hunt themselves. Timer, pop, countdown. Timeout, connect. On timer, pop, countdown. Sure, just slap it down here. Funk on timer, pop, countdown. Once that is done, here, let's just make this full. Once that is done, I would like it to check them all somehow. How are you gonna do that? Right. So what it's gonna need to do is iterate through that big ol' array in some way. Wait, we already know how to do that. Wait, I have that code somewhere. Where did I put that? Is that in globals? Or somewhere? Wait, I definitely have this. Print grid array. Here, right here. No, that's something else. Wait, where did I put that? I had a print. Oh dear. I gotta look at all these prints. I had a print. Okay, not this one. That would iterate through the whole list. I guess I just gotta figure it out again. It seems I have removed it. I miss you. Okay, alright. Dang, why did I not keep that? We really didn't keep that anywhere? That is disappointing. Wait, what is this? That was so long ago that I printed that out. I don't even remember how I did it. I'm burned out, guys. After this many hours. I don't know if I can get this done in time. I don't know if I can pull this one off. That might be a next time task. Alright, let's go back to that game scene. So we would want to say for the time is a ticking. For let's say I, or let's say X. For X in globals grid array. God, I don't even remember how to do this. I don't remember how to do it. So X is the array index, right? That's the array index. Y is the array index, because it's an array of arrays, right? So there's array 1, array 2, array 3, array 4, array 5, array 6. All of those are there. For Y in grid array X? Is that what I want? Hold on, let me see. Let me figure it out. Okay. I need to set a timer because we are right there. We are right there at the end. But not quite yet. Not yet. I'm gonna set a series of short timers. Is that... Alright, you know what? My brain doesn't feel like trying to figure it out. Earlier, I would have been like, no, Dungeon, don't tell me. Let me figure it out. But you know what? I'm just gonna listen to you right now. I'm too tired. I need to just, like... I need to just, like... take the help. My brain can't do it. Oh, you were just adding on top of that. Oh, okay. My bad. My bad. Oops. Right, 4x in global's grid array, because we got to loop through the loop. Global's grid. My brain is bad, you guys. It's real bad. Okay. For y in global's grid array x. So for each x, okay, yeah, that makes sense. For each x in. So as it's iterating through each row of that array, iterate through the y in the x. Gotcha. The best of times. Thank you. Okay, and then we would want to print both of them. So we want to fetch the y at x. Print globals grid array y at x. Or whatever. Wait, not quite that. That's not correct. Print. I mean, I feel like if I say somehow this will like make more sense to me. Get wait, this isn't right. I think we just want to print y. But we have to say y. Wait a minute, what the hell's going on here? What's going on here? I mean, that's the same thing. It's not really, we're not doing anything different here. Argument 1 should be int, but is array. Oh! I feel like we have to say global's grid array. Dude, I don't know. I tried to accept the help, but the help didn't help. I think you know what it's time for. I think you already know what it's time for. It's too late, you guys. That's the thing. That's the thing, is these things are very helpful. Make that for loop gooder. It's very helpful when the brain is tired. Check the size, but I didn't have to do that before. Oh, you're right. Look, it is saying size. I mean, unless it's wrong, which it may well be wrong. Slap it in. Vibe it, baby. We're vibing tonight. Welcome to the vibe. Shut up. I don't need your little comment. Globals, thank you though for helping me. Please don't come get me when you take over. Thank you so much. Oh, but I need the timer to start. So that timer is gonna start when okay, I need to, speaking of timers, I need to set another timer. The timer is gonna start when the checking happens for the first time. So piece placed. right here, if is checking. I then want to say game scene, ref, timer, pop. I don't remember what I called it. Game scene, timer, pop, countdown, start. I don't care. A second should be fine. When that ends, then print that for us. Okay, let's see where we're at. Oh my goodness. And it's not even really the print, right? We wanted to iterate through there and destroy all those ones that are matches. Get a pair. Let's actually drop it down. Okay, so that prints a bunch of zeros and 3 21s and 3 621s. Okay, perfect. This is what I want. Excellent. Good. Now, I swear I didn't have to do it this way last time, but it's okay. So now what I want is for it to, instead of printing all of those, it needs to check. This I don't have time to do right now, but in theory, I'm going to pseudocode it, and we're going to do it next time. I might do it on Monday in the member stream. We'll see. We'll see. Either way, that's about as much as I can get done today. That's about as much as I get done today. Okay, so I'm going to pseudocode it here. Let's make it pass. I want to say that when this happens, it's going to check for specifically if any of, check for 9s, check for 9s, 12s, 15s, 18s, and 21s. Identify which have more than 4. Then, for the ones that do, divide by 3, iterate through the grid list, the grid nodes, and pop the grid nodes that match that divided number. Would be the way to do it. I don't have time tonight, however. I just don't. I can't. But like, so guys, my game looks exactly the same today, or at the end of the stream, as it did in the beginning. On the surface, guys, the game looks the same. It doesn't look different, except I did add some extra debug buttons. So yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. But under the hood, things are cooking, okay? Things are cooking, and I owe it to you guys majorly. So at this point, I can spawn random pieces, I can spawn matching pieces, and we get this huge, big old chunky array that contains all the data of what pieces are where. This is very good. Not only do we have this beautiful big chunky array that stores all the pieces, just imagine it rotated, that's the same list. Not only does it do that, but it identifies which ones are matches, and it multiplies those color numbers by 3. And you just gotta trust me that that's correct. So that's really good. Next week, I am gonna come back, I think on Monday in the member stream, I'm gonna be here, and what I'm gonna do is I am going to attempt to fix a little bit of this, and I'm gonna make some more art for my game, because believe it or not, there's a bunch of art, okay? I don't know if you knew this. Look at that. I got that character. Okay, if we come down here, there's another character. Look at that sandworm. We got stuff. If you're watching it after the live stream, tap or click in the bottom left to see the last time that I made a devlog on this. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next time I'm gonna do it. I hope I see you there. Monday will be the next time. I just try to like tidy this up a little bit, and then next week I'm doing 2 public streams because there's only going to be a couple weeks left. So Thursday and Friday I'm going to be doing a stream working on this game. Don't forget to join the game jam. The game jam is right over here. Join that game jam. Hit that like button. Do stuff. See what happens. Interface. Get a part of the community. I'll see you there, guys. Y'all are the best. Thank you so much for everything.